Good afternoon, everyone. We are calling the meeting to order. Before we begin, I would like to ask for a moment of silence for Wake County Commissioner Betty Lou Ward, Wake County Commissioner and former council member Dr. James West, and also Ralph Capps, who headed the Boys and Girls Club for many years. Taking care of our children was his passion in life. So if we could have a moment of silence for the three of them, wonderful public servants. Thank you. Next, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, and I believe Councilmember Patton.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item is the consent agenda. One item has been pulled, I-2. If we could have a motion for the remainder.
Move for approval.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. I-2, that came from Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, for sure. So I pulled item I2 really for celebration. I know we're in for a long meeting, and I normally lift up my favorite things from our consent agenda at the end, but this one is meaningful enough to me that I really wanted to take a moment to celebrate it right now. So this item, for all of you in the audience, it's so great to see so many people interested in civic matters. So what this is we're taking in a donation that came from an agreement with private development. So this is a donation from a private developer to fund the master plan for Forestville Road Park, which is out in my district. It's pretty far afield and would otherwise not have been programmed for probably another decade, you think, Mr. Bentley? And so through the rezoning process, we also used the development agreement, and so now we're in the process of actually receiving that money into our system so we can start work on the master plan. So it's really cool. It was my very first rezoning case when I was a little baby council member, and I'm excited to see it kind of come full circle. So with that, I'll move to approve item I2.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have public comment. There will be 3 minutes per person. And just a reminder to please be respectful of one another. And I would also ask for decorum in that there be no shouting or clapping or whatnot in between speeches. We have a lot of people who want to speak today. So thank you. We start, as usual, with Octavia Rainey.
Good evening. First of all, I would like to offer my condolence to the West family. This was truly a shocker, but I would also like to say he served with service, and he was the first black official that has appointed African Americans to boards and commissions, not only the city of Raleigh, but Wake County Commission. He believed in his principle, and he believed that blacks had a seat at the table, and he lived out that dream. I want to get to Newman Avenue. Could you please pull it up? I don't want my minutes to run out. Okay, this was the story that was taken in 2007 by the Indy. Back in 2007, the city also looked at Newman Avenue. So Newman Avenue is not a surprise to anyone. And I want you to read that article that was done on me in 2007. Now, I know I don't look the same, but it was done in 2007. And my remark stays the same that I made in 2007. This is the biggest displacement plan for black folk. I said that in 2007, and I'm saying it today all over again. That's what, 17 years ago? About displacement. and displacement is going to occur on Newman Avenue. You should not have to move the black businesses out. There should be resources to help them upgrade their buildings and fit in on Newman Avenue. So I'm hoping that you vote the TOD plan down because it needs further discussion. It really, really does, and you don't need to rezone the properties. We fought very hard in College Park and Idlewild to have it rezoned R10, and I led that rezoning charge. We don't need to change it. The third thing I want to talk about is the music in Moore Square coming out to Wilmington Street. That music is country music, and that music is a deterrent to black people. So I would like for you to form a study commission, because I would like more study done on that music, and it's very, very loud. The city of Raleigh has the right to play music for everybody, not one particular class of people. And I object to the music being played. I object to the city staffer's comment about he like bluegrass. Was he speaking for the city or was he speaking for himself? You need to be very careful about city employees making public comment. They supposed to represent the city. And if they don't know how to do that, well, then you need to bring back the public affairs department to direct them to do that. Thank you.
Hey, Myrna Abo Hamzi. I'm going to call out a few names, and if you could come and line up. So Myrna Abo Hamzi, Nada Mohammed, Zach Martz, Manasa Churluri, Sophia Abdul Wahab, and Hua Huang. Myrna, if everybody could give their name to start. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today. I'm just asking for your undivided attention. As last week, as we all witnessed, you spent a lot of time on your phone, Mayor, as people were sharing their stories of their dead loved ones. Today, I stand before you not just as an advocate for peace, but as someone who carries the burden of a heartfelt plea for humanity, something that this administration is clearly lacking. My name, once again, is Mirna Abu Hamzi. I'm a first-generation Lebanese American. I was born and raised in this country, and I have been nothing short of devastated my entire livelihood witnessing the atrocities being caused on our lands and on our people. You have made a mockery of us, and this is not a political or a legal matter to me at this point. It is deeply personal, and it resonates within the core of my being. The beautiful land of Palestine, with its rich history and vibrant culture, breathes with the spirit of resilience. However, this spirit is often overshadowed by the despair of ongoing violence and the cries of innocent lives lost. We've witnessed families torn apart, communities shattered, their lives forever scarred by the consequences of occupation and genocide. I've never had the privilege of visiting Palestine. I've only seen her mountains from the southern borders of my beloved homeland of Lebanon, as their brutal occupation by Israel forbids Lebanese people from visiting. Lebanon was also a victim of Israeli occupation up until 2000, and now they're making threats to take Lebanon too, over my dead body. This morning, I woke up to news that one of the oldest churches in the south of Lebanon was bombed by Israel last night. Are we going to say that there was a Hamas base under the church? Aside from that, 2 very loved journalists were also killed. On top of that, the cherry on top here is that they bombed and destroyed our completely self-financed solar panels. I implore you to ask yourselves why. Why are we still supporting this? Our nation itself is in shambles right now. Our school systems are failing, and that's aside from the mass school shootings that occur every other week at this point in this country. People are suffering due to inflation. We're being taxed while people are living paycheck to paycheck. Our infrastructures are broken. Our hospitals are failing. And nobody can even afford healthcare here anymore. And yet we're laundering billions of dollars overseas, when we could allocate this money here to help our own cities, our own citizens. We cannot create a world of peace by enabling this genocide and this continuous violence in the Arab world. From Baghdad to Damascus to Syria to Beirut, you have done nothing but ravaged our nations and our livelihoods. Oftentimes, a lot of us are hearing here, go back to your country, we would love to if we could make a life for ourselves over there, but y'all have ruined it. With your greed, your looting of our resources, your destruction of all of our lands and infrastructures, how many hospitals, mosques, churches, universities, how many children need to die before y'all take a stand? The blood is on your hands at this point, and you cannot possibly stand for us or for God by condoning this.
I started the meeting by respectfully asking that you hold your applause between speakers. That will allow us more time to get people come through. Otherwise, it's going to be a very long day. So, again, please follow the rules of decorum. Next is Nada Mohammed. And if you could come up, I call the names: Nada Mohammed, Zach DeMonts, Sana Chulin. Anybody here? Zach's not going to be here. Okay, Nada Mohammed. Okay. Manasa Chuluri. Is that Sophia Abdul Wahab? Hua Huang?
Oh, wait. Sophia's right there. No? Okay. Right. So, good afternoon, council members and mayor. So, I'm here today to speak on behalf of people who are impacted locally here and abroad, and that includes the Palestinian communities here in Raleigh and abroad. So, I am going to bring up some clear demands for the city of Raleigh. As always, I'm calling for a ceasefire. Second, I would like to call for the city to stop funding violence and invest in the safety of communities, and that means we call out racist occupation in all its forms. We reject the notion that taxpayer dollars are used to destroy lives, families, and communities. And we would like the Raleigh City Council to publicly commit to no future collaboration with the Israeli occupation forces and immediately divest municipal funding from police and militarization here in our own city. That reminds me of a very interesting point last year when Refund Raleigh and Wake County Housing Justice Coalition spoke up about some of the things that the city were doing that were not savory, for lack of a better term, because we were calling for more racial equity with regard to the infrastructure on the BRT, because the Western BRT was going to gentrify the first black community in Raleigh and also a large Muslim community in Raleigh. And also, Refund Raleigh was calling for the city to do better about salary for the sanitation workers. In response to that, the city decided to cut down the size of our posters from 3 feet by 3 feet to 18 inches by 18 inches. And the city responded to that by installing the 2 metal detectors on the first floor and the third floor. This was how the city decided to respond to the demands from 2 locally black-led organizations. So I would like for the city to actually do better. It's actually kind of telling that the same people who would continue pushing for anti-black behavior are the same people who are now doing absolutely nothing to protect the Palestinian communities. It is actually very telling. And lastly, I just wanted to say that, again, our tax dollars should be used to fund real programs of community safety. And this is from somebody who has reviewed the city's budget. That doesn't mean just funneling the money into large nonprofit and call it a day and say, oh, look, we gave the money to nonprofit that said they'll do affordable housing. That's what happened with CASA until you guys finally addressed it recently. So this is something else to think about. directly fund the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to ask that, I'm going to go back to some names that I called. I believe most people are in here. Nada Mohammed. Is Nada here? Okay. Manasseh Chitluri. Sophia Abduwahab. Okay. Next, I'm going to call up a group of names, and if you could line up, I would appreciate it. We will start with former Councilmember Steph Mendel, Amir El Abid, Yasmin Abulasa, Asma Alajundi, and Miriam Shaw.
Okay. Thank you. Last Tuesday, amid calls for a Middle East ceasefire, I heard many state that resistance justifies the deliberate torture, slaughter, and kidnapping of innocent civilians, like the young people at a music festival or the kibbutz families whose women were raped and whose children were burned alive. Actually, there was a ceasefire in place on October 7th, and Hamas deliberately chose to launch a terrorist attack then because they were afraid more Arab countries would be signing peace accords with Israel. There was a lot of passion in the room last week, and everyone should be able to feel sympathy for all the people in the Middle East. Except I didn't hear that. I heard only about the suffering of the Palestinians. I heard nothing acknowledging the pain and suffering of the Jews in Israel and around the world. I heard nothing about the hostages. Many of the speakers claimed that Israel's a colonialist apartheid state practicing genocide. That's simply not true. Arabs, both Christian and Muslim, comprise 21% of Israel's population and are full citizens. An Arab-led party is the third largest in the Israeli parliament. Arabs serve in the army and in the justice system. Israel isn't perfect, but there are many people working hard to enforce the equality for all that's guaranteed under the law. A law, by the way, that does not exist under Hamas rule in Gaza. In 1967, Israel was attacked by armies from 3 surrounding Arab countries, and Israel conquered land from all 3. They gave back the Golan Heights and the Sinai Peninsula, but Egypt didn't want Gaza and Jordan didn't want the West Bank. While there are some factions in Israel who want to keep the West Bank and Gaza, most Israelis hope for a 2-state solution. But there's only one problem with that. Shut up! There's only one problem with that. Hamas is on record.
We are going to have to suspend the meeting if these outbursts continue. I'm telling you that right now. We will not tolerate that, and we will not tolerate disrespect. We are all here as a community. Please stop.
But there's one big problem with that. Hamas is on record advocating for the destruction of Israel and of all Jews. That's a call for genocide. That's what from the river to the sea means. Israel has tried to make peace with the Arabs repeatedly since 1948, even withdrawing from Gaza in 2005. But while Israel is willing to share the land, Hamas wants it all. Hamas is doing more to hurt the Palestinian people than Israel ever has. They've appropriated much of the aid and funds that flow into Gaza and perverted it for their own purposes. They deliberately locate their bases in hospitals, mosques, and schools. They started a war that they knew would result in horrible suffering and death throughout Gaza, and they've said they will do it again and again until they succeed in wiping Israel off the map. They're proud to offer up Palestinians in Gaza as martyrs. I'd like to end with some words from my Rabbi, Eric Solomon. Wherever you fall in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, all we in the Jewish community are asking for is to be seen in our deep and profound pain. We experienced a massacre. We're experiencing anti-Semitism. We're not feeling safe in some places in America or in the world.
Thank you.
Actually, I lost some time with the Judaism or Israel's policies or the history of the conflict to have the simple humanity to say, I see you, I'm sorry you're suffering, and I'm here for you. That, at the least, is what we are asking.
Thank you. Amir Al-Abid.
I apologize in advance. I'm not a very good public speaker. My name is Amir. I am a Raleigh citizen and an NCSU alumni. Both my parents were Palestinian. I'm here to advocate for the ceasefire in Gaza. After last week's council meeting, there were follow-up statements that Raleigh does not financially support or fund Israel. And while I am thankful to hear that, it begs the question of why we have not agreed to a ceasefire. It is even though it is something we do not locally support. Seems contradictory between the two. Looking at the situation strictly objectively, there's an obvious oppressor and oppressed. Any community that has been historically oppressed and seen unjust treatment can look at this power dynamic and immediately understand that this is a fight for freedom from the Palestinian sake. Hamas and its violence is a direct byproduct of the Israelis' apartheid and the mistreatment of the Palestinians. Reflecting on slavery within the U.S., for a comparison, would you condemn the slaves for their so-called violent actions? Their violent actions against their slave owners when fighting for their freedom. These people have resorted to violence because over the last 80 years, no one has held Israel accountable for multiple violations of international law, which has diverged from the two-state solution. We are, as a country, responsible for this outcome by not only allowing these violations to go completely unchecked, but enabling them through billions of tax dollars for our own greed and benefit. Therefore, since our responsibility lies in there, our responsibility also lies in giving them an unmistakably clear path to independence and freedom. Let me repeat that, an unmistakably clear path of nonviolence to regain their independence and freedom to prevent further brutality. And the first step to that independence is for the capital of North Carolina to lead by example and push a ceasefire similarly to our neighbors in Carborough. Free Palestine, thank you.
Thank you. Yasmin Abusla. Is Yasmin here? Okay. Asma Ajud. Can you?
My name is Miriam.
Okay, you were the next on the list. Is Asma here? Okay. Miriam.
Good afternoon. My name is Miriam Shah, and I am here to request the Council to pass a resolution and call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Your role in public service comes with the responsibility. We trust you, as our elected officials, to be the voice of the people in Raleigh and the moral compass for justice and equity in your community. Raleigh is far from the genocide taking place in Gaza, but the tears, the suffering, the pain, and the longing for peace are echoed here. We feel profound grief and hopelessness watching this genocide unfold before our eyes. Israel's propaganda causes Muslim Americans in North Carolina to face an alarming rate of Islamophobic attacks, causing local mosques and other organizations to increase security measures. This is taking away limited funds from important community building events and aid. This council has a commitment towards safety and the well-being of its diverse population. A call for a ceasefire reinforces these values of inclusivity, compassion, and justice, along with showing solidarity and support for the Palestinian community worldwide. It's disheartening to know that you, Mayor Baldwin, have expressed solidarity with Israel but stayed silent on the genocide of the Palestinian people. Your silence shows the people of Raleigh that you lack care for humanity and that your empathy is selective. You lack the leadership skills that someone in your position is supposed to have by refusing to acknowledge the pain by your community and not working towards a solution that will provide peace and justice for everyone. For the rest of you here, I urge each of you to recognize the power that you hold as a local governing body and as advocates of humanity, because a genocide at the end of the day is a humanitarian issue. A ceasefire resolution will be a call to action at the national level. It will encourage other cities to follow in your footsteps, and it will create discourse over what's happening in Gaza, and it will apply pressure on Congress to do what is just. I urge you to use your position to amplify the voices in your community, show compassion and solidarity, and your commitment to uphold justice, peace, and the universal rights of all people in all places. Thank you.
I'm going to call Marina Essa, Lena Husseini, Camila Kayed, and Sarah Quadri. Is Marina here?
Israel keeps using the Holocaust to garner support for the genocide of Palestinians through perpetuating lies in the media. If you say never again, it's never again for everyone. My purpose in speaking today is to call for a ceasefire and urge our council members to use their platforms to actively stand in solidarity with Palestine. Here are some of Israel's recent lies to the world through abusing the memory of the Holocaust. There were no 40 dead, beheaded babies. This is a call for Mayor Baldwin to do the bare minimum and take down her misleading tweets. Hamas headquarters have not been found under hospitals or schools. Israeli officials said hundreds of bodies that were counted as dead Israelis were actually Palestinians burned beyond recognition. After October 7th, Israel said all it wants to do was kill Hamas. However, they have been killing innocent Palestinians by accident in targeting hospitals, schools, and churches. Many Israelis said that Hamas was kind to them during their time as captives. Israel initially denied using white phosphorus on civilians in Gaza, stating that claim was unequivocally false, yet the Human Rights Watch later verified Israel's use of white phosphorus in Gaza. These are fact-checked. I could go on, but I don't have enough time. The point is, US media is straight up lying to us. This is a media war on the genocide of Palestinians. Change is coming and it begins here. Don't forget that we are the future leaders of this broken system, and we remember. We want a ceasefire now. If children are dying somewhere, then all humans are guilty. We have failed them. This isn't about religion, it isn't about Hamas, it's about a Zionist regime attempting to wipe out Palestinians. This is about saving Palestine, and as city council members in the capital of the state of North Carolina, you need to start acting like you care. Thank you.
Lena Husseini.
I'm Nada Muhammad.
I'm sorry, what?
Nada Muhammad, NADA. I was up earlier. I'm just speaking late.
You were number,
Yes,
did you arrive late or were you out there?
I arrived late.
You missed your speaking time, so please let's continue and we'll pick you up at the end, okay? Thank you.
Why can't I just speak right now?
First off, you arrived late and you weren't here when your name was called.
I understand that.
So we will allow you to speak after the rest of the folks. Thank you. Lena Husseini. Tamila Kayed.
My name is Camelia Kayed. My paternal grandparents both survived the Nakba, or the catastrophe in 1948, and my grandfather fled on foot in 1956. My father was born in Kuwait, but lived in Palestine as a newborn until he was 4 years old and had to flee again due to the occupation. There have been countless atrocities and massacres in history. What there hasn't been is constant media coverage as a genocide is taking place in real time. Our phones are flooded with mutilated bodies and mass destruction. Do you really think these father dead children on camera in order for the world to believe that they're suffering? Do you really think that these premature babies deserve to die in their incubators because Israel refused to give electricity to a hospital? We've had many speakers already that have educated you all, so there are no more excuses. The same way you are against anti-Semitism, we ask that you are against the uncivilized rhetoric towards Muslims around the entire United States and in North Carolina. We demand our voices to be heard, and we demand that you listen to the people that voted to put you in office. Throughout life, humanity has been tested countless times, from the Holocaust of the Jews to the genocide of the Rwandan people, to the genocide of the Bosnian people, and unfortunately, many more. One must wonder, what would I have done if I had the chance to make a difference? Today, you can. Now, you can. 75 years of apartheid, injustice, occupation. I'm the third generation. This has to end now. My kids will see a free Palestine. I will go to Palestine and I will plant olive trees on the land that I am inheriting from my grandfather. They say that the old will die and the young will forget. We are all here today to tell you that we have not forgotten, and the generations that come after us will not forget. One day you will look back, self-reflect, and you will either be proud of your decision or you will regret your decision. Mayor Baldwin, we're all here to tell you that we will not stop. This is not a collective decision. You are responsible for you. As human beings, individual human beings, we are responsible for the wrong that we do unto others and the injustice that we allow, not for the wrong done unto us. Ceasefire now.
Sarah Quadri. Okay, next group, Bill Massey, Mahum Asador, Asher Utz, Sarah Dolly, Ron Swanson, and Alejandra Robledo. I will call you next. Please let this gentleman speak.
Mayor Baldwin, City Council. Seems like every time I'm here to speak, there's so many more weighty issues to be discussed that it makes this seem trivial, but it's really not so. Glad you're here. Well, thank you. On 3 prior occasions since August 1st, I've spoken to the group about the situation with the Go Raleigh Access program since the software switchover. And at the time, when you called to schedule a ride, you could be as high as the high 20s in the queue. You could wait more than an hour to be answered. And then you were, in many cases, disconnected, and you got to go back in the queue, and you got to wait for another hour. Since that time, a lot has happened to improve that situation. So in fairness, I'm here tonight, or this afternoon, to thank David Eatman, David Walker, Sean Abrams, all of the staff that work in the dispatch department, everybody who works in the call center, and the van drivers. The system is so improved that in the past month, I have been rarely double-digit in the queue, rarely on hold for more than 10 or 15 minutes. I have not once been disconnected, and I want to thank everyone for their efforts on behalf of everybody in the visually impaired community. And with all that, I want to thank all of you for your brief time and to wish everybody in this chamber happy Thanksgiving. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Could somebody please assist Mr. Massey? Thank you. Somebody's coming to assist you. So if you'll stay right where you are. Thank you. And I'm sure staff appreciated your kind words. Thank you. We're going back to Marina. Was it Marina? No, Miriam Shaw. You came in late?
Sarah Quadri.
You were outside?
Yes.
Or,
And I was told I couldn't go in, even though I heard my name.
okay, come on up. If you give your name, please.
Hi, my name is Sarah Quadri. Before I get started on my speech, I wanted to speak to the member. I was listening when I was trying to find parking here on my Bluetooth, and I heard that no one has spoken about the loss of civilians in Israel. We have all spoken, but what I don't hear is those that ask for that ever say, ceasefire, stop the killing. And it's beyond ridiculous that that rhetoric is still being said. And I'm tired of this whole concept of anti-Semitic behavior or that we're against Jews. We are not. We have never said that, and no one has ever said that. And I am so proud to see that in my lifetime, so many Jewish neighbors and family are out there actively protesting. And one of the biggest protesters and the ones that have called all of us citizens of Raleigh here today is Jewish Voice for Peace. So please look them up. Today, Lebanese journalist from Al Mayadeen, Farah Omar, and also her photojournalist, Rabe Al-Ma'amari, sorry if I'm butchering names, and with their crew was targeted and killed in South Lebanon. In South Lebanon by the IDF. Like, we are actively seeing the aggression being forwarded. And this is not just a Gaza issue, this is not just a Palestinian issue. There have been over 53 journalists and media workers that have been confirmed and killed and targeted. Why are they being targeted? We as Americans need to wake up and see U.S. City Council, as Carsborough has done, can use your power and say ceasefire now and stop these deaths. And also, this is not just coming out from October 7th. Lebanon itself has the Sabra and Shatila massacre. The fact that they are in Gaza, that there were so many Palestinians, and why are we always going? The other countries aren't taking Palestinians. Why do they need to leave their country? How would we feel if someone comes in and says, oh, go to Canada, just go live there? No. This is their country, this is their land, and it has been illegally occupied. And we need to stop this rhetoric, and we need to speak up. We need to vote with our conscience. There's so many TED Talks out there, and I saw one, I'm not remembering her name, but she said to sit with what's going on. Give yourself permission to really think ethically and morally what is going on. Reverse the names. And if you choose differently, if you react differently, then there is something wrong with your reaction. And our country itself has done so many atrocities and still continue to do so. Yesterday, I saw a vet outside saying he's homeless. And we've seen hundreds of our soldiers out there, and they're out there right now. Bring them home safely and stop this war and say ceasefire now.
Mahmoud Asadar. Is Mahmoud Asadar here? Asher Utz.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Asher. Thank you for having me. I am also here to talk to you about Palestine. As of today, at least 42 members of Congress have expressed support for a ceasefire, and that number continues to grow. I was very hopeful last week with the comments of the Council that Raleigh's leadership would take swift action to pass a motion supporting a ceasefire. But here we are again, a week later, still with only Representative Black voicing her support outwardly and standing with her Palestinian and Muslim neighbors, as well as with our neighbors of Jewish, Christian, non-denominational, agnostic, and all other faiths and beliefs who stand with them. I implore you to not fall into the trap of thinking that people who march against wars and injustice are just naive youths, which is a pretty common trend in this country. This is clearly not an issue of identity politics. It is not a religious issue. It is not about party lines, hippies, wokeness, or whatever excuse you could come up with. It is about whether or not we are comfortable standing by silently, watching while entire bloodlines are wiped out. When I learned about the Holocaust in school, I thought, how on earth could the citizens of the world allow this to happen? I think I understand now. This is exactly how it happens. This silence and complacency and fear of speaking out. I understand being scared, you know. People get doxxed. I was scared to come here too. But you have to speak up for what is right, especially in your position. You have to lead by example, and that is exactly what this city should do. I want to ask you, members of the council, what is the exact number of civilian casualties that you are waiting for in order to support a ceasefire? How many days do we need to show up and hold you here for hours before you will stand with us? Why, when Raleigh has almost 100,000 people in poverty, at risk of becoming homeless, are we so committed to sending money overseas and engaging with Israel to fund the mass murder of civilians? We should be using this money to invest in programs for our communities. We should be focusing on Raleigh, and furthermore, having Raleigh lead by example. We come here to you as neighbors, frustrated and astounded at the lack of solidarity, even with just members of our own community, Americans here who have loved ones in Palestine, let alone with the people in Gaza who live in constant fear. I want to end by saying that, again, while you cannot make all of your constituents happy, you can do the right thing when given the opportunity. We are not your enemies, but we do represent over 2/3 of your voter base. And as your campaigns for re-election next year are fast approaching, I hope that will you do the right thing, if not for your own morals, for your votes. Thank you.
Sarah Jolly. Next, I had Sarah Jolly, Ron Swanson, and Alejandra Robledo. Is Sarah here? Ron Swanson?
I am an associate member of the North Carolina Triangle chapter of Veterans for Peace and a new proud member of Jewish Voice for Peace. I urge you to pass the ceasefire resolution that has been presented to you to stop the killing, to urge our Congress. This is, for one thing, a huge unfunded mandate. You may say, oh, the blood isn't on our hands and this is outside of our business. But for nearly 10 years now, I've been keeping station at the Swords to Plowshares bell tower at the Capitol, hearing the stories about how people have been affected by war. And I've heard from many homeless veterans, many who had dishonorable discharges because they were exposed to unspeakable traumas we should expose nobody, civilian or soldier, to. And so wars come home in violence and huge unfunded federal mandates. I also, we're all mourning all the innocent civilian death, but it's hard to mourn when the killing continues unabated with our tax dollar support, and I hope not your tacit approval through silence. I hope you will pass this resolution. My father was a very early Holocaust survivor. My grandfather was a peer of yours. He was on the Vienna Municipal Council in 1938, a war veteran of World War I, after the Nazis came in and they were passing anti-Semitic laws. He was speaking out against those laws, and he was put on the first train to Dachau when my dad was 15. My dad, after that, protested the Iraq War as a veteran for peace, and from the river to the sea, from Raleigh to Palestine, all the people must be free.
Alejandra Robledo. Is Alejandra here? Benny Koval, Jay Campbell, Jeremiah Sloop, Angie Huni, Noor Hawa, and Ayad Curran.
Shalom, I'm Benny. City Council must stand with the people, not the police, not the developers, and not the forces of imperialism. From Gaza City to Southeast Raleigh, we all resist racist occupation and pressure you all to do the same. Thousands protest in Raleigh for a free Palestine. City Council, you must represent Raleigh by passing the ceasefire, peace, and international law resolution provided by the coalition. We must condemn the genocide against Palestinians. Genocide is not a Jewish value, but it is a Zionist value. I am a proud anti-Zionist Jew speaking to you here today in the spirit of Dokyat. That means here-ness in Yiddish. I stand on the shoulders of my working class Jewish ancestors in the ghettos and shtetls of Eastern Europe who fought for collective liberation, not colonial domination. I am pro-diaspora. The settler colonial outpost called Israel actually makes Jews less safe, and it inherently requires the genocide of the native Palestinians to exist. Zionism only protects the interests of imperialism. Councilwoman Mary Black, you are a mensch. This is very high praise in Yiddish. It is for a righteous person. Thank you for protecting your Jewish constituents a few months ago when neo-Nazis were flying in your district. We don't forget that. And thank you also for supporting a ceasefire. You're very brave. We appreciate you. Yeah. Exactly. So, our tax dollars are funding apartheid Israel with $4 billion a year. This is the United States' occupation of Palestine just as much as it is Israel's, so we must fight it at every level, including at City Council. In 2017, the former Raleigh police chief was trained in Israel. City Council, we call on you to commit to no future collaboration with the Israeli occupation forces. Join Durham, which unanimously voted to end all police exchange programs in 2018, thanks to the organizing by the Demilitarized Durham to Palestine Coalition. The police exchanges are two racist gangs teaching each other how to most effectively beat on the people. The demilitarizing and divesting from policing is the only way for the city to invest in real safety. This year, City Council increased our yearly total contribution to the police department up to $130 million. That money goes towards the racist occupation of Black Southeast Raleigh, violence against and displacement of homeless communities around Moore Square, and the extrajudicial police murder of mostly Black and disabled residents. City Council, real safety comes from strong communities, and City Council can support that by establishing an unarmed mental health task force that is not affiliated with the police. Refund Raleigh and others have been asking for this for 3 years now. They have also asked for other safety demands, like housing our homeless neighbors and investing in infrastructure like public transit that serves communities which needs it most. Instead, as part of Bus Rapid Transit, Mayor Baldwin wants to upzone 744 lots on the New Bern Ave corridor, displacing the historic Black and working class communities. We won't let you choose gentrification over the people of Raleigh.
Thank you. Next, we have Jay Campbell.
My name is Jay. I'm a resident of District D. Under the Hannibal Directive, Israeli policy states that it's better to kill Israeli hostages than negotiate freedom. What we are seeing in Gaza and the West Bank is an Israeli military that violates international law every day. An Israeli military that kills indiscriminately children, the elderly, hospitals, houses of worship, UN employees, their own Israeli citizens and soldiers, thousands and thousands and thousands of Palestinians. The federal government sends $6 million of Raleigh's money to fund racist apartheid, reduce cities to rubble, our money and your money for a genocide. The people of Raleigh need that money for a mental health response team, unarmed and unaffiliated with the police. We need real affordable housing. We need equitable public transit. The city's goal of 570 affordable housing units is appalling. Bus Rapid Transit is set to displace poor and Black residents with no promise for equitable zoning. If you refuse to listen to your constituents and not establish equitable zoning, BRT will be seen as a force of gentrification, and it will start to look like a rushed and underfunded ordeal very, very quickly. The 2024 city budget has decided to give RPD $130 million. The Raleigh police, who are not legally required to protect anyone. The police who don't stop violence from happening, who are only there to poorly pick up the pieces after the fact. The police who have been caught planting drugs. The Raleigh police who brutalize and murder. In 2017, former Raleigh Police Chief Cassandra Deck Brown visited Israeli forces under official police business. We ask that Raleigh City Council make a binding promise to never send Raleigh police or city officials to collaborate with Israel, a government who refers to entire demographics as subhuman. A resolution has been submitted to City Council. I urge you to sign it. It is your responsibility to speak up about the use of the city's money. Millions are wasted on Raleigh's police budget, and you say nothing about our money being sent to fund Israel's genocide against Palestine. You drive past the homeless, you ignore the potholes, dismiss the UN's definition of genocide, and the millions around the globe who have called for a ceasefire. You scroll past the death of Gazan children, knowing you have a responsibility to speak up against it. No more guns. The people want growth. Your constituents expect policy without police. Put Raleigh's interests before the realtors. Demilitarize now. Divest from Israel now. No more exchange with Israel of any kind. Not their police, not their computers, absolutely none of their exports. No Chevron, no Volvo, no more CAT construction equipment tearing down Black and brown neighborhoods.
Jeremiah Sloop. Next is Jeremiah Sloop.
Get out of here. Hey, Madam Mayor, you going to say anything to them? You going to do anything about that? Are you going to do anything about that?
We are going to have to suspend the meeting if this continues. Please. Will the police escort them out, please?
Counselors, 1 week ago, you were addressed by this public. At session's end, members of the council chose to speak to the press or to remain silent. Of those that gave comment, two prevailing themes emerged. One of real, authentic compassion that understands the duty of this station, and one of hollow and conditional feigned support, more interested in preservation of office and the meritocratic empathy of today's Democratic Party. The people are speaking clearly and with force, and some of you refuse to listen. Continue down this path, and next you will hear the thunderous applause as you depart office. To those that chose not to speak, your silence is deafening. You may be operating under the false assumption that in your role as city councilors, there is little you can do to alter the status quo. To you, I say, either step aside as weak and ineffectual cowards or step up to the serious responsibility of governance. National leadership relies on municipal government to toe the party line, to dulcify populations, and to maintain order. Speak back at them. Demand they heed our calls for justice and equality. It is your solemn duty. A week ago, it was claimed that RPD has never engaged with the Israeli occupation forces, that the city has had no financial dealings with the Israeli colonists. We know this to be false. It is well cited that our former police chief participated in at least one of the numerous exchange programs by the Israeli military establishment. If there is nothing to hide, Madam Mayor, then why lie? Exchanges sponsored by the ADL are a curse to democracy. Why must our neighbors in Durham and Carrboro shoulder the burden of championing justice alone? The people demand Raleigh adopt its own similar resolution to ban participation in programs sponsored by the ADL, the JINSA, the GILEE, and others like them. Further, we are owed an in-depth audit of every department's spending and participation in programs related to the colonial state of Israel. Do not allow Raleigh to become the next site of the next cop city. Your role is meant to be a burden, counselors. You demand our respect and decorum in this chamber, but I ask you, what respect is it that we owe you now? Respect of personhood? If in your capacity as a city leader, you are personally enriched as a business developer, then what sacrifice have you made on behalf of your constituents? Respect of office? If you are too meek and cowardly to stand up to injustice and genocide domestically and abroad, then
Thank
you
you.
have failed to exercise the potential
Next,
of
we
your
have
office.
Angie Hilney.
I'm Angie Elhouni. Ladies and gentlemen of City Council, I come before you as a constituent, as an American, as an Arab, and as a mother. Over the past 8 weeks, myself, like many others in this room, have been suffering. Why are we suffering? Many of us are not even Palestinian, but we are watching thousands of Palestinian men, women, and children get murdered. We're suffering because Zionists are attempting to justify these 13,000 plus murders. We are suffering because some of us know that there is never a justification of innocent lives lost, and collateral damage is never okay. We are suffering because we know that as American citizens, we are partially responsible for this tremendous loss of life, because this country chooses to be the biggest supporter of Israel. We are suffering because many of us also have children of our own. And every night as we tuck our children into bed, we realize that there are thousands in Gaza who have also tucked their children into bed. Having to lie to those children and tell those children that they are safe, but they know in their hearts that there is a very good chance they might not wake up in the morning. I'm standing today to plead to you to please find your humanity. I know you do not have a direct power to stop these unjust murders, but issuing a ceasefire resolution will demonstrate that this city stands for peace and does not support the unjust murders of innocent civilians. I know that Zionist supporters will tell you many lies so that you will not support a ceasefire resolution. But we are asking for peace, not war. We are asking for freedom, not fighting. We do not have ulterior motives. Palestinians just want to live without being murdered, without being removed from their homes, without being humiliated, without being controlled. Peace for Palestinians does not put Jewish lives at risk, but labeling Palestinians as terrorists puts the lives of every Palestinian, every Arab, and every Muslim in this country at risk. Please do your part and stand up on the right side of history. Thank you.
Hawa?
My name is Noor, a lifelong resident of Raleigh and a Palestinian American. I want to start quickly by allowing you all to hear the words of a U.S. soldier on the ground in Israel speaking to a group of IDF soldiers.
God Almighty, it is hunt season in Gaza.
I will burn their city to the ground. I will drop enough explosives on them to scare God Almighty. Let me tell you a promise, gentlemen, a promise that I give to you before God Almighty. It is hunting season in Gaza. I show you this to tell you that we are not just complicit. We are not tacitly approving of these actions. We are active. We are boots on the ground. Now I want to show you who they are hunting. Those are the cries of a father who lost all 3 of his children in an Israeli bombardment of a refugee camp. I'm not going to explain to you the history of Palestine. I don't want to explain to you guys Hamas. I don't want to explain to you guys colonization. I want to focus on what we're here for, which is asking you to pass a resolution calling for a ceasefire. Point blank, there are 2 sides to this. Those of us calling for a ceasefire want to see an end to the violence and an end to the war. A ceasefire protects everyone on both sides of this struggle. And those people who are not calling for a ceasefire or against a ceasefire, who are endorsing the continuation of a war that has already killed tens and thousands of civilians. You need to decide what side you want to be on. We all say that we are anti-war during peace times, but this is when the rubber meets the road. This is when it gets hard. This is when you need to put your morality into practice and say that you truly are anti-war. You don't have to side with us. You don't have to stand with Palestinians. You can stand with Amnesty International. You can stand with the United Nations, with Jewish Voices for Peace, with UNICEF, with the World Health Organization, with Save the Children, with the World Food Program. You can stand with hundreds of churches, mosques, and synagogues, and every humanitarian aid organization that's working in the region. You don't have to stand with us, stand with them if that makes you feel better. This is not time to play war politics. This is not time to figure out who's hiding where. If there was a Hamas operative in that chair right there, would you justify bombing this entire building? No. No, because there's civilians in this building. There are children in this building. No, nothing is worth that. Y'all know that. Y'all work in public service. You have hearts. How can you listen to the cries of a man who lost all 3 of his children and not say it needs to stop now? And if none of that is enough to convince you, is democracy? Is the fact that thousands of us have been taking to the streets for 8 weeks now telling you that we need a ceasefire, does that not matter? Thank you.
Is Ed Curran here? Is Ed Curran here? Okay, I will then call Larry Awan, Zoe Nebula, Mama Kai, Nigla Mohammed, Bree Bahari, and Irene Cho.
Hello, my name is Lara Bawan, and I am a Pakistani Muslim American. I emphasize Pakistani because my mother's passport reads that this passport is valid to all countries in the world except Israel. And that is the example the United States should have followed 70 years ago, not us here calling for a ceasefire today and you all looking at us with blank eyes. Now, I am not here to educate you. I am not here to tell you how many Palestinian lives have been lost. You know it. You've heard it. I've been here today and I've been here last week. And if you cannot call for a ceasefire, how dare you sit before us as if you represent us? The least you could do is use the right terminology. This is a genocide. I feel like I have the blood on my hands for not doing enough. How do you not feel like you're carrying the corpses? I am not here to inform you, but I am here to warn you. Muslim voters had increased by 2% from just 2016 to 2020. We are the fastest growing religion, and we will no longer fall to the false promises of the Democratic Party. We will no longer be your pawns to falsify justice. Do not have us mistaken for our parents from 2001. We are no longer a group of visa holders who are silenced from fear from anti-Muslim rhetoric. We are voters, and we will be the same voters who put you on those seats and the same voters who will vote you out. To my counsel, after last week, you told the News and Observer that you provide no foreign aid. And you're right. Yet why was that your focus? Why do you undermine your power? You don't send foreign aid, yet ignorance of a genocide is compliance. Don't be ignorant. You can call for a ceasefire. And realize this, it is not just a foreign affair. This hatred has been resonating on American soil for far too long. Wadea Al-Fayoum, a 6-year-old boy, was killed in Chicago a few weeks ago because his landlord hated Palestinians and Muslims so much that he killed him right in front of his mother. On October 20th, Jasmeer Singh, a Sikh man, was killed in Richmond from a hate crime. He wasn't even Muslim. Do you think that Raleigh is immune? Because do not forget, in 2015, just a few miles away, Dia, Yusuf, and Razan, our 3 winners, were killed execution style because of our faith. We are still grieving. Why are you not siding with us? They say 9/11, never forget, and we didn't. They never let us. So I say the same to you. Do not forget us. Do not forget the Palestinians and the corpses in your arms. Don't be silent and let us fight for ourselves like we have been for the past 20 years and like the Palestinians have been for the past 70. The clock is ticking, and every minute you wait, a Palestinian is martyred. Call for a resolution.
Thank you. Zoe Napier.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Zoe Niebuhr. I live in District D. Other speakers have touched on the urgent need for a ceasefire because of the callous and intentional killings of civilians by Israel, and I urge the Council to stand on the right side of history and on the side of life. Killing children is wrong. Bombing hospitals is wrong, and I hope the Council agrees with me, and I hope cowardice does not rule the day today. If this is the city of oaks, then Palestine is the land of olive trees. Since 1967, 800,000 Palestinian olive trees have been illegally uprooted and often set ablaze by the Israeli government to make way for illegal Israeli settlements under international law. This is just one aspect of the brutal occupation the Palestinians live under. The very least the Council can do is to condemn the violence of the occupation and call for an end to the brutal siege of Gaza over the past month by passing the resolution for a ceasefire now. I call on the Council to both publicly commit to no future collaboration with the Israeli occupation forces in any capacity and immediately divest municipal funding from police and militarization here in our own very city. Our tax dollars should be used to fund real programs of community safety, and I call on the Council to invest in life-affirming social programs like public education, accessible transit, and to adopt Refund Raleigh's proposal for acorns. Thank you.
Thank you. Mama Kai.
It's another amazing day in paradise. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, especially since we are just 2 days from honoring a day focused on gratitude, regardless of the history it has. And I have to be honest, there are many things I'm grateful for when it comes to my experiences with the city. I continue to meet amazing people who work for the city. The vast majority of my interactions with people are simply phenomenal. We have a lot of good going on here, despite the uncomfortable experiences I've endured as well. So it genuinely bothers me that gratitude is not the topic I feel led to speak on today. Because I am first and foremost a trauma-informed parent, I feel like it's important to acknowledge that I may say some things that will activate the nervous systems of people in this room, but they need to be said. I hope you know me well enough to expect me to speak intelligently, respectfully, and collectively, so no one feels the weight or burden of this message unless it's you that needs to be addressed. Having said all that, I want the main thing you remember from what I say is, liberated people don't oppress others. Oppressed people oppress others. Liberated people liberate others. And I use the word oppress intentionally because I'm not breaking it into silos like is usually done. I'm speaking of a system where people in power, whatever that power looks like, seeks to exert that power over others they have deemed less than them, whatever that less than looks like. This can be seen in a bully on the playground, it's definitely seen in parenting, and obviously we can clearly see it in the nations physically at war in our world today. Again, liberated people don't oppress others. Oppressed people oppress others. Liberated people liberate others. The reason why I bring this up is because I'm feeling some distress after being in downtown for the first time in a while on Saturday, going to the Christmas parade, and then seeing the onslaught of military-looking personnel throughout Moore Square and on the streets of downtown. How many different types of vehicles do we need for the RPD? I mean, really, for a minute, I wondered where I was at. And as I've reflected on the experience, it hurt my heart to think that Raleigh is under a leadership team that is run by the most diverse city council in Raleigh's history. Think about that for a minute. Think about what Raleigh has done in the last year under an overwhelmingly female leadership, including the city manager and police chief, and 50% of those people being of African descent. Yet, the city is being run in a very Trump-like manner. Now, some may take that as a compliment and others might be offended, so please let me be clear. If you're trauma-informed, Trump doesn't bother you because you realized he operates out of a fight-or-flight activation of his nervous system. He constantly seeks power because he's felt powerless all his life. So when he held the highest seat in the country, he made sure he exerted that power to benefit the rich and marginalize those who he didn't like. Again, liberated people don't oppress people oppress others. Raleigh needs to do better. Liberated people liberate others. Thank you.
Nigma Mohammed. Is Nigma here? Nigma?
It's Nijma Mohammed.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Baldwin, I wanted to directly address the falsities that have been floating around. When asked on your Twitter X account, rightfully, to have sensitivity to those supporting Palestine, you referenced the fabricated Israeli media propaganda story of chopping off people's heads and burning babies. Israeli-conducted investigations by both the military and media sources have proven this to be false, citing no evidence to support this claim. The White House has also redacted this statement, acknowledging they had never seen nor been provided evidence of this. Yet you have not walked back this malicious comment, nor shown any regard for Palestinian life, as the outcry for your city intensifies. If the governments that are committing genocide can redact their statements, then so can you. Thousands of Arab babies have been mutilated, beheaded, burned, crushed in the bombardment of Gaza. Are our children of lesser value to you? Do you realize that your and many of your counterparts' use of sensationalist stories have not only fueled the massacre of Palestinians, but have also incited violence against the minority communities across the U.S.? You hold an obligation to represent the people, and that includes Black and brown communities too. It is detriment to your integrity as mayor that you correct your statements and stance. To add insult to injury, those same Israeli investigations, as well as recovered hostage accounts, have now disproved any incident of sexual assault and brought to light how the Israeli terrorist forces indiscriminately fired at civilians from both their armed forces and helicopter strikes. This resulted in the unfortunate killing of many of their own. Now that the propaganda has started to dissipate, Mayor Baldwin, do you condemn Israel? Do you condemn their indifference to human life? Do you condemn the Israeli government's illegal occupation and barbaric abuse of Palestinians? Will you stand by your constituents and pass a resolution on behalf of Raleigh demanding a ceasefire? Asking for a ceasefire should not be controversial. Genocide supporters chanting for no ceasefire, to flatten Gaza, to finish the job, at its very core is a bloodlust call for extermination of the indigenous Palestinians. It is eerily familiar to the fascist movement that plagued Germany. Similarly, it was the media and the politicians who were blinded and corrupted first. But the newer generations are different. We will not fall for these falsehoods and allow our humanity to be tainted. What you are seeing is an uprise for liberation, not just from Palestinian Americans like me, but from Americans of all backgrounds. We will no longer allow the oppression, occupation, or discrimination of any group, and we will hold the oppressors accountable and fight to free our government and media from the Zionist infiltration.
Next is Bria Perry. Is Bria Perry here?
My name is Bria Perry, and I am here to pressure you, to sign the ceasefire resolution that has been presented to you with the collaboration of several organizations in this city, and to stop funding violence and invest in the safety of our communities. What does Palestine have to do with Raleigh? You know, I really detest that this is even a question, because even if you weren't immediately able to make the local and the global connections that have already been broken down to you several times, it should be enough that you have Palestinian constituents. It should be enough that your constituents are waking up daily to more news of their people being massacred. That should be enough for this council to demonstrate its moral clarity by passing a simple ceasefire resolution. It's very simple. Now, I'm not about to sit here and quote more numbers to you because, quite frankly, we cannot itemize the atrocities of a genocide. And as we attempt to ratchet up empathy and prick your human conscience, I'm consistently reminded of the precariousness of that empathy, so I will not spend time on that today. What I would like to see from this council, if you claim to be on the side of life, is a material commitment to divest from the death-dealing institutions that oppress the marginalized people of this city, this state, this nation, and this planet, and invest in life-affirming structures of communal safety and thriving. Passing a ceasefire resolution is really a bare minimum commitment in word. A word that will then require you to commit in deed to redistributing our tax dollars to life-affirming interventions like affordable housing, dignity wages for all city workers, effective public transportation networks, public infrastructures like fixing streetlights and potholes in Southeast Raleigh, and last but not least, in a mental health crisis response unit independent from the police, because we know that the militarized Raleigh Police Department is nothing but the domestic hand of global colonial violence, and such an important program could never fully thrive under their control, regardless of what Raleigh Police Chief Patterson has tried to convince you. While we know, and we've already been clear that we know, you do not have the power over our federal tax dollars, you do have the power to pass a ceasefire resolution that will make clear that the city of Raleigh refuses to be complicit in the genocide of Palestine. And you have the power at the local level to divest our tax dollars from all that deals death and invest in real structures of community safety and thriving. Choose ye this day whether you will serve the powers of life or death. As for me and my community, we serve life, the life that can only come from a free Palestine.
Irene Cho.
Hi, I'm Irene Cho. Last week, myself and many others came to speak about Palestine. We tried to humanize Palestinians for you. We begged you to see the humanity in Palestinians. I asked you to imagine if this was your family suffering this fate. Last week, a person read the names of their deceased family members. Palestinians describe their first-hand experiences in occupied territory. Some of you shed tears. Some of you expressed sympathy, yet there has been no tangible action since then. I want to read a quote from Harsha Walia. She wrote this regarding refugees, but I find it relevant in this context. One refugee may summon pity, but large groups are painted as a threat. Many of you seem capable of expressing sympathy for the struggles and pains of individual Palestinians. You cry for the child murdered too soon, the woman forced to undergo amputation without anesthesia, the father crying out for his dead children. Yet does this individualized empathy extend to Palestinians as a whole? I want to ask you, how can we take this empathy for the individual Palestinian to empathy for Palestinians? And how can we take that solidarity and transform it into meaningful material action? I ask you to follow the lead of Carborough and pass a ceasefire resolution immediately. Issue a formal ban on all exchanges between the Raleigh Police Department and Israeli occupying forces, and divest from police militarization and invest in meaningful community care. I want to say I'm here as someone who is not Palestinian, I'm not Arab, and I have no personal connection to Palestine. People in our opposition are told often that it's too complicated, it's too controversial, that it's complex, that we shouldn't speak on what we don't know. And I want to say that that is a Zionist myth meant to keep us silent in the face of ongoing genocide, oppression, and occupation. There are so many resources widely available. This isn't the Stone Age. You can just go on your phone and look at resources and see what's happening. There's so many resources like decolonizepalestine.com that's so widely sorted. Like, there's books on this history. Like, there's so many books written about this, like The 100 Years' War by Rashid Khalidi. There's Freedom is a Constant Struggle by Angela Davis that connects the police brutality in America with the struggles in Palestine. I'm currently reading a book called Blaming the Victims by Edward Said that breaks down Israeli myths. Like, these are not undocumented issues. You can go out and read about this. I want to reiterate my ask. Let these personal stories of pain and heartbreak move you beyond tears and take action to support the Palestinian people. Your tears mean nothing without action. Pass the ceasefire resolutions co-signed by many Raleigh organizations. Ban all exchanges between Raleigh PD and the IOF. Divest from police militarization and invest in real community care, like public transport, community care, affordable housing, and healthcare. And if you think the issues are too controversial, just spend 15 minutes on your phone and just look at decolonizepalestine.com. Free Palestine.
I'm going to call a group of names again, and if you could come up to speak, that would be helpful. Thank you. Jamal Mohammed, Nicole Japluk, Maddie Mulready, Rania Masri, Wael Masri, and Annalie Ordobadi.
I am here speaking for various clubs of NC State and our United Stands for Palestine. We've shown our determination for justice in a recent march from our bell tower to the Raleigh Capitol, reminiscent of the 1970 protests against Cambodia's invasion. It's disgusting, Mayor Baldwin, that Raleigh and North Carolina are funneling millions into Israel's occupation, genocide, and ethnic cleansing campaigns against the Palestinian people while our local needs go unmet. We are instead spending Raleigh's tax dollars on two terrible things: killing children in Palestine and paying your salary. Our government officials are expected to be held at a higher standard. However, we have learned that time and time again, a politician's morals can be bought with pro-Zionist money. Political prostitution has been a virus, canceling the voices of the people. Mayor Baldwin, the spread of misinformation on your part, especially on social media, is alarming, and I urge you to correct yourself. The propagation of false claims about atrocities in Palestine only serve to blur the harsh realities faced by its people. Here are some examples. Major news outlets in the White House widely reported the claim of 40 beheaded babies. The allegation of a Hamas base under El-Shifa Hospital have been proven false. There is no physical evidence of sexual assault on an Israeli woman, and an official Israeli investigation found that Israeli helicopters murdered civilians on October 7th. Also, when Israeli hostages were offered for a ceasefire, America's most prominent mistress, Netanyahu, rejected it. These are all claims Israel kept hidden so they can be used to dehumanize the Palestinians, so you, the mayor, are able to justify the death of 6,000 children and the death of baby in incubators, which I don't believe any sane person can have a justification for. Please get off your phone and pay attention to me. It's very disrespectful. Crisis in Palestine includes the death of innocents, ethnic cleansing, kidnappings, mutilation, and destruction of homes and places of worship. Also, you're still on your phone. Please, I would like my time back for how she's on her phone, not listening to me. This is both occurring in Gaza and the West Bank. There is no Hamas in the West Bank. The situation in Palestine is a human catastrophe, watching more than 12,000 Palestinians die as Israel continues to bomb more every minute. For every 100 civilian killed, one Hamas member is killed. Meaning that to kill 30,000 Hamas members, 3 million civilians must die. I know you are so smart, Mayor, so double check my math, but supporting this would make no logical sense. We demand a ceasefire and an end to Raleigh's support for the genocidal war machine. Also, our mayor and media to stop the spread of misinformation and propaganda. Roy Cooper, your condescending language against the Palestinian people is disgusting, turning a blind eye to 75 years of violent occupation and ethnic cleansing Israel has been committing. And Tom Tillis, the public knows you receive the most money from Zionist supporters, and you are in blatant support of any racist group that exists. You are indeed a close relative to Shaitan. If we continue, North Carolina will have her own 3 genocidal musketeers, Mayor Baldwin, Roy Cooper, and Tom Tillis. Israel and the United States have lied time and time again to justify their support for genocide.
Thank you. You hadn't given your name. Is it Jamal?
Yeah, Jamal Mohammed.
Thank you.
I like your kufiya.
Nicole Japluk.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicole Japluk. I'm a member of the PSL, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I'm also a behavioral health care worker. And I'm here to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people and urge the Raleigh City Council to pass an immediate ceasefire resolution. Since last week's City Council meeting, over 1,500 more Palestinian civilians have been martyred. The largest hospital in Gaza, Al-Shifa Hospital, has been raided by Israeli forces, forcing the evacuation of hundreds of patients, including 39 premature babies in the NICU. 8 of these babies died before making it safely to a hospital in Egypt. 8 of these babies died before taking a breath of fresh air. Israel bombed 2 refugee camps, Al-Fahura School, Gaza's Indonesian hospital. Gastrointestinal diseases and respiratory and skin infections are spreading at rapid rates. Israel has cut off fuel and water to Gaza, worsening shortages of food, water, and fuel. This is a severely incomplete list of atrocities that have been inflicted on the Palestinian people in just 1 week. This is what 1 week of compliance to genocide looks like. At least 13,000 Palestinians have been murdered and over 30,000 injured, and yet there is no end in sight. Israeli forces are still not satisfied. At what point is enough damage done? At what point will each one of you decide to condemn the genocidal and indiscriminate killing of the Palestinians? In the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., there comes a time when silence becomes betrayal. Every moment that you remain silent and complicit in the face of genocide and ethnic cleansing is more blood on your hands. I do not know by what standard of morality you can abide by and allow these atrocities to continue by Israel. Each and every one of you sitting up here has the opportunity and the responsibility to call for a cease to the endless bloodshed, to call for an end to the colonial occupation of Palestine, to stand on the side of humanity, to look back at this historical moment and know that you did everything in your power to stop the genocidal killing and dehumanization of the Palestinians. We are watching a genocide happen at our very fingertips, and yet there is still debate about whether or not to pass ceasefire resolution. I just do not understand. I ask each of you to dig deep inside for whatever remaining humanity you have left and to stand on the right side of history. We must understand that this conflict did not begin on October 7th, but was a reaction to the 75-year illegal and violent occupation of Palestine. So when we call for a ceasefire, we understand that this is only scratching the surface. There can be no peace without justice, and there is no justice until we see a fully liberated Palestine where people, regardless of their ethnicity, can coexist. Council members, I ask you to follow the leads of millions around the world, hundreds of thousands in the United States, and thousands in your own city who stand with the Palestinian people. To stand in solidarity with Palestine is to stand in solidarity with all oppressed peoples across the world. The people of Raleigh have made it abundantly clear, ceasefire now and end the occupation.
Maddie Moretti. Is Maddie here? Rania Masri.
Good afternoon. My name is Rania Masri. I'm a North Carolina resident and co-director of the North Carolina Environmental Justice Network. And let me make it very clear, I am not speaking to Mayor Baldwin. I am not speaking to Governor Cooper. I am speaking to the Raleigh City Council. And the reason I'm speaking specifically to the Raleigh City Council is because both the governor and the mayor have shown time and time again that they refuse to see Palestinians. They refuse to see the lives of Arabs. They refuse to find us worthy. So I am asking you, if you consider our lives to be equal. And I'm also asking you, why, truly, why do you find a call for a ceasefire, a call to end the bombardment of neighborhoods and hospitals and churches, why do you call that polarizing? Why do you call that scary? I truly don't know. Even if every single word that Stephanie Mandel presented were true, and it was all false. I was surprised how many lies she could present in 3 minutes. But even if it were all true, it still wouldn't justify calling for the bombardment of Gaza, neither for Israelis nor for Palestinians. I am really confused as to how you can find it polarizing. How you can find it to be polarizing to say it's acceptable to drop white phosphorus on the bodies of children, white phosphorus that burns until it reaches bone. That you find it polarizing to say five is the average age of a Palestinian child killed last month, 5-year-olds. That is polarizing to say stop that. That it would be polarizing to tell a surgeon yesterday who had to amputate a limb of his own child without anesthesia, and that child died from pain. And then he had to have his sorrow broadcast so that we can show you that we cry, that we bleed, that we grieve, that we are human. What is polarizing about that? Please, please let me know. If you find that this is a stance that is too hardy for a politician to take, then what stance could you possibly take? What stance is left for you to take? Those here who were saying that they want their hostages released, well, guess what? That's what we call for in the resolution. We call for the release of all hostages, both the Israeli captives in Gaza and the more than 10,000 Palestinians held hostage in administrative detention by the Israelis. We call for the cessation of bombardment. That's not controversial. And we call for the implementation of international law. If you find that controversial, then you are no longer a civil servant. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Wa Al-Masri. I'm a Raleighite. I've been in Raleigh since 1986. I'm a father. Both of my teenage kids are born here. I've written a speech, torn it apart, written it again, torn it apart. I really, really do not want to be speaking at any of you. I want to really speak with you and be present with you. So I don't have any notes left because I'm just throwing them all away. This touches everyone here. Some of us have people who we know who are hurt there. Some of us don't. I initially did not until a few weeks ago when one of my close friends who I've known for 20 years, who lives in Raleigh, Garner, told me that, and he is a Palestinian Christian, that 14 members of his own family, cousins, nephews, nieces, who were taking safety inside of one of the world's oldest churches, it's over 1,000 years old, died when their church was bombed. Obviously, Hamas does not have a base inside one of the world's oldest churches. And I have been in shock since that time. I was a little embarrassed that it took that to even shock me more than I was already shocked. But I share that because sometimes having a personal connection moves us more because each of us is human. It gives us a human moment. So I ask you to be in my shoes, to imagine that you also have a friend who has family who died there. He told me that most of his family who died there were very young. The youngest was 6 months old. It's all that we're asking for is end the slaughter of children. End the slaughter of children. This is not a one-sided issue. It's not partisan issue. It should not at all be controversial in the least. I just beg you to dig deep inside of you and end the slaughter and call for a ceasefire.
Thank you. Anna Lee Orjubadi. Is Anna Lee here? Hey, I'm going to call out the next group of names if you could come down. Lulu Tabala, Caroline Felter, Nicole Williams, Dana Al-Hassan, Zainab Baloch, and Samir Chima. Is Lulu here? Caroline Felder. Is Kara here? Nicole Williams?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everybody is doing okay. I can stand here and I know it's people expect me to talk about either sexual harassment or homelessness, but that would be totally inconsiderate and disrespectful considering there are people here who are fighting for their lives. And I just feel like I can complain about homelessness and I can complain about being sexually harassed, but I can't do that if I don't exist or have a life. We need to reevaluate the situation. There is an agenda taking place. The decision to call a ceasefire is not about supporting Israelis over Palestinians. It's not about winning or losing. It's about standing to save innocent lives. People are being taken because they are in the middle of senselessness. When we allow innocent people to die, we all lose. Ask yourself, what is the purpose of war? What is the purpose of this war? And is it successful? I begin to think sometimes silence can be the most powerful, most deadly form of passive action. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If you were to place yourself in their position, what would you do? To my Palestinian Americans, I see you and I stand with you. To all veterans, I see you and I honor you. To my young people, keep speaking up because we hear you and you are powerful. I question all the time how we can be in this state of North Carolina in the United States of America that is so anti-abortion because they believe that it's taking a life. And yet we can stand and we can see and hear about the lives of innocent children and women being taken and nothing is being done. As we approach this Thanksgiving holiday, I hope that we all come to choose people over pride, politics, and profit. Remember, be grateful for what you have, who you are, and be kind to one another. Thank you.
Dana El-Hassan. Is Dana here? Zainab Baloch.
Hi, good afternoon. I think a lot of people have kind of wondered why this is a local issue. To give some context, in 2017, I attended a protest for a Palestinian community member who had been picked up overnight by ICE. He had been in the community for 25 years, and ICE had raided his home overnight and picked up him, and no one knew where he was. He had a daughter who had a rare form of cancer, and hospitals wrote letters stating that if she was deported back to Palestine, she would die. In this case, it was RPD that alerted ICE to pick him up. And it was this instance that actually propelled me to run for office, because during that time, I was curious as where my elected officials were. I was there with my community. My community was being traumatized. We were looking around, but there was no one to speak for us. There was no one to help. Literally, someone just got taken out of their house overnight, and we had no idea where he was, even though for 25 years he had lived in the same place. Yet today, I see a council willing to take a completely different step. I see a council that is this close to passing a ceasefire resolution. I see a council that has the chance to make history today, to pass a ceasefire resolution, because they know that our tax money deserves to be spent in better ways, that our tax money, that you can't unlive this. You can't unlearn that our tax money is going to the massacre of children, women, and humans overseas, that our tax money is funding genocide, that it's funding ethnic cleansing, that we know that that is a fact now, that is a fact, and you cannot unlearn that, and that we have to do something about it. So I see a council, for me, I see a council that can take a brave step today and pass a ceasefire resolution. I see a council that can decide to keep our money in Raleigh, that can decide to fund programs like HEART, that can decide to fund programs like creating a community response team with mental health clinicians and peer support specialists and EMTs. And I see a council that, when the history books come back to us, will say that these counselors were brave and they showed moral leadership and stood up for the rest of the country, because right now there's not a lot of people. It's hard to stand up for the truth. It's hard to be here and try to pass a ceasefire resolution. But I personally, I have some faith in this council today that they will pass this ceasefire resolution, and that Raleigh will be in the news for being the city that stood up to the truth and basically decided that this genocide was not for us, and that we were going to end it, and we were going to call on Biden and our governor to end this genocide, and we were going to be the city that caused it all to be okay. Thank you.
Samir Chima.
Samir Chima. Good afternoon, Council and Mayor Baldwin. The very essence, the very core of a society that the indigenous Palestinians hold dear is being viciously torn apart day after relentless day. Such is the reality they face, a reality that we sheltered in our comfort zones can only dare to fathom. Our hearts recoil at the mere thought of enduring such anguish, for we cannot even begin to comprehend their indescribable pain. Hadil Abu al-Rus, she was a school teacher, dedicated to making sure her kids always saw the bright side of things. She was murdered along with her 4 children, Eileen, Celine, Mohammed, and Mahmoud. They were all under 10. The missiles didn't spare anyone in her family, including her doting husband, Basil Khayat, a public roads engineer. Yusuf Maher was a young journalist, an artist, who wrote for wearenotnumbers.org. He wrote a poem and an article last year about how his family's fruit orchard was destroyed by settlers. We Are Not Numbers is a youth-led Palestinian nonprofit project in Gaza Strip that tells stories behind the numbers of Palestinians in the news and advocates for their human rights. Yusuf was also murdered, along with over 40 journalists in Gaza. Mohammed Abu Musa, a radiographer at Nasser Hospital, who put solar panels on his house so that his kids could watch their favorite cartoons, probably something like Bluey or SpongeBob. He and his entire family were buried alive. Fakri Hassan Abdul Allah, a famous wedding dress designer. If any wedding or formal event was happening, people knew where to go. She was 65. As of November 10th, over 102 UN employees with the United Nations Relief and Works Agency have been killed in Gaza, including teachers, firefighters, doctors, engineers, and sanitation and tech workers. These people are integral parts of any society. The only way Israel does not discriminate is in the way that they kill. I am a born U.S. citizen, and I stand here appalled at the inequality that all minorities have faced in this country and how we openly pick and choose which countries we support, not by humanitarian or democratic standing, but how they can support our financial security. Israel's claim of equality rings hollow, tainted by the relentless pursuit of annihilation. You can choose to be on the side of the innocent and oppressed or take sides with an apartheid regime. We can choose who we elect next time, and we will hold you accountable for your choices. I'm asking the mayor and the city council to pass a resolution condemning the violence.
Thank you. I'm going to call the next group, and if you could come up, I would appreciate it. Khalid Khair, Rayyan Ali, excuse me for this, not sure the pronunciation, Jeoda Sashi, Naima Said, Eugene Myrick, and Jessica Navarro-Luvina. Is Khalid here?
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Khalid Khair, and I call on City Council to first and foremost condemn the ongoing genocide of Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank, and to call for an immediate ceasefire. I also call on City Council to stop funding the Israeli occupation with our taxpayer dollars and to use that money to fund life-affirming social programs right here in Raleigh. I come to you as a physician who works in Raleigh, and I speak to you on behalf of Palestinian healthcare workers who have been working tirelessly in the most abhorrent conditions. Hospitals have been targeted by Israeli forces for over a month. And as of today, all the hospitals in northern Gaza are completely out of service. This is a clear breach of international law and has resulted in the deaths and further suffering of thousands, if not tens or hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. I also speak to you on behalf of my patients here in Raleigh, who themselves are affected by various injustices, including, but not limited to, homelessness, inability to afford their medications, lack of transportation, etc. And the root cause of these injustices is intimately tied to the injustice happening in Palestine, namely, the idea that black and brown and non-Western lives matter less than white and Western lives. We must continue to shatter this worldview. And we can do so by calling for an end to the occupation of Palestinian land by Israeli forces. Please support our resolution to call for a ceasefire, ensure that enough humanitarian aid can be delivered to Gaza, and release all the prisoners and hostages of this 75-year-old occupation. Thank you.
Rayyan Ali.
My name is Rayyan. I'd like to start by asking for your full attention while we stand before you to discuss the lives stolen within the past 45 days alone. Mayor Baldwin, if you could stay off your phone this time, it would be appreciated. Since the last time we gathered, the death toll has reached well over 19,000, 13,000 identified, and at least 6,000 still stuck under the rubble. Understand that when an entire lineage is wiped out, there is no one left to report the losses. It has been reported that over 600 families have been completely erased from the Palestinian Civil Registry. When I say families, recognize that that means 30 to 40 extended members of a bloodline. If you don't care about our men who dig through rubble searching for their deceased children with their bare hands, our women who are undergoing cesarean section without anesthesia, our elderly and disabled whom don't have the means to escape their inevitable death, can you somehow find it in you to muster up an ounce of humanity to care about our children that are losing limbs to indiscriminate airstrikes, our children undergoing multiple amputations, again, zero anesthesia. Our children's screams as they stare at labeled body bags, realizing that they are the last living member of their family. Because to me, all children's cries sound the same. As you have yet to publicly call for a ceasefire, Mayor Baldwin, I see that you believe children that don't look like your children aren't worthy of life. White people's opinions are not more valuable than brown people's lives. We say no more to military aid. We say no more to our hundreds of billions of tax dollars funding this genocidal Zionist regime. Keep our money inside the U.S. and take care of your citizens here that don't have access to health care, free education, affordable, sustainable housing, for example. We don't pay our taxes so that higher-ups can orchestrate and aid in genocide. When we liberate Palestine, we will fight to liberate the DRC, Sudan, Armenia, and more. The world has woken up. No more hiding behind your propaganda. Although we are mourning and grieving, we will never abandon the Palestinian liberation cause. Our dedication is unwavering. We were here this last week. This week we came again. We will continue to show up. We will never be silenced by our government that claims so proudly it's for the people. We are the children in diaspora, and I promise you, we will continue to birth generations upon generations of proud Palestinians, braver, stronger, more courageous, and more passionate than the last. My children will see a free Palestine, and I will chant Free Palestine until it is backwards. Ceasefire now.
Dajuda Sashi. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
No problem. Jawida Siasi. My name is Jawida Siasi. I'm an Algerian American. I'm a resident of Wake Forest, North Carolina. Gaza is a slaughterhouse in the Middle East. For the last 6 weeks, Palestinians have been feeling the rage of Israeli exterminating force. A carpet bombing campaign targeting civilians and civilians' objects, civilians' infrastructure in blatant violation of international law. It killed over 13,000 civilians, including 5,000 children. Let me repeat that number. 5,000 children have been killed in Gaza for nothing. Each of these children were somebody's everything. In Gaza, parents are forced to pick their children's body parts in plastic bags. 30,000 wounded, 2,700 under the rubble. Each of them stands today as a humanity betrayed. Any war is ugly, and Palestinians have been seeing so many wars, but this one is very different. This one is very different. It is very difficult to comprehend the limitless savagery that a human being is capable of inflicting on one another. And beyond the mass killing, beyond the mass killing and the destruction of infrastructure, a siege warfare, an egregious and proliferating tactic of war imposed on Palestinians. I speak to my friends in Gaza every night, and they're telling me that families in Gaza are having to choose who eats, who doesn't. Gaza is on the brink of starvation. Massive displacement of people, 1.6 million people have been displaced from the north to the south, supposedly a safe zone only to be bombed. What is happening in Gaza is much more than the madness of a war, a byproduct, a casualty of the war. It is a strategic policy by the Israeli government, planned, coordinated, and implemented at the highest echelon of the Israeli government and its military establishment to annihilate a group of people, to decimate the Palestinians only because they are Palestinians. And I know what I'm talking about because I have worked on other genocide. This is the very definition of genocide. I don't use this word lightly. I am an international lawyer. I know what are the consequences of this word. I know taking a determination of genocide will take you to court. So I'm asking
you.
you to
Your
pass
time
it.
is up. Thank you. Naima said.
Hi, sorry, I don't know who Naima said is, but she did say that she pronounced her name correctly on there. So if you can't read, I don't know how you're running a city, but that's for another talk. Hi, I am Naima Saeed, and I am a Palestinian Italian American, and I am urging Raleigh City Council to pass a resolution calling for a ceasefire. And once again, thank you, Representative Black, for standing with us and supporting us in solidarity. Last week I was sitting here and I saw all of you, and maybe I saw a bit of compassion in all of your eyes for everything that was said last week. And many things were shared today, many important things. But today I specifically want to speak on behalf of my dear friend in Gaza. His name is Haytham Ismail Musa El-Burdani. And this is something that he said that I want to share to all of you guys. Here in Gaza, in this country, you will take your dreams with you for a walk, or even better, leave them asleep at home. In this country, every year, you will think that you are getting closer to life. You will fight to drink water and eat your food and then sleep. And you will memorize many of the departed names that have become banners in the street and in the corridors and on the roofs. In this country, fear will make you satisfied with less than half of your wishes, a third of happiness, and an eighth of freedoms. And in this country, sometimes all it takes is just a song that is broadcast in the ether, or a road and lights. And here in Gaza, all life here is on postponed date with life. This is my friend Haytham. He is a humanitarian activist. He is a community activist. This is him with kids back in the 2021 genocide. This is him with the kids of the 2023 genocide. He is just trying to make them smile, make them forget. Half of them lost their loved ones, their fathers, their mothers, their cousin. This is his home. There's nothing left. You see that? It's gone. Now he's sleeping in a UN refugee, maybe a school. I don't even know anymore. Anytime I can get in contact with him is all I can say. This is where he's sleeping, in a room with a bunch of other people in there. People he may be his neighbors, his brother, his sister, his mother. He has a wife and 2 children. One not even a year old. Not even maybe 6 months old. He was just celebrating her birth. This is where he is now, in a tent. Where? I don't know. When's the last time I heard from him? I don't know. I heard from a friend that he's okay. Thank God. Please, for the love of God, I see humanity. Well, let me rephrase. I don't see humanity in your eyes, but Haytham does. Haytham has always had hope. And you know what? Prove him right. For the love of God, forget me. Prove him right. But if he gets killed with hope still in his heart, his blood is on your hands.
Eugene Myrick.
Good afternoon. Eugene Myrick, Southeast Raleigh resident. Free Palestine. There were 2 studies that came out last week, commissioned by the city. One was regarding the Prince Hall District, and that study came back 49% in favor of keeping the Prince Hall District, 41% against, 9% still up in the air. So if that was an election, it would be keep the Prince Hall District. But of course, the can is getting kicked down the road because black people are being eliminated from the city. Primarily District C, your district, Corey. I'm glad you're running for mayor, which you most likely will not win, but that will give us an opportunity to put somebody else in that seat who actually cares about the people of District C. And considering that you are quid pro Corey, because you do say, well, if you look out for me, I'm gonna look out for you, we know that you have in mind somebody who you think is gonna get that District C seat. He's not gonna win either. With that being said, the Prince Hall District, in addition to the Prince Hall District, so now it's being said, let's go to sometime in February and let's weight it. So if somebody owns 3 pieces of property, they should get 3 votes. That's not how that goes. 1 person, 1 vote. Just like I'm a part of the food collective. It doesn't matter if you have 100 shares, 1 person, 1 vote. Don't take somebody who has 3 small parcels and give them 3 votes, and I have 1 large parcel and I only get 1. Let's not muddy the water. Let's stop wiping people out of District C. Why I'm saying District C? We also come in mind when it comes down to the Transit Overlay District and the BRT, which is also a scam. The people of Raleigh did not vote for the BRT. They voted for enhanced public transportation, not the BRT. What you guys are trying to put together is a luxury, some type of elaborate shuttle service for folks to get to downtown South and the Civic Center. Instead of focusing on AMI, focus housing based on folks' actual income. If somebody in Raleigh's making $50,000, 30% of their income is $15,000, $1,250. You still can't find any way to live in Raleigh for that. It's time to get serious about caring for the folks of Raleigh. You need somebody to fix your car. You need somebody to serve you in the restaurant. You need somebody to watch your children. These people should be able to live in Raleigh as well. With that being said, I just want to once again thank you for the opportunity to be up here to come and speak. I don't take it for granted. Stop wiping the black folks of Raleigh out. And once again, free Palestine.
Is Jessica Navarro-Luvino here? Is Jessica here? Okay, Faisal Khan, Erica Reef, Jihad Shawa, and then Fatima Shaat, and then Manasa Chuluri. So first we will have Faisal Khan. Is Faisal Khan here? Okay. Erica Reef. Is Erica here?
Yes. Okay. My name's Erica Reef. I've lived in Raleigh for about 16 years. I have absolutely nothing prepared. I'm just going to speak. So we'll see what comes out of my mouth. I am born in 1951. I'm Jewish. Born in New York, moved to Fayetteville, Arkansas at a very young age. So this was Faubus years when integration was being stopped by our governor. So I've seen Jim Crow. I've known anti-Semitism because Jews had tails and horns when I was a child. And I was, as every Jew, I was shown every Holocaust movie ever made from the time of birth. So we know what a Holocaust is. We know what genocide is. I'm sorry, I'm focusing myself by looking at children in Gaza. The prerequisite for genocide is always verbal to begin with. It's the dehumanizing of people. We see that with the what the Nazi regime did with Jews. Like I said, when I was a kid, other kids would want to feel for my horns. And we can see from Wilmington, 1898, what was happening in the newspapers in Wilmington was all the black men want to rape the white women, and funny cartoons about it, which was like done with the Jews, their big noses and everything. And we can see right in present day, and it's not just present day, it's like from the start of Zionism, it's the dehumanization, the denial of Palestine. This is nothing new. It didn't happen on October 7th. It's just a continuation, and this is it's a monstrous continuation right now with like the biggest numbers ever seen of death, people under rubble, children under rubble, crying, dying next to their dead mothers, and they can't reach because there's no bulldozers to get them out. We're talking thousands, it's probably 5,000 now, 13,000 total. I mean, this is a genocide, and we're only asking you to write some kind of form of that. You're saying this. Maybe it's better not to kill children. Maybe it's best to not support a genocide. That's all we're asking. Just anything simple. Just say there should be a ceasefire now. This is enough. Okay, my time is up.
Thank you. Hi.
Your Honor, Mayor of Raleigh, Mary Ann, we've known each other for the last 20 years, and you've met with me about a few minutes ago. City Council, I am so happy to be with you, and I would like to thank you for giving us the chance to stand and talk in this country. It's our country as well as your country. Yes, we came from Palestine, and I am from Gaza Strip. I have lost 21 family members. 10 of them, we played together. We lived together. We have enjoyed life together, and then I lost them. But the question is, I didn't lose only 21. All of Gaza's families are my family, as well as a lot of people here are my family. I would like to thank some of my Jewish friends who made it today, and I am honored to have them with me here. I would like to thank our young Palestinians who are here, who's the next generation who's going to take the tough and the hard work from me and from the other generations. It's a flag, and you are responsible for this flag, as well as you are responsible for what's happening in Gaza. You know, this is a lovely country, but the foreign policy stinks. We have been cheated by our representative. Now, I hope that we're not going to be cheated by you. Megan, you are my representative. I am asking you for the humanity that you are responsible for. Jonathan, you as well are responsible. You are responsible for these little kids who are dying in Gaza. You're responsible for the adults. You're responsible for peace, Marianne, as well as we all are responsible. You know what we need? Ceasefire is not enough. Ceasefire is not enough. But the Palestinian is going to win. Is going to win their humanity as well as they want it. We need ceasefires, the least we can accept. Thank you.
Fatima Shot. Is Fatima here?
Hello. Can everyone hear me? Okay. My name is Manasa Chitluri. Let me start by saying I love Raleigh. Some of my most beautiful connections have been made here. I've been educated here, and I have grown and continue to grow professionally within this community. Just like many of you, perhaps, there's a song that I'm familiar with, one that's sung at tailgates, parties, and among groups of Raleigheites, and a particular line that many are familiar with. If I die in Raleigh, at least I'll die free. Do you believe that? Because I certainly don't. As a mental health professional, I talk to people every single day that are not free, unliberated, through no fault of their own. They have been failed by the same systems meant to uplift them. Every day, I walk the streets of Raleigh, watching housing insecure individuals coexisting among others, walking to work, to a bar, to visit a friend. Every month, a different small locally owned business closes shop to make space for corporate entities that see people as human resources rather than human beings. Did you know that every year in Raleigh, homelessness increases at a rate of 8%? That the population of unhoused has more than doubled since 2020? Hospitals are struggling to staff for basic needs, let alone crucial ones. Life-saving medications are running low at an alarming rate. Inflation is at an all-time high, with folks struggling to afford basic necessities such as food, shelter, gas. This past week, there were several days where temperatures were in the mid-70s, a perfect range if it was a warm spring day that's meant to fade into summer. In 2023 alone, there have been more than 700 mass shootings across the country. For those counting, that's approximately 2 every single day, and the year is not over yet. In fact, just yesterday, mass gun violence affected the state of Ohio. Children are dying, families are suffering, crushing losses. Mother Earth is fighting back with everything she has, and yet millions of dollars are being spent to support the Israeli government's brutal regime and the strategic power grab of areas of the Middle East and Africa. If money is all that matters to you, Marianne, just say that. At least then you'll be honest about your pursuits. Even Donald Trump was able to do that. Money that could be spent providing food, shelter, medical care, protection for schools, love for Mother Earth. And instead, it's being used for the genocide, the ethnic cleansing, the Holocaust of the Palestinian people. And for those of you questioning my use of that word, know that the etymology comes from the Greek language to burn whole.
And now, Nada Mohammed.
I'd like to first acknowledge and appreciate every council member here that has been intently listening and making eye contact, except the mayor, who has repeatedly diverged her attention with a smirk on her face. How disgraceful. Last meeting and this week, we presented the personal anecdotes, the emotional statements of what's being carried out in Gaza, and depicted the images of the abhorrent realities. We all see it, so I don't think we need to continue to depict these unfathomable visuals to you all to prove something. While our people are being massacred in the most dehumanizing ways, they still deserve dignity in their deaths. So I'd like to honor that today. Today, I don't want to talk about sides, I'm going to talk about the facts. And there is one clear, unequivocal, non-negotiable fact. A genocide is being carried out, whether you like to believe that or not. Last week, it was stated that the death toll has reached 11,000 civilians. This week, that number has rocketed to upwards of 14,000, with thousands still severely wounded. A ceasefire yesterday could have saved all those people. The city of Raleigh stated that it doesn't provide foreign aid to Israel and has no direct control of the budget. We know that. Our acknowledgement of the $6 million that is being sent every year from Raleigh is to show that we still have the power to pass a resolution that highlights Raleigh's refusal to be complicit in funding a genocide with money that could have been used to meaningfully fund our community. That we deserve a say in where our tax dollars go. That we say, why are our tax dollars representing 16% of the Israeli military budget? Last week, numerous people also talked about city safety, transit systems, and the significant housing crisis happening in our city. Are these issues not important to our representatives, to our council? Are these issues not as important as sending military aid to carry out atrocities in the name of democratic diplomatic relations? What a joke! I also wanted to clarify that the Raleigh Chief Police, the previous one, Cassandra Deck Brown, participated in a training program in Israel, to which she brought back to train forces here. While we wait to hear back about the council and whether or not current programs are being instilled in place, our demands are still true. Raleigh must divest and outlaw police training with the IDF, just like Durham has. We've given you the horrendous realities and images in Gaza, our personal experiences of pathos. We've given you the facts. Last week, we even gave you a draft resolution to review. We're making your job easy. Will you listen to your constituents? Will you prove that Raleigh representatives have a moral compass and duty? Will you stand tall on the right side of history? Will you follow suit and demand a ceasefire now? Thank you.
Public comment is now over, and I'm going to recess for a 5-minute break. Thank you. Christina?
I'd just like to speak before we go. First of all, I'd like to thank every one of you for being here last week, for being here this week. I know how hard this is, and I appreciate your vulnerability of coming and speaking to us. That's what this is for. Public comment is for you to tell us your values and hold us accountable when we're not representing those. So first off, I do want to say thank you. As we discuss and as we further continue to discuss this process of a ceasefire on council, I want you to know that I, too, stand in awe and really appreciate Councillor Black's leadership in this space. I think she's done a phenomenal job of making sure you know that your voices are brought to us, and I want you to know that is part of the conversation. I do see you, I see your pain, and I just want you to know that I support and understand that we need to have further discussions in a ceasefire movement. So before we go, I want you to know that your voices are not ignored and that I am here and I hear you. So thank you.
Okay, we will take a 5-minute break before we start the rest of our meeting. Okay, be back here at 3:20, please. All right, we will get started with the next part of our meeting. Thank you, Councilmember Black, for your announcement. And now we're going to go on to the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission. And I would ask that we have quiet, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. Bynum Walter, Raleigh Planning and Development. I'm going to be giving you the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission. Unfortunately, Chair Miller had to leave. She could not stay through all the public comment, but she was here. So we always like to review upcoming holidays. There are no holidays that coincide with remaining meeting dates this year. And technically, your schedule for next year, I don't think, has been set yet. We have a number of items scheduled for public hearing in December. These are all new items, and so it's not the case that you have some old business coming back. So these are lots of conversation to be had here. There's nothing scheduled yet for January 2nd. That's your anticipated first meeting of January. And then you have scheduled that special meeting for the 30th for the Newbern BRT rezoning and comprehensive plan amendment. And then your projected first meeting in February. Remember, Z72 is working on their COA. They will be back to you in February. There are a couple other items on the agenda today I wanted to mention. You have a special item coming up later in the meeting that pairs with a public hearing that appears even later, right? We've been doing some work with the applicant here to get these two requests caught up and together. And so you're going to want to continue the public hearing for the annexation and set the public hearing for the Watkins Road item, which could be either the next meeting or the first meeting in January. So coming out of Planning Commission, we have 3 items. We're recommending all of these for that first meeting in January, and I'm going to walk through these in the order that they are on the agenda. So the first is 4523. This is 1025 Schaub Drive. This is going from R6 with, it's just adding an overlay to the 2 overlays that are already there. They're asking to add the TOD overlay. Your Planning Commission recommends a split approval here. And again, that first public hearing date in January is the recommendation here. Then we have some parcels in the 300 block of Hillsborough Street. This is a request to go from 20 to 40 story. That's the big changes in height, and they've offered some conditions here. Again, Planning Commission recommending approval, suggesting that first public hearing date in January. And then finally, this is a text change to zoning conditions on Lewisbury Road, which is on the north side of Mitchell Mill here. So they are changing their zoning conditions. Planning Commission is recommending approval, and again, that public hearing date in January. What questions could I answer for you?
Councilmember Black and then Jones.
With the previous rezoning case, what was the one vote?
I believe that is a dissatisfaction with the affordable housing condition that is offered there.
Councilmember Jones.
For Z45, I noted there were 3 people in opposition, and one of the comments was that the FTDO incentives would go away if it was approved. Can you help me understand that comment?
Sure. So what's going on here? They're adding the TOD to a residential district, and right now the FTDO, the frequent transit development option, does apply here because of the location of the parcel. In that scenario with development to unlock additional development capacity using the FTDO, they would have to provide some percent of affordable units, which would open them up to without the affordable units, they're limited to a max of 12. And if they use the affordability bonus out of FTDO, then they would open up to, I think it's almost 100 units, right? With the TOD in the applied to the residential district, the affordability, the height bonus tied to affordability is not available. So R6 with the TOD is open to the dimensional standards of RX4, but it does not open up that opportunity for the additional height, the 50% additional floors provided you have the percent of affordable units. Does that?
I'm just
But
gonna
it does
restate
open
it.
up to the, because they can they're have access to those dimensional standards. It would allow the development of apartment building, which would allow greater density than what's currently allowed by right.
Sure, and I'm just going to restate what I think you're saying. You just let me know if I understand it right. Right now, there is an incentive, an affordability bonus under the FTDO that would not be under the TOD. So by when it goes to public hearing, we have this discussion. If this is approved, R6 with the TOD, that incentive, meaning the affordability, goes away, and we don't have that as a requirement with the TOD in this.
Well, the only pause I have over is your use of the word requirement.
Well,
right? Because
the incentive
bonus
would
is not-
require them to do it.
The incentive would go away.
The
Yes,
incentive, which does the requirement, which means that we would not have that incentive, which requires affordability. That's right. Okay, thank you.
I would just say if the base district were different here, if they were asking for RX6, the incentive would still be there. I'm sorry, if they were asking for RX3, or any mixed use district, the height incentive that pairs with affordability in the TOD would be present. But it's because of that residential based district.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. If everybody's good, I'd like to make a motion to schedule these 3 items for public hearing on January 2nd. Oh, Councilmember Patton, sorry.
That's okay. Just making sure I'm understanding those Watkins Road cases that we're trying to get paired up. We're not actioning them at this time.
No, ma'am, they're elsewhere on the agenda. I'm doing everything we can to help keep the total item count sort of in front of you as you're making decisions.
Those are under special items.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't miss it.
It's
Thank
these
you.
3 items here. So, motion, do we have a second?
Second.
I'll let you decide who seconded. All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we go to special items, and the first item is Watkins Road.
Great.
Hey, Brown and Reedus with Planning and Development. So this is the rezoning case for the Watkins Road case. You'll remember it from your last meeting. The request is to rezone about 30 acres from R4 and Wake County R30 to R6 conditional use. Just to go over some of the updates that have kind of slowed things down. The lot lines and total site area were adjusted, and amended zoning conditions were offered. Signatures have been received in time to be considered today, so we can go ahead and move forward with setting the public hearing based on those. Just to give you, again, a look at the summary of proposed conditions. So the conditions that you saw at the last meeting, these were actually amended again, but a summary of those total changes is shown here with those changes underlined. So the recommendation would be to set the public hearing either for December 5th or January 2nd, or anything that you think is best. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Did the applicant have a preference or a deadline to meet?
So I've spoken with the applicant, and I expressed to them they would likely land on January 2nd, and they were amenable to that. This recommendation is a little bit different, but given the caseload we have, and like Bynum did a great job summarizing all the land use cases we have, but we also have the HUD hearing and another business incentive grant hearing. So given all of that, I'd recommend January.
So you've spoken with them?
Yeah, I'd recommend January 2nd. They are aware of that, and they're amenable to it.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion?
Sure. Motion to set the public hearing for January 2nd. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. Next, we have the completion agreement for the Atlantic Avenue Improvement Project.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council. Sylvester Percival with Engineering Services, Roadway Design and Construction Division. I am very happy to stand before you to share this good news in that we now have an ability to move the Atlantic project forward. I'd like to first start by thanking you for your support and your recommendations and guidance. I will start by telling you a little bit about the background of this project and where we are today, and then next steps. We opened bids on this project in July of 2021. J. Smith Civil was the apparent lowest bidder with an apparent lowest bid amount of $9.5 million roughly. We were able to execute a contract with them in December of 2021, and in 2022, March of that year, we were able to proceed with construction. Now, the project was a 24-month project, and so the original timeline for completion was March of 2024. Several months into construction, we realized that production was slowing down tremendously, had several meetings with the contractor to try to bring things back online. Instead of getting better, they got worse. And so we consulted with our attorney's office, and through our attorney's office, we met with council in June and received council's permission to start the termination of contract process. That process started with a notice that was sent to both J. Smith Civil and their surety, Westfield Insurance, indicating that the city was considering holding J. Smith in default. And the reasons for that, of course, is based on the poor performance of that contractor. August 2023, just a couple months ago, we were able to get council's declaration to hold J. Smith Civil in default of their contract. And the following day, we were able to terminate the contract. Through the attorney's office, we worked successfully with the surety company, Westfield Insurance, to get to a draft tender and completion agreement that we're here today to try to get your support on. That tender and completion agreement is a tri-party agreement between the City of Raleigh, Westfield Insurance, and the completion contractor. Carolina Sunrock is the contractor we're recommending for moving forward with. Carolina Sunrock, I may add, has done several roadway improvement jobs with us over the years successfully. We're very pleased with recommending that we move forward with them as the completion contractor. Carolina Sunrock is proposing to complete the Atlantic Avenue improvements for roughly $13.7 million. We have, I'm not sure why this keeps switching on me. We have approximately $7 million balance remaining from the J. Smith contract that we terminated. The difference between the amount, the $13.7 million that Carolina Sunrock is requesting, and the remaining balance that we have as a part of this project's budget will be provided, and it's roughly about $6.8 million by the surety company, Westfield. So we feel we're in a very good spot to keep this work moving. We're hoping that with council's authorization today, that we're hoping to receive it first. Following the receipt of the authorization, Carolina Sunrock will then move forward with trying to secure performance bonds and insurance. Then we will be in the position to provide or give them notice to proceed. The discussion so far has Carolina Sunrock agreeing to start construction very early in January, essentially. And that is the update. Any questions?
Do we have any questions of staff? Councilmember Patton.
Hi, thanks for being here. So I just want to, I believe last time this was in front of us, you had thought that construction would recommence in March and that it would be 18 months from that point before the project was completed. So this is a little bit earlier. Do you still think it's 18 months?
So the conversations are still occurring. We did get Sunrock to agree to starting the project very early next year, early in January. Of course, we don't have a signed agreement. Private utilities are ongoing. There was a slight setback in that they encountered rock, subsurface rock, that made it a little difficult for them to complete. Now, the projected completion date for private utilities is in June instead of March. So, given that, Carolina Sunrock's completion time will start ticking from the completion of private utilities. We just don't know definitively what that time frame is going to be. We know it's going to be roughly about we're thinking, well, less than 24 months, but we're still trying to tie that down. We do plan to provide updates to council as we move forward with this project, and so that's information we feel very happy to bring back to you at some point.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Jones?
It's more of a comment, so thank you so much for bringing this forward. I just want to reiterate to the public, I know this project has been, it's been a long time coming, and it's frustrating to see when you don't think things are getting done, but I really want to commend staff because they're on the lookout for residents, and there was a contractor not doing the work that was needed, and they've been talking to us since they found that out. So I just want to commend staff for looking out for resident interests, and also the insurance bond that's going to cover this. We initially made this project for, I think it was $9 million, a little over $9 million. This new contract is $13 million, but that's not going to come out of city funds. That's coming from the insurance bond. And I just want to make that clear that staff has recognized the problem, they've corrected it, or they've helped find a solution that has corrected the problem, and we're not paying any more than what we would have already paid. So I really just want to say thank you to staff for all the work that you've done on this and being in constant communication with us to make sure that we can better explain that to residents. So I appreciate your work, and I look forward to pushing this through.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next, we have the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance Municipal Service District recommendations.
Thank you. Mayor, members of the council.
No, I was asked to move it.
I'm Tansy Hayward. I'm Deputy City Manager. I'll explain why we've asked for that change. I represent the City Manager's office as an ex officio attendee at the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance. We did ask for a slight change in the agenda. You do have several items on your agenda that are going to speak to MSDs, and there's some foreshadowing that, in this presentation that may assist you across your presentation. So thank you for the consideration and the order. So we will talk just briefly for the public about what a municipal service district is. We will give some very brief history in terms of conversations regarding an MSD in the Blue Ridge Corridor. I will hand the podium to Stuart Levin, the president of the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance. He and Jeff Murison will speak about their process and their recommendations, and we'll wrap up the presentation. Sadia Sattar, our budget director, will help walk you through the procedural steps that are outlined under state law if the council wishes to proceed. So municipal service districts are special taxing areas that are contemplated in state law to essentially give unique consideration for unique services that are going to be supported by that area. So there are specific things that are authorized in state law. So the city doesn't have unlimited authority to impose a municipal service district. There is guidance. You see that in bullets along this slide. So there are other existing MSDs or other MSDs that have been in discussion. So as many might know, we've had longstanding municipal service districts in downtown Raleigh. There's one in the Hillsborough area called the Hillsborough Community Services Corporation is the city's partner in that. There have been prior discussions about an MSD in Midtown, and the city council previously authorized work in partnership with the business area on a feasibility study there. That MSD was contemplated in its original discussions to be a little bit different than the downtown service areas. As you'll remember on that prior slide, MSD revenues can be used for capital, while the two that we have in place currently are used for service. That was the early contemplation and discussion for Midtown. And then you'll hear later in your agenda about a potential discussion of designation of an MSD in the Dix area. Again, that one would be a little bit unique from prior ones in that there are not anticipated to be new unique services, but that would help to offset and absorb new costs that the city will be facing in terms of some unusual park amenities in that area. So we did get a prior request to address how MSDs fit into the city's policy picture regarding equity. Ultimately, MSDs in themselves are not an equity tool. Partially what the MSD is intended to do is to recognize unique needs or benefits and assign costs to those unique needs and benefits. I think the degree to that which that is connected to equity in terms of overall city services, it does take some of the unique burden to meet unique needs in some areas off of the general fund and a general taxpayer. So it can address those unique needs. And again, in the case of the example of the Dix MSD, the intent there is to assign unique benefit to individuals to recognize a higher level of benefit that some individuals might be receiving versus others. We do have other programs that really probably to some degree support what the MSD can do. So within the Housing and Neighborhoods department, there is a business alliance program. We do have a number of informal business alliances across the city that help to build awareness, business support, build communication with the city, and we have staff that support that. So many business areas around the city that are not yet at the level of capacity development or need for an MSD do participate in the city's business alliance program. And then as the council heard at last week, we have created what's called the Public Project Community Support Fund. And so where we are making significant investments, we do have some capacity building, targeted services that we're doing in some business corridors, in this case, the New Bern business corridor. So with regard to the Blue Ridge Municipal Services District, the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance came out of a study that was done in 2012 that did some visioning in terms of land use and the pedestrian nature of the Blue Ridge Corridor. And so that group came together initially as a vehicle to try to partner with the city in implementation of that plan. Those conversations over time evolved into interest in a higher level of service and capacity for that organization and discussions with the city about an MSD. The City Council originally authorized the feasibility study in August of 2019. That feasibility study was conducted, came to the City Council. The City Council at that time was not ready to act on that proposal. I think there was feedback provided back to the stakeholders about additional outreach engagement and more information from the community about the desired services, boundaries, and subsequently in 2022, as there were conversations about the Midtown District, the city collaborated with the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance to update some of the prior work that had been done in 2022. In 2019. So at this point, the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance did work on their own to hire a consultant who is engaged in outreach, and I'm going to pass the podium to Stuart Levin so they can speak to you about the work they have completed.
Thank you, Tansy. Dear Mayor and Council, good afternoon. I'm Stuart Levin, founding and current board chair of the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance, or BRCA. The BRCA's area of purview encompasses 3 square miles in West Raleigh, which includes some of the city's major institutional stakeholders. The Alliance has championed healthy, sustainable, and equitable economic development for the district, which has long been seen as a potential area for urban infill. We've appreciated our partnership with City of Raleigh staff and elected officials in the Blue Ridge District Plan, adopted unanimously by Council in 2012 following a series of public charrettes, forms a template for our work. We are now at the next step for implementation of the district plan, creation of Raleigh's third municipal service district. Our Executive Director, Jeff Murison, will present our MSD proposal. Thank you for your support and service to the city. Jeff?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor and Raleigh City Council. Jeff Murison, Executive Director of the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance. In the interest of time, we've submitted the research plan that our consultant has done, our full proposal, and our sort of truncated proposal today. And I'm going to go through that extremely quickly in the interest of your time. You're all familiar with the Greater Blue Ridge Corridor area. It's a unique, special part of our city that's comprised of a lot of high-value destinations and venues, multiple uses, competing venues and needs. We've been tracking the investment in that community for a number of years now. This slide illustrates the development projects since 2016 that have either been completed, constructed, under construction, or in the planning and rezoning process. So you can see there's quite a few. I think there's over 50. An enormous amount of investment in that area, including some really high-profile developments. The bandwidth property, 1,500 employees. The Health and Human Services Department, probably in the neighborhood of 6,000 employees on Blue Ridge Road. And of course, the opportunity for, the unique opportunity for investment around the Centennial Authority, thanks to your investment earlier this year. This slide illustrates the transit investments by the city, county, and state. There's, I think, 12 or 13 projects here that amount to billions of dollars of transit investment, a lot of transformative investment by the city, county, and state in this community. We've talked about the process. In the last 2 years, we hired a consultant to put together to do an analysis of the need and justification for a municipal service district in this area. They spent a lot of time engaging with the community and the public, listening to the needs, assessing the opportunity, and then ultimately making recommendations. That report focuses on this area of the city. It's basically what I would call a transit and economic ecosystem that's made up of the Blue Ridge Corridor Road, Blue Ridge Road, Edwards Mill, and then the crossroads of Western, Hillsborough Street, Trinity, and Wade. That's a transit ecosystem, and it's also an economic ecosystem. The forces and effects that happen in any one of our major stakeholders have impact and overflow onto the other stakeholders. We've spent really our entire organization's life, but particularly the last 2 years, on engaging with the public in all kinds of ways, from our board meetings and community meetings to listening sessions to major summits. The consultant himself did surveys, community meetings, and public outreach to get feedback about the needs and the desires from our community. Ultimately, the study resulted in this recommendation for a boundary. It specifically does not include what you would call traditional residential neighborhoods, such as Meredith Woods here on the eastern side. So it excludes traditional residential neighborhoods. It also excludes areas that are not incorporated city areas, such as the fairgrounds area. Within this boundary, there's about $2 billion worth of taxable property. Of course, there's additional property in there that's not taxable. But there's about $2 billion worth of taxable property in this proposed boundary. Moving on to, what kinds of things do MSDs do, and would an MSD be responsible for in that area? Again, it's a very unique area. The services which are generally provided by other municipal service districts, both in Raleigh and across the state, are the sort of spectrum of things that would be done. Clean, safe, beautiful, welcoming, economic development, transit, and plant and urban planning, marketing and communications, tourism management, placemaking and event management, advocacy for our small businesses. Each done in unique ways to the needs of that particular corridor. And we have some examples of that. For example, the boulevard down Blue Ridge Road, which gets landscaping maintenance once or twice a summer, but is generally otherwise unkept. That sort of landscaping services, graffiti removal, either doing the removal or communicating with the stakeholder that's responsible for it. Branding and placemaking, really recognizing that the public is increasingly viewing this and talking about this area as West Raleigh. And so we're beginning to transition to referring to the area as West Raleigh. That's been seen in the media and throughout lots of our stakeholders. And placemaking and public art. So, for example, the grade separation project that's underway by the state, the grade separation under the train tracks at the intersection of Blue Ridge and Hillsborough Street. That includes the construction. These are actual early examples of about 140 art windows. There's funding for, the project includes funding for the art windows, but not the art in it. So the Alliance or an MSD for West Raleigh could help coordinate the art opportunity in this space. In fact, the Alliance has gotten recently awarded a $100,000 grant from the state of North Carolina to facilitate that public art. So those are just examples of the many services that a West Raleigh MSD could provide. The report goes into a variety of ranges for the assessment. It actually outlines 3, 5, 7, and 9 cents as a revenue generator from the MSD. We include this chart to help illustrate what that would relate to in terms of property owners' assessment. I use the example of $1 million as an easy reference point. A property assessed at $1 million at a 5-cent assessment rate per $100 worth of value would contribute $500 a year. The report outlines 3, 5, 7, and 9 cents. The Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance Board voted unanimously to recommend the 5-cent level. And so that's what the request includes today. Obviously, this chart illustrates how that scales. A property at half that value would be $250. A property at a $10 million property would be a $5,000 assessment. The report also includes a general scope of work and how that relates to a budget. The next few slides sort of illustrate that. Basically, the general overhead, staffing, program expenses, public space management, the things like the landscaping, banners, gateway, wayfinding signage, economic development, urban planning, communications, the variety of services. That basically adds up to a little over $1 million in budget. The revenue created by a 5-cent assessment on that boundary that's illustrated there would generate about $900,000 a year. We have benefited from a city contract with the Economic Development Office for $40,000. We'd hope that that would continue. It's a nice counterbalance to the continued voluntary contributions from our non-taxable partners and other sources of revenue. Equates to that just over $1 million worth of budget, or excuse me, revenue, and balances out the expenses. So that's a brief overview of the report and the Alliance's request, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we'll start here. Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Jeff, for the presentation, and Stuart for being here. I know you all have put a lot of work into this process, and I feel like I'm just coming in kind of at the end. You know, you all have been doing this for quite a while. I just wanted to talk about expenses. If you could go back to the slide, let's see, programmatic, expenses, and maybe start up with maybe public space expenses, the slide before. I'm just trying to understand, so these expenses, are these kind of set in stone, and maybe this is for staff for how the monies would be spent, or is this like proposed? How does that work?
I would call it a general outline, a preliminary good faith estimate of what the expenses would be. We've done a little bit of research on what banners, for example, would cost, a little bit of research in terms of what landscaping expenses would cost. And so it's a good faith estimate.
And I see Tansy there too.
No, sure, I'm sorry.
Yeah, to complement that, I think, again, this is the visualization of what the BRCA is recommending to you to consider in creating that. When you create the district, you essentially will only be setting the boundaries and the rate. And so as a second step, under state law, we would actually have to advertise for services in the MSD, and there would be a separate second contracting process where that would memorialize what services the city is requesting from its partner, and then would contract that partner to those. So to some degree, and when Sadia comes back up, she'll show you where that would come in the process. So certainly I think this informs the thought process of the council, but just as a reminder from your prior conversations, MSD revenue proceeds actually come to the city, then the city determines the purpose of those and determines whether or not it will work with with a partner.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to note on a few of those items. I think the landscaping and trash pickup is meaningful. I know at least it is in the Hillsborough Street corridor. I get a lot of comments about it and how appreciated it is. I think, the art can add a lot to, the placemaking. I would want to understand better the economic development line, the urban planning and transportation line, and then also curious whether expenses like capital investments could be considered. So like I think about sidewalk connectivity in this area. You've got PNC Arena, a lot of people coming to and from, a little more central Raleigh, but there's no safe way to get there outside of a car. And so I just keep thinking about how do we connect this area to other, neighborhoods so that it's not just its own space.
I just wanted to add something to that. With the new agreement with PNC Arena, there's road improvements included in that for that very reason. It's not finalized yet, but getting there. Okay, Councilmember Fort.
Yeah, Jeff, we had a number of conversations about this before Councilmember Harrison took over District D. What was the response or feedback that you got from the residential folks in that area about this proposal?
Sure, we've met with many representatives of the different residential neighborhoods to explain the proposal, the scope of work, the outcomes, and our philosophy towards being a community representative. And then when we shared with them that their neighborhoods would not be included, they were very positive about that development. So they're excited about the services opportunity, and they're just as excited about not being technically included.
Okay, Councilmember Jones.
Hey, Jeff. Hey. It's really great to see this. I know I've been with you for the last few years, working with you on the Residents Committee, in outreach and everything. A few things. One, I do want to make sure that we understand the community outreach that you guys have done, which you have partnered with CACs, you partner with different, I really do appreciate that. Out of that, we did limit, like you said, the residential take on the area. However, I just want to be clear with everyone, that is single family homes. That does not include apartments. So apartments we still have a few apartments in here that will be. So the way to is this a renter tax as opposed to a single family home? I mean, that's still, not to say that it's a negative, I'm just saying, want to be all cards on the table. One thing I do uplift Councillor Harrison's, I'm not sure what urban planning and transportation is. So that 30,000, how would that be spent? Like what would that be? Just, I know you don't have it defined, but like if you...
I think the easiest way to do that is to sort of reference things that the Downtown Raleigh Alliance and the Hillsborough Street do in that arena. So that's, we, and the Alliance currently has a development panel review process that brings the community together to hear from the development projects, to advocate for following the Blue Ridge Corridor plan. It could include facade, like matching grants to particularly for property redevelopment. There's a range of economic development tools that could include. It's, at this point, largely a bucket focused on making sure that the mission of economic development has the resources to actually be able to have an impact.
If I can chime in on that as well, because I think Jeff certainly alluded to it, and we do have a development panel, but we cannot be as proactive as we'd like about development in that area. If you want to see what we want to see and what was in the district plan, supporting urban infill, supporting areas like affordable workforce housing, which we all want in this area, we can only do so much advocacy as volunteers, and we do need a budget that supports the mission, which we think supports council's mission on this.
Awesome, thank you.
I think an excellent example of particularly the economic development tools is, in Hillsborough Street's case, we do have programming to support promotion and attraction of minority and women-owned businesses. And so programs like that would be mirrored under that line item.
Awesome, thank you for that. My next question is more for city, for staff. And I think, Tansy, we talked about it, but I just want to bring my question out to the open, which is, one, I do appreciate the work that Blue Ridge has done in community outreach in this, but as we look at it, I kind of think as a counselor, I'm like, how does the city help amplify that? How are we partnering with them? They are a volunteer organization, and I don't want to put the onus completely on them to make sure that residents all understand, because they're only going to be able to do a certain amount being a volunteer organization. So how is the city partnering to make sure that before we get to a vote on this, that residents in the area do understand that this is an extra tax?
Yeah, so I'm going to steal a little bit some of Sadia's thunder here a little bit. So the statute, we've got the statutory requirements here, which does include things like mailed notice and a public hearing, an opportunity for people to request to be removed from the district. So there's some things that are called out from an engagement perspective that are required by state law. This is the first MSD that's been created in quite some time. There was an expansion of the Hillsborough MSD, I want to say in 2016, around that time frame. And in that time frame, that the city did rely on the partner agencies to do outreach and to get support. The city could certainly assist in terms of convening additional meetings in addition to this. That one of your options that Sadia will go through is deferring action for some additional action. I think the distinction here that we'd have to be very clear with is this is not a city proposal. This is a proposal from the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance. So we certainly would not want to speak on the behalf of the community stakeholders that have brought this forward. But in terms of facilitating convenings, I think we could certainly do that. The Office of Community Engagement does have a number of competing interests in terms of work that has already been assigned. So we would certainly have to work internally to figure out who was the best to partner.
Sure, and I do just want to make the distinction that I understand that this is a petition by Blue Ridge, I get it, but at the end of the day, the city is the one that would be levying the tax, not Blue Ridge. So I do find that there is a responsibility for the city to ensure that residents understand that does not fall on the onus of Blue Ridge. I do think we need to partner. I'm not saying that we need to do all the work or speak on their behalf, because I do agree with you, but if we're going to tell residents that they're going to pay 5 cents extra in taxes, then we need to be able to stand in that at first. So I would definitely advocate that we have some sort of city interaction on before we vote on levying a tax to a community that may not know and understand what was going on. I think that's all my questions for right now, so I will defer.
Councilmember Black.
So I know we were talking about the Blue Ridge corridor, but I think your question kind of shines a light on the area around Dix Park as well. And one of the things that I was thinking, because I'm not as quite sure about the Blue Ridge corridor, I think you and Councilmember Harrison would be more learned on those areas. But with thinking about the Dix Park area and specifically renters and the amount of low-income renters we have around there, and I know the goal is to redevelop it and bring in a more mixed income area. Is there city thinking about ways that we're specifically targeting people of certain incomes with MSDs or like apartments that are like at a certain AMI with this type of MSD?
So you will have next a report from Kate Pierce about planning for Dix, which does include some potential next steps on an MSD. That process is much earlier in the process. We have not begun, to your point, that kind of data collection or outreach. At this point, there's some very high-level concepts and financial estimates in terms of impact. So I do believe when Kate comes to the podium, she'll be speaking to you about that would be on a much different timeline with much more process before the council would consider giving any direction. So I appreciate the kind of, and I think when she gets her presentation, we'd love to hear other feedback about the kinds of data or outreach that we should do as a part of that process.
Councilmember Patton. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Black, did you have follow-up?
I was just going to say thank you.
Okay.
Awesome. So Councilmember Jones kind of teed up my question. I'm pinging on the language you used, which is that you removed traditional housing from here, but that isn't all housing. And I'm curious how many residents live within the boundaries here.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. We can look into that.
Okay.
Sure. An answer to, not an answer, but one reaction to the question of renters and multifamily is there's multifamily renters and facilities in both existing municipal service districts already. So that was probably the guiding conclusion that the report drafters used as a guiding principle.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. I am interested in you know, if you're a renter, there are like degrees of people who have authority over you, right? And so I'm really interested in making sure that we're actually speaking directly to the residents and not conflating that with their landlords or their apartment associations or their property management companies. So as we go forward in community engagement, I just want to like really flag that renters are not the same as property management companies. So.
Okay, any other questions? Steph, are you looking for some direction today on this, or is this just for information at this point in time?
We are, and I'm going to pass it to Sadia, and she can talk to you about your options.
All right, good afternoon. Sadia Sattar from Budget and Management Services. As Tansy alluded, and so did members of the BRCA, that obviously we are going to go through some next steps and timelines with regards to establishing an MSD here. So North Carolina general statutes provide the next steps to establish an MSD. And so we will go through some processes, some timelines in the next slides and kind of provide you an overview of those major steps to establish an MSD for the Blue Ridge corridor. So I do want to mention to council that as we go through those slides, you'll see some dates, and those dates fall on your city council meeting. So we do request that as you think about those next steps, to please schedule action only on regularly scheduled city council meetings, and also please schedule one action at a time, given at the end of this presentation what action staff have to take back to provide further feedback for you all. So to start, here's, Tansy's already shown this to all of you, but the green tiles here on the screen are talking to some of those previous actions related to the feasibility study that was conducted for the Blue Ridge Corridor. As you can see that an updated report was last presented to Council on March 25th of 2022, and then the lighter blue tiles are where we are today. So, we would like City Council at the end of this presentation to provide us with some direction as to whether we should go back, kind of redo that feasibility study based on what you've heard today from the BRCA. So after we've received some direction for you all, we'll go back, we'll work on an updated feasibility report, and we'll come back with some updated, an updated report on that meeting, which will be your second meeting in January, which will be the January 16th meeting. Now, as Jeff has also alluded, there's also a report that is currently attached to the agenda item, so you can also accept that report as well from the BRCA. So moving forward, let's say that, today you give us some direction to move forward, kind of update the existing feasibility report. We will do that, and by doing so, we can also then proceed with setting up a public hearing. So you'll, in that report, we'll be able to review some boundaries and some tax implications. And then the next step would be that City Council would then schedule a public hearing. So at the bottom of the screen, you'll see that we have provided you with some timelines that allude to the earliest and the latest when we can hold those meetings. We've done that deliberately because obviously, in order to adopt a new tax rate, we wanted that to coincide with when we adopt the fiscal year 25 budget. So just want to make sure that the dates that you see here, why they're the earliest and why they're the latest, is to ensure that that tax rate is adopted at the same time as we adopt the fiscal year 25 budget. So, and the next step after that would be, just as Tansy alluded a little while ago, goes back to your question, Councilmember Jones, about engagement, which is that the city will mail notices to all property owners within this proposed MSD boundary. And of course, City Council then will also review petitions for exclusions for those residents who may ask for an exclusion from the proposed MSD. So once all those things have taken place, we'll go back. And again, we will then hold a City Council public hearing. After that City Council public hearing, we will also review petitions from exclusion for the proposed district. And again, just want to let City Council know that the latest that ninth or step, and actually the two slides are together, that can happen is May 21st, which actually happens to be the date that we'll be proposing the fiscal year 25 budget as well. And of course, once those two things are done, there will be 2 readings of the ordinance to establish the MSD. And once that is completed, as you can see, I'm trying to be cognizant of our time here. Let's say you decide, hey, we want to do this, we want to move forward with establishing an MSD for the Blue Ridge Corridor. A competitive selection process will then be kicked on. So what that entails is that we will then conduct an RFP to select service providers, just as we have done in the past for our existing 2 MSDs here in the city of Raleigh. And then City Council will be reviewing proposals for, let's say, a nonprofit or a private agency to provide services to this MSD, and then of course City Council will vote to see which service provider we actually contract with as a city. And I just want to say that lastly, the tax levy effective, whenever you decide, will be levied for a full year. No tax levy is ever levied for a partial fiscal year. So another thing I did want to highlight to City Council is the services for the MSD must be offered within a year. So it kind of depends what action we decide to take after we actually say yes to having an MSD for the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance. So the next steps, after you've heard from Tansy, you've heard from folks from the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance, and then myself, is there's 3 options here in front of City Council. So depending on what you've heard today, you could decide not to proceed any further. You could also decide that you need further information from us and defer this action to a further City Council meeting. And then you could also give us direction to move forward to begin the process of creating an MSD for the Blue Ridge Corridor, and that would then entail us coming back on that 16th of January meeting with an updated feasibility report, and then go through those processes that I've kind of showed you in those previous slides. So that ends my presentation. So if you have any further questions, please let us know.
Okay, Councilmember Harrison.
Thanks, Sadia. Would you go back in your slides? I think it's when they are in the light gray. I was struggling to read early on, the very beginning of the, yeah.
Right here?
Okay, so number 1, we did that. Number 2, staff prepares a report. And these are not in our board docs, so that's why I'm just trying to read them. And it's hard to read the screen today. I think it's also it's angled away from me. So I'm just trying to make sure. Staff prepares a report on the feasibility of establishing an MSD. Okay, done. And then in light blue, City Council provides direction to staff to initiate a formal process and provides feedback on boundary. Okay, that's today.
Yep.
And then we direct staff to update feasibility report based on City Council feedback or accept BRCA report. Okay, thank you. I think what I would say is we do have some feedback that's been offered that could be useful to update the report.
Sure.
And I just want to note one item. Again, I had mentioned, I think, pedestrian and bicycle facilities, and it looks like the online survey question in the report, at least in terms of engagement that's been done so far online, it mentioned that as a number 1 need.
Mm-hmm.
So I really want to see that reflected in the budget, because if that's what people are looking for, then I would expect to see that. There might be some other comments too, so I'll be quiet now that I can read it. Thank you.
I apologize. I'll make sure that the font's better next time.
Oh, yeah, that's better, but it's hard to...
Councilmember Jones.
I think that the city, now we have this partner with Blue Ridge. How do we use their data? They have a whole list of apartment complexes that are within the boundary. They have a whole list of businesses that equal up to this, I think it was $2 billion of tax possibilities. How can we target and reach out to those individuals so that we can get the feedback of their, the city can sit here and do a broader dive on making sure that those who are affected by that tax increase, that we understand their wants and needs. They've done a great job so far in getting us to this point, but I think in a partnership, the city needs to also be part of that engagement. So I'd really like to see how we are outreaching to a list that is already provided. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to see us move forward on this, especially with all of the development that is happening around there. I mean, DHHS headquarters bandwidth, all the stuff that will be happening around the arena, the changes in the Blue Ridge corridor there that are being made, the upgrades, which will eventually have a train station. I mean, this area is going to be booming. And I'd like to ensure that we are moving forward, but also to other council members who mentioned, I think we need more data on outreach.
Okay.
Hold on. Councilmember Melton.
I was just going to add that I'm also supportive of moving this forward, starting the formal process. One of the, I guess, updates that I would also like to see is that focus on multimodal transportation in the corridor. I remain very concerned that we're creating an area, or the private sector is creating an area that is going to be accessible only by cars. And so having an entertainment district by PNC is fantastic, but it's going to be dampened a bit if the only way to get there is to drive there and back. I have personally scooted down to PNC Arena. It is not safe in a lot of areas. And so I do think that we have an opportunity here to make this a place that is vibrant, walkable, and easy to get to and from. So that would be my feedback for some of the report. But I would like to move it forward and start that formal process.
Councilmember Jones.
And I just want to echo that this is not me trying to say I want to delay that. I do think that this process should start. I just want this to include that. So I don't want to push back any dates. I want this to follow your outline. But I think, how can we be creative and make sure that we're including that in this line, in this project? I just want to make sure that was done.
Okay. So do we have consensus then to move forward? Is everybody good? Okay. Thank you.
We'll see you. Thank you.
All right, next we have the Dix Park Building and Site Analysis recommendations.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kate Pierce with Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources, and happy to be with y'all this this afternoon. Building on the work session from the 14th, I'm here to share a couple of sets of recommendations. The first set of recommendations is really to the projects that move the Dix Park project forward while we're waiting on the DHHS transition. And then the second set of recommendations is about MSD. So we did break these up into two tranches so you could have two sets of actions. Just as a little bit of background in why we're doing this study. So we bought this property. Did a master plan that was unanimously adopted by City Council. That master plan sets the vision for the long term of the park. The building and site analysis basically tells us how to deal with what we bought. So how to be a good steward of the property, how are we going to take care of these buildings in the interim while we're still working on that long-term vision. So just to distinguish between the master plan, which is the visionary document, and the building and site analysis, which is the very pragmatic document on how we're going to deal with the buildings and landscapes once they're transferred from the state. And on that note, we are doing this to prepare for DHHS transfer. The Council of State did vote to amend the lease agreement to January of 2027. So we have a couple more years to prepare for the full DHHS transfer, which is great for us in terms of planning and preparation. But this is a lot that we're inheriting. So and I'll go through kind of just a high level of that. But the state currently spends about $10.5 million just on basic maintenance and operations of these buildings. So today, the city maintains about 22,000 square feet of building space at Dix. That's really only 6 buildings and 180 acres of landscape space for about $2 million. So everything in yellow, we maintain, and those small little pink buildings. When the state vacates the campus, we will be responsible for all 1.2 million square feet of building space and all 308 acres of landscape. Just to put that in perspective, think about every community center, every comfort station, every picnic pavilion in the city. This doubles that amount of square footage. And we currently spend about $2 million for that. This will increase, when we take over the property, it's a 70% increase in landscaped areas we have to manage and 50 times more building space than what we manage today. The state currently spends about 5 times the current city budget on basic maintenance and upkeep. This will come back around when we talk about the MSD and why we're thinking about additional funding strategies for the Dix property. But this study, really important to further our understanding of obligations as owner and operator of the property, to understand capital and operating costs, to understand the current condition of buildings and infrastructure, to analyze the potential for adaptive reuse, and to look at a variety of funding strategies. You heard all of this in your work session on the 14th. Basically, all the buildings are old. They're all going to require some amount of upkeep or replacement to meet current codes and standards. And there's a lot of work we're going to need to do on the utility system to decommission some of the centralized plants while we're planning for long-term improvements at the park. So on the building and site side, we're asking for a series of authorizations from council. One is to go ahead and start the next round of demolition for some small cottages that are on the property. The second is to develop a process to evaluate and solicit a range of operating partners. So when the state transfers those buildings, we've got a partnership model in place so we can find new tenants. The third is to authorize staff to start thinking about the Brown and Lineberger buildings, which we believe will be released early from the state. And the fourth is to authorize staff to negotiate a concessions agreement and associated leases with the Dix Park Conservancy. So all of these recommendations can happen while DHHS is still on the campus and while we're planning for the long-term transition of the property. So that's the first set of recommendations, and I can pause here and answer questions before we move into the MSD discussion.
Any questions? Councilmember Jones.
just so that I'm clear on what you're saying right there, that MSD is not the whole solution. It could be a piece of the pie. So that 10.5 million that we need to cover that gap is not going to be fully funded by the MSD. It'll be a multiple pieces of a pie.
Yeah, so if you look at this graphic, and you're foreshadowing the next set, there's going to have to be a lot of different funding sources. We know public funding is part of it. We know philanthropy is part of it. We might earn some money through rentals and event fees. And then is there an opportunity for an MSD as a piece of that pie to help fund that gap of funding? So it's not all or nothing. We're going to need all of those tools to be able to fund not only the future of the park, but also as the owner-operator of this large campus. I can jump into this and then come back around for all the recommendations. Is that okay? So with the MSD, this is the topic that got the most conversation at the work session, so I thought I'd revisit it and just provide a little bit more information and touch on some of the things that y'all have already asked about. So again, looking at a variety of funding options to support the future Dix Park. How big those pie pieces are, we don't know yet, but that's exactly what we want to try to investigate with the MSD feasibility study. How big could that pie piece be? We know, and if you've driven down Lake Wheeler Road, there's a ton of private development happening at Lake Wheeler Road. And we did do a high-level study of all the development activity, and it's in the billions of dollars that's happening adjacent to Dix Park. And when the Development Finance Initiative talked to those developers, they basically said the Dix Park is the key amenity and asset to their development projects, and it's one of the critical factors for why they chose to invest in this area of Raleigh at this moment in time. And that it's also a unique asset nationally that will continue to attract a variety of development partners. Similar to conversations that you've had, that you've already seen, the Dix Park MSD is a little bit different in that it's city initiated. It's looking as the park as the service for that area. So when we think about the park as providing the services that those developments are benefiting from and that those developments are also deriving value from, the park is that service district. We also want to avoid single-family residential property impacts. I think this question around renter impacts is a really interesting one, and I think as we initiate the feasibility study is something we can be very mindful of to understand that. We're also very mindful that there's a ton of state-owned property in this district, and that only the portions of the state-owned property with private development would be taxable, not the underlying state-owned property. And on the considerations of additional outreach and engagement, Councilmember Jones, this speaks to exactly what you were talking about. This really is a partnership between the City of Raleigh and the Dix Park Conservancy in terms of our community partner in constructing an outreach and engagement strategy that I think needs to play to both the business owners and the developers in the area, but also the residents of all types of housing. And that's something we can be really deliberate about. We already have a project summit scheduled for February 2024, where this will be part of the discussion. We've already talked to the Conservancy about having them do a lot of additional outreach and engagement to some of the development partners and institutional landowners. But what can we do as a city to reach out to the residential level as the owner operator of the property? And we can come back with a strategy as the feasibility study moves forward. All the little boxes you saw on Sadia's screens, we made one little chart here. We're right at the beginning. So we are asking council to direct staff to initiate a feasibility study report that would then go through those similar processes to come back to this table for review. And we're also asking, we're looking at this included in the FY26 budget. So we've got time. We're not trying to get it done by this budget cycle. We're looking at it for the next budget cycle so we can be really intentional about that outreach and engagement and make sure we're going through all the steps that we need to do to establish the district in a way that is respectful and responsive to the needs of the city, but also to the needs of the community in the area. So there's a lot of recommendations and actions in this. One is to direct staff to initiate that first step with a feasibility study for the park. And then going back to these, it's all of the, I won't say small wins, but it's all of the other recommendations to keep the park development process going while we're working on the full DHHS transition plan. That's all I've got. Questions?
Councilmember Jones?
So as we talk about MSDs, and I just want to clarify my thought process, and it might not be congruent with what you're thinking for Dick's. But from what I heard and what we've spoken with Tansy about, that the benefit here would be the park itself.
That's right.
So in other MSDs, whether that's DRA or what we're looking for with Blue Ridge, we're looking for going above and beyond in that community benefit. So DRA does a great job with having social workers and ambassadors, and Hillsborough Street does that. We're asking for that. Are you saying that the only benefit that this MSD would provide is a park that would be there whether or not it had an MSD?
Yes, and so when we think about the level of service that Dix Park is going to provide to the surrounding community, it is a higher level of service potentially than at other parks throughout the city because of the type of development we're doing inside the park boundaries. But at the same time, there are things like events, there are things like wayfinding, connections to external communities. When we think about some of the things you mentioned about multimodal connections, the park is the asset here, the park is the service, the park is the additional value driver for that development. And so we're hoping that through an MSD, some of the value the city is creating, that those developers are benefiting from, is going back to pay for some of the operations of the park.
Understood. I would push a little bit to, we lost a mental health facility here in order to create this park. And so I would push for some sort of consideration for any sort of mental health resources that could be included as part of this MSD, so that a park that's going to be there whether or not this MSD exists is not the only factor in creating this MSD, when we've already set the precedent that it goes above and beyond. So yes, and yes, the park, and what else, especially knowing what we've lost and how that's contributing to our community as a whole. So I would just ask for that consideration as you put forth what the benefits could be for an MSD. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to say thank you for the presentation. I know in conversation at the leadership meeting, you know, some other items did come up about benefits and things of the adjacent community as far as cleanliness and outreach, but it depends on, you know, how close or how far it is from the actual park on that benefit. So I think the feasibility study, the way I see it, hopefully, and I'm having this ask, that it looks at everything holistically. And look at that holistic impact. And I hear the concern about the mental health piece. I do have one question, something that Councilor Jones said. I just need to make sure I'm clear on. Wasn't the hospital closed before we ever thought about a park? I'm just asking for my clarification.
Yeah, I mean, the state decided
Just trying
to
to
close
understand
the
the
hospital.
process.
Yeah. The state closed the hospital in 2012. The city bought the property in 2015 for the idea of creating a central park. I think there were conversations for a decade about what should and could the future of the Dix campus be. Some of it ranged from fully developed, right? Let's build all of Dix Park, to the park option. And so, but yes, the state decided to close the facility prior to the city purchasing the property for the park.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure my understanding was clear on that. So again, I think I like us moving forward. All five recommendations would definitely be my motion that we go ahead and move forward, so we can have the data, we can have the information, and we know that this isn't going to happen overnight. If it goes like the rest of our MSDs, it's probably going to take us 4 years to do it. Hopefully we can do it faster, but we also know we're not going to have full control until 2027. So I think by doing this in parallel helps us greatly. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Melton.
Thanks. I'm also in favor of the recommendations looking at the first set, particularly getting the park concessions and building leases moving. I think that Dix Park is already a fantastic asset for our city and region. Folks are already using it, and we haven't even really started to make it into the park it's going to become. But one thing that I think folks really look for that we don't have are those sort of basic amenities like restrooms and concessions and things that folks want at a park, and they're actually just bringing their own stuff out there. So we're losing some of that revenue anyway. And then on the MSD, for me, I think it turns to, I personally don't feel like any of that development would be happening along Lake Wheeler but for this park. It's transforming that entire area, and the park ought to be able to recapture some of that increase in tax revenue to help make the park sustainable in the future. And so I am totally in favor of moving this forward for the feasibility study, and whenever there's a motion, I'm ready to second it or vote in favor of it.
Is that a motion?
Yes, so moved.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. You have your direction. Now we have the Six Forks Road Improvements Project.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kenneth Ritchie with Transportation. Back with you today with our partners from Engineering Services to provide an update on the Six Forks Road project. So just kind of a reset of where we are. The current scope that came out of the corridor study did identify a 6-lane divided section with separated bike and ped facilities from Rowan Street to Lynn Road. This is phase 1 of that corridor study. Where we currently stand with that project from a funding standpoint is we've got a funding gap of about $73 million. Our current available budget is about 42.3. The remainder of that 46.1 is encumbered in our design contract currently. Looking at the options that we discussed with the council back on October 17th and put out for feedback from the community, we're cancel and restart the project. Continue with the 6-lane divided section with separated facilities, but truncate the project down to Millbrook Road. That still would leave a gap of about $20 million. We did look at a grant opportunity that likely would bring that gap down to about $10 million if we were to receive that grant award. The other option would be to truncate the original scope even further back to North Glen. That would fall within our current budget. And then the two other options would look at no widening, but would look at improvements to the shoulder. So would look at separated facilities from Rowan to Lynn. That would still have a gap of about $3.3 million. And then looking at multi-use path along both sides from Rowan to Lynn, which would fall within our current budget. Ooh. So that formatting got off, but this is kind of looking at the schedule of activities that we've had over the past month. So October 17th, we were here to provide an update. From October 23rd to November 10th, we did go through a community engagement process that did include an online portal. We did provide a clip of the presentation from the October 17th presentation where we did walk through those options and did provide some of the conversations that we had at that point. We also met with the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee as part of that stakeholder outreach. We were invited to the District Day Town Hall during that time to present on this. We did discuss this in Transportation and Transit and certainly had some other targeted engagement during that time. October 31st, we did submit the 6-lane widening with separated facilities to Millbrook into the locally administered projects program through CAMPO and NCDOT. We would anticipate hearing about that in early '24. And then where we are today, November 21st, is a follow-up on that engagement. So when we look at the engagement, the format of the survey was a ranking question style survey. And this is really the best format that we could identify when looking to try and identify the highest preference, not just the most votes. And this type of question looks to measure both the votes and the priority level of each option. With this engagement, I've tried to provide some of the metrics. We did have 2,406 views of the survey. We had 880 people that participated in the survey. We had over 3,000 responses. That would be, if they ranked each option, that would be 5 responses. The question that we've got here about how often you use the corridor, and then if they provided any written comment, that would also be a response. And we also received 427 written comments pertaining to thoughts on the Six Forks Road project. For a little bit of context, when we did our pre-design engagement on this project back in late 2020, we were in a virtual environment. We only had 31 people that took the survey at that point. And when we did our design in late 2021, we had gotten back to where we had started doing a 3-week engagement period. Plus, we had, I believe, 2 meetings. We had 62 people that took the survey. So certainly we have gotten a tremendous amount of response through this effort over the last 2.5 weeks. So looking at the results, and I will go ahead and kind of summarize the results and then go through the numbers. And based off of these numbers and reading the 427 comments, there really is no consensus. Not one option really kind of separated itself. Is that one option that the community kind of collectively came behind. When you look at, so 736 people ranked at least one of the 5 options. Some may have ranked 5, some in between. And so when you see the numbers there on the left, that is the number of responses that particular option received in terms of a ranking. That doesn't mean it was a top ranking. It could have been 1, it could have been ranked 5, but they felt strong enough about the option to make sure that got ranked. And so if you look at these, so that's what represents, so 71% of the 736 respondents chose to rank the shortened project to Millbrook as an option. And so and looking at the disparity between these numbers, there's not, as I said, there's not one that really kind of separates itself as that consensus. Certainly based off of the number of people that chose to rank the cancel and restart, that's why it's showing as the largest number. But what that does not show is what the average rank is. The system only would rank for those that ranked all 5 options. It gave us a rank, but it did not represent the full response that we've got. So that's why we have not included that rank. You can see that rank on the website, but because it does not actually provide the average for the rank that was provided for every response, we didn't want that to kind of skew the numbers. We really wanted to make sure that people's responses and how they felt and how that they were passionate enough to respond to an option was the data that was presented. But certainly, as I said, we're seeing this, and with the comments, it was all over the place. There really is no consensus on what the options are to move forward. So the requested action from staff is direction on how to move forward with the improvements on Six Forks Road. Certainly one thing I do want to, as we think about this, is really kind of looking at that purpose and need from the original corridor study. And really what that lays out is trying to create a safe, multimodal, and attractive corridor so as to improve the livability and create an identifiable image for this important portion of Midtown. And so I just want to make sure, as we discuss further, that we've got that context from that original study in mind. And so certainly I am available for any questions.
Okay, Council Member Patton, you had your hand raised first, Mayor Pro Tem second.
Hi. I will co-sign that it doesn't feel like there's any consensus. Every community meeting I go to, all the internet traffic I read across all the platforms, from Reddit to Nextdoor, there's really, I'm not finding consensus either. And I'm looking at the public input survey where it does list the average ranking, and they're all 2. They're all 2. I don't know enough about how public input can data visualize for us, but I'm curious if you're able to, if you can go back to the slide with the options and the, thanks, yeah, that one. Would there be a way for you to show us, of all the recorded responses for shortening the project, X% were a first ranking, X% were a second, X% were a third?
Certainly we can go through and try and work with public input. We do have the raw data. Unfortunately, it's not easily manipulated in Excel because essentially it just shows it as a big list. But certainly we can go through and work on that effort.
So definitely thank you for the information and the survey and pulling everything. As I look at it, and everyone's all over the place, one of the things I kind of heard was related to our separated paths. You have the bike and you have the ped. And my question is, from a cost standpoint, if we were to combine that into one path, one multi-use path, and go from Rowan to Millbrook, what I know right up here it says 6 lanes, separate facilities for Rowan and Millbrook is 66.2 with a negative delta of 20.1. If we combine the separated paths into one, does that number change or?
I don't know that that number would substantially change. And the reason I say that is, one, when you look at it, and let me go back to that first, so that first cross section. So right now we're showing a 5-foot bike path and a 6-foot sidewalk. If we were going to combine those into 2 facilities, we probably would do a 12-foot multi-use path, just so that you give the option and you've got people with some space to be able to use. The other piece that we've got is, in here it's showing the street lights behind the sidewalk, but really when we look at our overhead power lines with Duke, those overhead power lines are actually running between the bike and the PED facility in this area. When we look at Duke with their distribution, they're going to require us to make them whole. So typically with their distribution, they're going to look at a 30-foot easement that's centered on those poles, so 15 feet on each side. When we capture some of that space in the right-of-way, we don't have to make them whole with 30 feet on the outside of the right-of-way. So, but if we do combine them, we then have to move those poles behind the facility. And based off some quick assessment that we've done, likely what that ends up with is us actually having to provide acquire more what we call EUE, or electric utility easement, for Duke to make them whole with that additional 15 feet off the center line of the pole, because their poles likely would be right there at the new right-of-way line.
Okay. So combining into a multi-use path will require a bigger take in a sense of right-of-way.
That's our initial assessment, yes.
One thing I noticed on there too, we go to the slide that you were on before this. Like, we have these options, but there are no costs associated with them. Do you have that readily available?
So yes, that cost is
Right there.
Okay. Because I think that's an important factor too, with how much money we have, whatnot. Councilmember Black?
Hi. So everyone knows this is in my district, but fun fact, I live just off of Lynn Road, so I take the Six Forks corridor every day, multiple times a day, and this has been the first time there's been a project that's like, I have the lived experience of seeing what this is like when we're talking about traffic. And to mirror Councilmember Patton's point, from any of the conversations I've had, from any of the meetings that I've been to, and now from the data that we're getting from the survey, I don't see a consensus either. So the only thing I can offer is just like my thoughts. And I do think the project needs to be shortened. I do think we have traffic concerns that go past North Glen, but from what I'm hearing from a lot of people, and also the aspect that's deeply affecting the cost, is the taking of properties between like North Glen and like Lynn Road. So what I'm hearing is a lot of people saying that they want to localize some of the expansion of the roads near where Six Forks is to about where Carroll Middle School is. I'm hearing some people who say they don't like the bike facilities or the bike lanes along Six Forks Road. I think we have adequate enough bike lanes that go through the North Hills neighborhood for people to be able to get from the Lynn Road area all the way down to where North Hills is, into like Lassiter Mill, across the Beltline, into onto St. Mary's Street. So I don't know where the thoughts are around that. And I know we have a plan that, like with any road improvement projects, it has to include bike lanes, but I think then the need for it can be offset with like where they're already located in the neighborhood. But I also feel very strongly, as a person who lives right off Lynn Road, that there needs to be improvements to all of the intersections along the corridor. One of the things that I always noted when I was campaigning last year, I was almost hit multiple times putting out signs, trying to cross streets and put out signs, because a lot of the intersections, and there's a lot along from Lynn Road all the way down to Rowan, where it's just like, there's no like cross signs. They don't have like the accessibility needs for people who have disabilities. And I think that's really important for pedestrians who do walk along that corridor. I've had a lot of meetings with people who have accessibility needs and are fearful of walking down the street. And I also am fearful of walking down the street, but I only live 2 miles from North Hills. I should be able to walk to North Hills and not be afraid of my life. So I feel very strongly that the intersections need to be improved, but I also really reflect that I think the widening may need to be localized more towards where the highway and North Hills is. And I'm interested in seeing, I guess, some more separated data around different things from the survey, and to hear what other people may think about what we should do specifically along this corridor. But that's just my feelings as a person who's impacted and drives this corridor 3 to 4 times a day.
Okay, anyone else? Okay.
So no, certainly I think we can go back and we'll decipher the data a little bit more. And certainly we can, are there specific options not identified here that you would like us to look at from a costing standpoint?
So I'm gonna speak for me. I would like to see the cost of 6 lanes from Rowan to North Glen. Where is Carroll?
It's right here. So it's in between the two.
Oh yeah, so from Rowan to North Glen, options without bike lanes if possible, and then the cost of intersection improvements all the way up to Lynn Road with a widening of the area near North Hills.
Councilmember Melton.
I'm just going to add, this will be no surprise. For me to support whatever we do, it's going to have to include some non-car infrastructure, whether that is combining the bike lanes and the sidewalk into a multi-use path like we're doing along New Bern Avenue with the BRT, or finding some other creativity. I feel like there's been no consistent thread on this that's reflected in the survey responses. It's reflected in my inbox and people who are calling me. Some folks don't want to see 6 lanes. Some people want to see the 6 lanes. Some people only want to see the bike ped. Some people appear opposed to the bike ped. So I know it's going to be a tough job for this council to figure out how to get these improvements delivered. But for me personally, I need to see some non-car infrastructure.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Yes.
Just a quick question. Is there an idea of a timeline that you need to bring the data so we can set public expectations? I'm not saying tomorrow, but just.
I don't want to commit to exactly what that is. Obviously, I want to talk with our team. I think the holiday mix in there is the one thing that I've got concerns about, but certainly we can follow up in a manager's.
So early 24?
At the latest, yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the city manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and I promise that my 3 items will be brief in the essence of time and respect for your day. So with that, the first item is the disposition of real property adjacent to the Smoky Hollow Park. We have Ken Bowers here to present this item.
Thank you.
No pressure, Ken, no pressure.
Manager, Mayor, and Council, Ken Bowers, Planning and Development. I'll try to be real close. So back in 2010, we kicked off a planning study for Capitol Boulevard, and one of the items that came out of that was taking the old public works yard and vehicle yard that was known as Devereaux Meadows at the time, that sat in the floodplain and was environmentally contaminated, and turning that into a piece of green infrastructure, a park that would include a restored floodplain and stormwater wetlands and a greenway trail. And that initial funding was included in the 2014 Parks Fund for the environmental investigations and planning. Concept planning kicked off in 2017, and then in 2022, that concept plan was endorsed by council, and funding for the park, but not enough to build the entire concept plan was included in the Parks Bond, which was then, of course, approved by the voters, and we're now in schematic design. There was also an effort that was tied to an effort by a private company, Raleigh Development Company, to develop the only private property that's on the same block that's along West Street. They were pursuing a rezoning case. At the same time, staff became involved with them in negotiations for the potential public-private partnership to deliver the park, in which they would both manage the project and financially contribute to it. But the zoning case was eventually denied due to concerns over the height that was being proposed. But as part of that process, we did identify the opportunity to potentially convert some of the land in the park to value, because it would enlarge their site a little bit. And that conversation continued after the rezoning case was settled, and has brought us here today. So this little strip of land that is owned by the city adjoins the parcels that are all owned by Raleigh Development. It's kind of hard to see on this map, but it's mostly pretty steep slope and a little bit of floodplain. It's adjacent to where the stream is currently located, which is actually a capped culvert that runs along the property. And they have offered us $1.18 million for this. In order to effectuate a sale of this property, it's landlocked. It has no access. You could not legally create a parcel here. So the only way that this can be conveyed, it can only be conveyed to one owner, which is Raleigh Development, and would be conveyed through a recombination, essentially adding this land to the parcels they already own. The staff has looked at this. We've coordinated very closely with our colleagues in Stormwater and in Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources. We don't see any adverse impact on the park program or the proposed amenities in the park from this sale. In fact, we believe it could enhance a future park development interface and also reduce some of our maintenance costs because of the constraints on the site today. It also provides, I think, a clearer boundary for the future park planning as we proceed through schematic design. Because of the uniqueness of the property and the fact that there's only a single entity that could possibly buy it from us, we're proposing to use our special city charter authority for private sale. Council can authorize a private sale of property through a negotiated process upon a finding that such disposition will advance or further any council adopted plan or policy, which we believe those findings can be met in this case. Notice of the transaction is required, so you could not act on giving that approval today. What you would be acting on is giving us the go-ahead to notice it for your next council meeting, which would be December 5th. That notice has to describe the property that's involved, what the interest is to be conveyed, which in this case is fee simple, and material terms of the transaction, which in this case are also simple. So the recommended action is to accept this offer that staff has negotiated for $1.18 million for the premises, to authorize notice of the transaction for December 5th. Now, in terms of the sale proceeds, make a couple points. Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources is the current managing department of the site. In the past, it's been customary for sale proceeds to be returned to the department that manages the property in question. There is some history here. Council instructed staff specifically to look for opportunities to fill funding gaps between what was in the Parks Pond and the total cost of Parks projects. This potentially could be used for that purpose, and the negotiations that we've had with the buyer have occurred in the context that this money could be used to fill the gap specifically for Smoky Hollow Park. All that said, the council, of course, is at its liberty to direct the funds to any budgetary purpose it so chooses. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I'm just curious, this land parcel, it's on some slopes and also in the floodway. Could you speak to any environmental concerns for development of this parcel and or, yeah, that's all I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, the constraints here that I would urge, and I'll see if my colleagues from Stormwater want to add anything, is that, the whole park project is intended to significantly change the landform here and relocate the stream away from this current location. The steep slopes here are not a natural feature. They are where the grandstand was for a ball stadium long ago. And so the steep slopes that we have here were because we cut into the bank at that time and put the stadium and the grandstands on top of a capped stream that's under a big concrete structure. So as part of the restoration process, the stream is intended to move away from this area. And so, no, we don't see the environmental impact there. The overall project is going to it's going to take a lot of pavement and buildings out of the floodplain and replace it with constructed wetlands and other natural features.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just also add that generally I'm in supportive of this. I don't think anyone else could buy this parcel and actually use it for anything. And so it is an opportunity for us to bring some funds for some needed items. So I'm just going to leave it at that. And also that this does not, I don't think, have any impact or influence future decisions that we have, like about the downtown transition areas or rezoning cases. To me, this is a separate item, although it is obviously a parcel we've gotten to know well.
Councilmember Melton, and then Councilmember Fort.
I need to be excused for 2 minutes, if that is okay. I'm in support of this, so if I step out and the vote is called, I'm fine with it being recorded as yes. I just need to step out for 2 seconds to handle something for my office.
Okay, thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about the process of coming to the valuation or dollar amount for this property?
Yeah, so the process of that is we have commissioned a couple of different appraisals at different times on the property. So you might imagine this is somewhat difficult to value, so we've looked at it from multiple angles. We believe that the price that has been arrived at here represents a very good faith, and it's within that range of what our appraisals have told us this property could be worth.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Harrison, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll just motion to accept the offer.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Do we also have to authorize you to
bring the item back to the December 5th.
That's correct.
meeting
I think
agenda.
that's what the motion was. Yes.
Yes, that too.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, that was unanimous. And Jonathan was a yes too, so.
Thank you, Ken. The next item is DHIC rental rehab funding recommendation. We have Erica Brandt from Housing and Neighborhood here to highlight again the amazing partnerships that we have in this community in the way of affordable housing.
I'm ready to make a motion to approve, so this is exciting.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Erica Brandt with Housing and Neighborhood. So I'll go quickly, but this is a funding recommendation for the rehabilitation of 5 affordable rental properties that are owned and operated by DHIC. So just a quick summary of the properties. Here's a map showing their locations. As you can see, they're kind of scattered across the city. The properties in question are Avonlea, which is up in the northeast part of the city, Jeffries Ridge, which is just south of Newbern Avenue, Madison Glen, which is over by Lake Lynn, Ripley Station, which is off of Sunnybrook Road, and then Tryon Grove, which is on Tryon Road. So in total, these 5 projects have 292 units. They all target families, just meaning that they're not restricted to seniors only, and they all have rents in the range of $700 to a little over $1,000, depending on the property. And this slide just summarizes the amount of city funding that we're recommending for each project. In total, it would be $3.5 million in city funds. So the available funding sources that we have to support this, and sorry that the color on the slide is a little bit hard to read, but we have about $11 million available for rental development still. This would eat up $3.5 million of that and would leave us with about $7.7 million that would roll over into next year's funding. So we're putting out the next round of funding, making that available next month, and these funds will roll over and become available for developers applying in December and January. So our recommendation is to approve the conditional commitment of $3,504,000 to these 5 recommended projects and authorize the associated budget transfers. And this table just shows where exactly those funds would come from for each project. So we'd be using local funds from the Designated Affordable Housing Fund for Avonlea. We'd be using reallocated emergency rental assistance funds for Jeffries Ridge, Ripley Station, and Tryon Grove, and then federal home program funds for Madison Glen. And that's it. Happy to take any questions.
Anybody have any questions?
Not a question, just want to say just thank you for the work, and thank you DHIC for working to keep affordable housing. I think that's the main thing, the ability to keep it. I know there's different price points, and we use the word affordable and have different meanings. But at least here's a project that's keeping some existing stock on the market, and I appreciate that effort. So thank you.
Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, hi, thanks. So a couple questions. Are these LIHTC projects that would be dropping off their 30-year affordability soon, and this will allow them to re-up?
Yeah, good question. I'm not sure exactly where each of the properties is in that extended use compliance period with the tax credit program, but they've all gotten to the age that DHIC feels it's necessary for them to be rehabilitated. With the city putting in more funding and with them getting additional tax credit funding for the rehabs, that will further extend the affordability period.
Okay. And that kind of you might be answering my next question too, which was just is this going to be enough money to complete the projects that need to be done for each of these locations?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay, motion to approve. Second. All in favor? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you so much. Good work.
Awesome. The next item is the interlocal agreement for the Wake Transit Plan. We have David Eatman from Transportation to present this item.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Manager, and members of Council. David Eatman, Transportation Transit Division. So today we're going to talk about the FY24 Wake Transit Plan funding agreements. This is an action item as we'll be requesting permission for the manager to execute the agreements.
Bless you.
So real quickly, this is not a very long presentation, but we will be talking about what exactly is Wake Transit, the governance, the agreement structure, operating, capital, and bus rapid transit funding, and requested council action. So with that, Wake Transit began in 2016 with the approval of the half-cent sales tax, and that half-cent sales tax was passed in order to expand and better connect public transit network throughout the county and actually beyond. The plan also had 4 big moves. You've probably seen these before, but we talk about them at every meeting when we talk about transit, about really connecting the region. So that's really cross-county, connect all Wake County communities. Certainly we have 12 municipalities, connecting all of those. Create frequent, reliable urban mobility. So that's our frequent network as well as BRT. And then enhancing access to transit. That's more bus shelters, sidewalk connections to shelters, as well as ADA accessibility to all of our facilities as well. When we think about Wake Transit, the governance, there's really 3 main entities in the interlocal government agreement. Those are Wake County, Go Triangle, and Campo. And Go Triangle and Campo share technical and regulatory oversight of the Wake Transit. And then Go Triangle is actually the financial piece of that as well, serving as the tax district. Wake County is actually the creator and also the arbitrator. It's never happened before, and we hope it doesn't, but certainly if Go Triangle and Campo, those bodies did not agree, Wake County would actually work as the arbitrator to solve that dispute. Moving beyond those elements, we go to master participation agreement, and that's where really the city of Raleigh falls into that, as well as all of the other municipalities within Wake County, and also the transit agencies that directly provide the service. And so with the participation in that master participation agreement, you actually become eligible to receive funding through Wake Transit planning, through the development of those plans, the overall plan, the 10-year physically constrained plan, as well as the annual work plans. There are 2 types of agreements, a general and a special, and don't overthink that. It's pretty straightforward. The general ones are just things that happen pretty much repetitively on a year-to-year basis. And then those special items are really one-off, maybe capital projects or something that may have popped up that was funded because it was a new need and not originally identified within the Wake Transit Plan itself. So the agreement structure, when you go through that process of developing all of the plans, certainly you have to have sponsors to actually implement those items. So the Transportation Planning Advisory Committee, again, made up of representatives of Campo, Wake County, all the municipalities, as well as we have representatives from NC State and RTP. all of those bodies working together in order to make plans for the transit dollars that are collected. That is vetted through our Transit Planning Advisory Committee. And then those plans go to Campo and Go Triangle, and certainly the City of Raleigh has participation on both of those bodies. So we have representation on the Campo Executive Body as well as on the Go Triangle Board of Trustees. And so once those bodies approve that, they're eligible for submission to the local bodies for approval. And so that's where we are today in those gray boxes. Certainly without this step, those projects cannot move forward. So certainly today that's what we are requesting. So now I'm just going to run through some of the highlights of our projects in FY24. Our operating projects, the largest single thing that's occurring with our operating projects is really we're continuing to fund service improvements that have been coming online since 2017. So that's out there, as well as we have bus stop maintenance and also some leased areas that we use for our outlying express services for park and rides and things of that nature. On the capital side, certainly continuing to improve our bus stops. That's a high priority. I think that certainly through TPAC as well as council, everyone wants to see improved bus stops and to improve the rider experience. Also, making sure that we have ADA accessibility and sidewalk connections to those stops. And then moving down to the bottom, we do have our second installment towards the Go Raleigh, Go Wake access facility. And we are looking at a same allocation of $20 million in FY25, which would give us a full budget for that project once it is designed. So BRT is a capital project, but we did break it out because the allocation for the Southern Corridor does represent over half of the total of the amount of the agreements that we're looking at today. So in prior years, we have received funding for that project. As you can see from this, in FY24, we are receiving a sizable allocation, which will fund our total local funds needed in order to match the federal allocation. You may remember from prior presentations that we did receive approval through the CIG program or Capital Investment Grant Program through the Federal Transit Administration for right at $86 million. We're waiting on the FY24 congressional budget to see if that actually is allocated within that budget. That has not occurred yet, but we are certainly hopeful, and certainly if that occurs, then this project would be moving into the next phases, and we'll discuss those next. You also see some cost here for general purpose or non-eligible CIG expenses, as we are looking at some elements within the Southern Corridor which are not eligible for Federal Transit Administration project cost. Certainly anything related to bus infrastructure, bike ped infrastructure is certainly eligible, but there are some other betterments that are not. So as we think about next steps with the Southern Corridor, you may remember we were just here in September. We awarded final design for the Southern Corridor. We are continuing work on NEPA. That should be completed by the end of next year, and looking for a small starts grant agreement with Federal Transit, hopefully in early 2026, and construction would be eligible to begin immediately after that. You do see the corridor for the Southern on your right-hand side of your screen, traveling from, going from downtown Raleigh out to the Walmart Supercenter on 401 in Garner. And so with that, we do request authorization for the city manager to accept the Wake Transit Plan agreements and for appropriate city officials to execute all required documentation. And I'll be glad to answer any questions today.
Any questions? Councilmember Jones?
Thank you so much for this presentation. And I might be confusing the two, so please help clarify this. A few weeks ago when we talked about private security, does that come out of this budget?
That was not part of this budget. This is FY24, so this was obviously created back before July 1, and that is a recent discussion. So when we actually did that as a quarterly amendment, so once we have those agreements, they were passed by that process that I just described. So once we get that agreement from the tax district, which Go Triangle acts as that agreement, they develop the agreements, we would be bringing that forward to council for approval as well.
And that's the long term, because that initial, what was approved, the 300,000 for the private security was the short term fix, and then there's this long term fix, which would be part of this budget?
Not this budget particularly. It would be added to the FY24 budget. As long as that would be, I'm assuming that would be executed before June 30 of this calendar year. So it would be added to FY24. It's not in there yet because you haven't approved that. That would actually come as a supplemental agreement that would be added to the FY24.
Got it.
Does that make sense? I'm sorry.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And that 300,000, I know we discussed that is approval that you guys can do that doesn't have to come before council. Was it always $300,000, or did we up that recently from a different amount?
No, it's still
It's always been
it's still
300,000.
well below. Yeah, 3. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right.
Councilmember Patton, did you have your hand raised?
I did, yeah. Thank you. There's a lot of talk here about bus stop improvements, and we're pro bus stop improvements. There have been some bus shelters removed across our city. I know some of them were for like broken glass and other damages, but it's at least a perception of the community that some of these bus shelters have been removed to mitigate loitering and other types of behavioral interventions. And I wonder if you can speak to that, or if it's more appropriate, I'm just going to make a comment. I hope we can stop doing that and intervening on behavioral challenges at bus stops by removing the shelters altogether.
And I would think that in my 18 years, I've seen that happen 3 times. Usually we can get something up very quickly. Sometimes we do have to do an assessment on a shelter to determine, is there a better structure? Is there something that we can put there to get better results, whether that's litter, whether that's more trash containers, whether that's adding more shelter. So we have done that or started doing that throughout the network. And so, yes, we're very conscious of that and want that not to happen as well. So thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
My motion is to authorize the city manager to accept the Wake Transit Plan Agreement of the amount of $102,505,885 and authorize the appropriate city officials to execute all required documentation subject to final approval of terms and conditions by the city manager and city attorney.
You could have said, I would like to adopt the recommended action, but, okay.
I could have.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, anyone opposed? Right, that was unanimous, thank you.
And I will close with, despite all of the challenges that we have as a community, we have a lot to be grateful and thankful for. And so in the next couple of days, hopefully everybody will get the opportunity to share and fellowship with friends and family and have an amazing Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the Downtown Raleigh Alliance.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Nick Sadler, Budget Management Services. Today I'm going to briefly talk about the next 2 items that are before you. In June 2020, the City Council approved the selection of the Downtown Raleigh Alliance and the Hillsborough Street Community Service Corporation to provide services in their respective municipal districts. As you've heard earlier today, state statute, which governs MSD service provision, contracting, and contracting requires an annual report to the City Council, which is what these 2 organizations are going to do today. The annual report includes completed projects, pending projects, and needs of the MSD. Bill King is here today with the Downtown Raleigh Alliance, and Jeff Murison is here with the Hillsborough Street Community Service Corporation, and I'll ask Bill to come to the podium first, followed by Jeff.
All right, thank you so much. Bill King, Downtown Raleigh Alliance. Appreciate the opportunity. So I'm going to do a review of our MSD services for you all. This is not comprehensive of everything Downtown Raleigh Alliance does, but is meant to really focus on those things funded through this contract. In the MSD contract, we provide 4 out of 5 core service areas for you. So safety, economic development, marketing and communications, and conflict resolution. For background, the 5th service is cleaning, which is provided by the City of Raleigh but funded by the Downtown MSD. This red boundary is the Downtown MSD boundary and has been for some time. As a part of the MSD state legislation, each year we offer an annual survey, and I'm realizing that this is probably hard for you to read from that screen, so I'll walk you through it a little bit. But we get over 1,000 survey responses from stakeholders in downtown and outside of it on what's going well, what's not, what they'd like to see. I show you this slide. We asked them, what are the following areas that should receive the most attention in the next 2 years in downtown? Rank your top 3. Public safety was number 1, homelessness number 2, economic recovery number 3, affordability 5, public transit 6, parking 7, cleanliness 8. So it gives you a sense of that. We do allow for the people to rank by priority, so you can see first, second, third, so it does allow you to see a little bit of differentiation there as well. So what we do is we take the services through the MSD, and then we funnel those through our strategic goals. We developed these earlier in the pandemic. So they focus on improving downtown's economy, using this as an opportunity to rethink how downtown looks after the various crises we've had, as a place for everyone that reflects new needs and interests, make downtown an engaging place to be, and improve and maintain our sense of safety and security. So I'm going to walk through a few items from each of these goals. So under our first goal to improve downtown's economy, we do offer storefront upfit grants to small locally owned businesses. We limit that to locally owned. We awarded 7 storefront grants over the previous fiscal year for $53,000, and then we also offer a booster for minority and women-owned businesses. So if a minority women-owned business applies, they're eligible for some additional funds as a part of improving diversity in downtown. Downtown has seen 57 new business openings in 2023, openings or expansions, 31 net gain in new businesses on the storefront level, which is great for downtown. And then we have 27 more businesses planning to open in the near future. So there is some good momentum on our storefront level. Other things our economic development team did was our State of Downtown report and events. We had over 448 businesses featured on our social media, which now has over 230,000 followers. And we had 345 businesses participate in 13 different promotions. So we really try to make sure a lot of those small businesses receive support. In our goal 2, which is really where we focus on transitioning downtown to the future, one of our programs here is our pop-up shops on Martin Street. We're really proud of this program. We lease a storefront space. It's next to the Mecca restaurant near the intersection of Wilmington and Martin Street. And we've done this for several years now, and we then lease it at a lower rate to minority and women-owned businesses as a way for them to test downtown. It lowers the risk tremendously. We receive support from Wake Tech, so Wake Tech provides the business training. So it's a good partnership, and using some of our local partners and their expertise. We just added 2 new tenants, so Needle and Thread Co. and SRG Art. So those take up each has half of the space. And then one of our former tenants who graduated earlier this year opened the self-care marketplace on Martin Street, just on the other side of Fayetteville Street, next to where Garland was. And that opened November 1st, Friday. So that's another example of a graduate. We've at this point had, I think, 4 storefront businesses graduate to permanent spaces, 3 in the downtown area, which we're really proud of. So this program's gone great. It won an International Downtown Association Excellence Award last month in Chicago as well. Obviously, we've done other things as well to keep downtown moving forward. Ike kiosks have launched. Sip and Stroll, this is one of the most successful Sip and Stroll districts in the state, helps set an example for a lot of others throughout the state. We really appreciate your support on both of these. And we continue to work on our economic development strategy for downtown. So not only do we do these sort of nearer term priorities, but we're working longer term on a vision for downtown. As you all know, it has 4 components to it, looking at Fayetteville Street and our storefront economy, our office market, improving opportunity for minority and women-owned business, and then catalytic projects. What's the next big idea for downtown? Our consultants have been here several times. They'll be back in December. We've done a number of pop-up events and public events over the last few weeks as well. Plan is to bring you all the recommendations related to Fayetteville Street here in winter, early 2024. We also, under this service, do events and activations, everything from the tree lighting, which thank you to many of you for attending the other night. We did Pride-oriented First Friday. We do Jazz in the Square. We brought back Live After 5, which was a sort of a throwback to a popular concert series in downtown from years ago that went really, really well. And then we also do First Friday and a few other activations. The impact of this, we've had over 70,000 attendees in 2023 to our events, over 100 days of activation. We are doing something basically on a weekly basis from April to November. We really aim at building community through events, supporting diversity, filling some of the gaps where other events are not at. We try to make every event as much as possible sip and stroll open so that our local businesses get to benefit from it. We use downtown vendors. We give them first shot at any event. We try to minimize our street closure disruption as much as possible. And then in addition to events, we do public art, and we've done over 15 public art pieces over the last couple of years. So this year, Rainbow River, which was on Market Plaza. We also worked with the Dix Park Conservancy on an installation on the west side of downtown. You can see some of the impacts. So this is from Illuminate, for example. Illuminate's our art walk, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a second. So we put light art installations all over downtown, particularly in the Fayetteville Street area in December of each year. This is a pedestrian count chart. So the green line is a average Friday night in November of last year. The red line is what happened on a Friday night in December. So you can see the impact of foot traffic from this type of placemaking. So it's something we've seen a lot of success with. It gets a lot of people into downtown. You see in the photo, you can see a lot of people on a sidewalk that is not normally very heavily patronized on a Friday night, several of them sip and strolling. So we've seen some really good success with these placemaking interventions. Illuminate Art Walk does return. It opens December 1st. So first Friday, we're bringing in talking heads, which are these two giant heads that look like this. They're from Amsterdam. They'll be on City Plaza on either side. And then we have over 10 additional installations across downtown, all from North Carolina artists. So it's a nice blend of international and local and does great for foot traffic downtown. It's a great family event. All of it is free. And then, of course, safety and hospitality is a part of the MSD and part of our services. I have reviewed this quite a bit, obviously here at Council. So we'll brush this a little bit differently, but we've done some ambassador changes. So we did change vendor earlier this year. We've got them some additional vehicles, made some route changes. We believe we've seen some good outcomes from that. I have some of their stats here. We're particularly proud of our entire team, but our social service ambassadors have done a great job. Just in the last 2 months, they've done over 300 wellness checks, 46 referrals for service, over 100 counseling and follow-ups, and they've helped secure housing for 6 individuals who are on the streets in downtown just in the last 2 months, which is great. So we're really proud of them. It's been a great service. We've also have brought on private security. We did not do that with MSD funds. We did that with our own funds. But we have those patrols working throughout downtown right now, focused in the core, continue to work on evaluating that, learning where it's most effective. We've supported the city on standing up a camera network. We've done Project Reach Out, which we're really excited to bring back next year, which is where we bring social services to downtown, connect them with those in need in Moore Square. Tremendously successful. We're really proud of it, and we really appreciate the city's support on that as well. And then we also have done community meetings around safety, and we've hired a new safety manager to manage our whole program and also be a liaison to residents and businesses who have concerns around safety in the downtown area. We've worked with the city closely on public realm improvements. So, things like missing tree wells, light bulbs, trash can roll carts. Really appreciate in particular Assistant City Manager Evan Raleigh, who has put a lot of effort into this and has brought together a lot of different partners across the city. Still a lot of work to be done here. We'd love to see continued progress here, particularly on things like tree wells and trash cans. I think there's some good opportunities here, but we appreciate Evan and the entire city staff's work on this and continue to work on this together. The MSD has us work on problem solving and strategy as a service. And so this is where we do community meetings like we did just a few weeks ago. And we also do some of the work we've done, such as, some of the outreach around the social district and other policy changes as well. Final, just a few economic indicators in downtown. There is still a lot of cranes above downtown. There's a lot of construction activity here. It's a part of a $7 billion construction pipeline that's been going on since 2015, about half of which, a third of which has been built already. A few things that have happened in a positive way economically. We are starting to see more storefront businesses in the core of downtown. So we've had a number open, such as Cheeto Taco and Self Care Marketplace, Hippo Wine, and then we have a few others coming soon as well. So we are seeing some of those vacancies in the core fill in. We still have more than we'd like, and we're working on that through a lot of these strategies, both near term and long term. But good to see some momentum there. Downtown food and beverage sales are at 125%, which means they're 25% above where they were at this time in 2019. But I will caution you, that's not inflation adjusted. You take inflation out, it means we're about even with where we were, roughly speaking, on sales from 4 years ago. But that trend has continued, which is we do have a bit of a dichotomy between the east and west of downtown. West side of downtown recovered much faster, so that's Glenwood South, to some degree Warehouse District. The east and the core has still not gotten back to where it was. So that is a note there for continued support here in our core and our Fayetteville Street and Moore Square districts. They are not back, even after 3.5+ years. So we've still got work to do there. You can see the dots pointing upward in all districts, so that's a positive sign for momentum, but we still got a lot of work to do to get our core back up. Downtown visitor visits. This is measured by cell phone data. We're at 94% of visitors compared to this time in 2019. So it's a good sign that people visiting downtown, that doesn't include people who live downtown or work here, that's visitors coming to museums, restaurants, things like that, is getting closer and closer to where we were before. And then obviously one of our shining stars economically is our residential market. We are at 94% occupancy of our downtown apartments. Over 3,000 units are under construction or recently completed in this year. That is the most we've ever had by a very large stretch. It is the biggest residential pipeline in downtown's history by a substantial amount. So it will change the face of downtown in a good way. Obviously, we want to keep that going, and we also want to see more of that here in the core as well. So a summary economically, 31 net gain in new businesses in 2023 so far. We have seen a 6% increase in food and beverage sales in downtown year to date. We're at 94% of visitors. Our workday population is at 81% of what it was at this time in 2019, which is an increase over last year. So it is a little different than some of the data you've seen from outside sources. It is at about, we think, 81% based off of cell phone data, 94% residential occupancy rate. But we do continue to have those issues, as you all are well aware, with safety in certain areas. Office worker return, which is a national challenge, has just been slow. And we still have an underperforming Main Street. So I give these good pieces of data as signs that not all is doom and gloom, but there are also things we have to continue to work on very diligently and with great urgency. I will also mention while I'm on this presentation, and you guys are getting a lot of information around MSDs. So this is a map of downtown. The red line is the current downtown MSD. The black line is the city's downtown planning boundary that was established about a decade ago when the city did the downtown plan. So you can see they are not fully aligned, which means you've got a number of portions of downtown not serviced by our MSD district. And that becomes more and more of a challenge as these areas have filled in with a lot more growth, a lot more development. So the boundary was set 15 plus years ago. It's a bit of a mismatch between what is considered downtown and what we can service. It leads to either free rider or underserved areas. So an example, most of Seaboard Station is not in the MSD. So when you have concerns around parking or concerns for businesses there, it's a tricky position for us when it's not in the MSD. So then we have to figure out how to help those places without the MSD providing support for that. So downtown is evolving, it's growing, so the district should better align with that, and the MSD provides resources to meet growth and service demand in these adjacent areas. So we are interested in looking at some expansion of the downtown MSD. Some of the expansion area criteria would be areas adjacent to the downtown boundary that contain businesses and developments that have requested DRA services. contains significant development consistent with a downtown built environment. So think of sort of larger multi-use buildings and already feel a part of downtown. The process on our end would be to analyze some of the adjacent areas immediately adjacent to the MSD for consistency and built environment, as well as service needs, reach out to all property owners, businesses, and residents within potential areas to discuss interest, hold community engagement meetings to gauge that interest, and then create some proposed boundaries based on interest and bring those back to you all later in the fiscal year. I'll wrap up my presentation and then happy to take any questions on that or anything else. So coming up, we have a lot of different things happening that I've covered. As you can see, we have a very busy team. We're lean, but we get a lot done. Really proud of what we've been able to do in downtown. Excited to bring back some things that have worked really well this year, and always excited to keep evolving and pivoting what we do. In terms of continued support for downtown, obviously, as we've discussed at the committee level, a durable, long-term plan for safety and security in the downtown core and Glenwood South is essential to making sure that downtown continues to thrive. Helping provide resources to those in need on our streets is a part of that. Continue to focus on those improvements I mentioned earlier in our public realm, such as cleaning, lighting, tree well replacement. Focusing on our public spaces in downtown and meaningful ways to add to the everyday energy and attraction to make them live more. I think of City Plaza, for example. Continued support for policies that help our small businesses recover. I'll cite, for example, small business parking program that you all built a few years ago has been incredibly helpful to our small businesses downtown. And then supporting our downtown businesses regularly. They don't survive if people don't come and support them. So we always ask for that support. Obviously, it's been an up and down year for downtown, and we've got a lot of work still to do. We're proud of this place. We believe it's the heart of the city. We believe it's the face of the city, and it's important to the entire city. A healthy city needs a healthy downtown. So we appreciate your support. We also appreciate the continued focus and support so we have a good 2024.
Thank you, Bill. And I want to say thank you for your hard work. You and your team, I know, has put a lot of time and effort into many of these initiatives, and I know it hasn't been easy either. It's been challenging. So really do appreciate all your efforts. Are there any questions? Councilmember Melton?
I don't have a question. I just also want to say thank you. I think often when things go wrong, they get amplified, and it's just this constant cycle of that type of information. But very rarely when things are going right does that information get as much attention. So when you hear about a restaurant announcing they're leaving, that gets reported over and over, but we never hear about the 31 net gain in new businesses. And so I really think that doesn't happen with a lot of your work and your team's work. And I think it doesn't get as much attention as it should. So I want to say thank you. And I also want to say that there's been a lot of focus on some safety issues, and I know the city and Downtown Raleigh Alliance have sprung into action very quickly. And for folks listening at home, if you've not been downtown recently, it has made a huge difference. It feels different. You know, I get my haircut at Arrow across from Go Raleigh, and they told me they feel a lot safer, and a lot of the patrons there feel that way too. So the work that you've done, I don't know that that's being daylighted as much either, but it is the holiday season. I would encourage everyone to shop local, and if you are concerned about small businesses, particularly downtown, the best thing to do is to come downtown and shop and eat and drink and hang out there.
And come see all the great things that we're initiating. We have the tree lighting the other day, you have Illuminate, we have the rink. I mean, that's lots of fun family things to do.
Desertery.
And the desertery. Yeah. Councilmember Patton.
Yeah. Hi, Bill. Thanks for being here. Just two quick things from me. One, I went to a conference in Atlanta this past week, and I went to a session on downtown revitalization. Great news. We're checking most of the boxes. You're doing a great job. One thing they talked about was using pop-ups. There's like two different ways to use pop-ups. One is for incubation, which is what we do. And then one is to just generate like activity and traffic by creating something that's interesting and time-bound. And I was curious if y'all have looked into that use of pop-ups.
Yeah, so we try to do both. The incubator one is the one that we manage, and so we have that there. And we feel like that's become a pretty good model. The other one, and we've got, for example, one going in on Hargett Street that'll open later this week, where we have someone on our team who has a lot of connections and relationships with existing businesses that may not be in brick and mortar or interested. And so we had a landlord who was interested and was creative and, hey, we want to just try something for the holidays. We're not ready to lease this long term. Let's try something out. And so we were able to make a match there. That actually was a strategy that worked very well, particularly early in the pandemic. We have a couple businesses that started out that way on West Target Street, so where Curate is and Black Friday Market both had sort of origin stories in their spaces like that as well. So we've seen that work well. It obviously requires a landlord to play ball, right? And I think we've got some who are willing to do that. And so we've had some of those connections that we've been able to make. Certainly there's an opportunity to do more of those. I think it's sometimes a capacity challenge on both sides, but yeah, we've seen some really good success from that.
Cool, awesome. My second question was just around, you mentioned that the private security work is not coming from MSD funds, but from other funds. I was curious if you could talk about your other funding sources.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have both public and private funds. The MSD is part of the public funds, and then we also have a couple fees for service contracts, and we have a couple of those with the city. We do a small one for economic development, for example, and then we raise private funds, and we generate funds off of events. So like our State of Downtown event is a fundraiser for us, and then we do a fair amount of private fundraising. So what that does is it means that we're not just purely reliant on the MSD. It allows us to amplify those funds and take it a lot further. So we do have a substantial amount of that as well that we do.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Appreciate it. Next, we have Jeff Murison, Hillsborough Street.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
This is true. Thank you for the opportunity. Jeff Murison, President and CEO of the Hillsborough Street Community Service Corporation. Happy to give our annual update. We'll make it brief. We've had a very strong year, thanks to our partners with the city and the university. One of the best benchmarks we use for the economic health of the corridor is our food and beverage sales. So the first chart on the left illustrates the continued growth of our food and beverage sales along the corridor. You can see the little dip during the pandemic, but it's back strong. We just saw September's numbers. September was our best month ever. So food and beverage sales, a good indicator of the health of the corridor, doing really well. Visits to the corridor continue to grow, another great indicator of the health of the corridor. Another indicator is the pipeline of development projects. We've got 15 projects that are either been recently completed, that are under construction, or are in the planning process. Two important additional takeaways on this is, one, that they're spread out throughout the corridor fairly evenly, and two, that they're not all student housing. In fact, there's only one of these that is pure student housing. There's multiple that are sort of a blend, and then two are condos, as well as some commercial office, or commercial, not office, I apologize. So healthy pipeline of development projects. That is showing some rent inflation, so we're tracking that. The price per square foot is definitely increasing along the corridor. The backbone of our program is our Clean and Safe program. We're blessed to have 5 ambassadors. The 4 out of the 5 have been with us for over 6 years. They're an incredible team. Ricardo is our sort of physical maintenance specialist who does all kinds of things to keep the street looking its best. Juan is our part-time social service ambassador, engaging with our homeless and panhandling community, and the guys just work tirelessly around the clock to make it clean, safe, and welcoming. And then we do a lot of things like banners and the landscaping of the roundabouts to make the corridor look its best and welcoming to everybody that visits it. We do a variety of things to get people to the corridor, events, public art. We had our second annual Halloween program on a Sunday in the fall for the local residents. Just great opportunity for our families to get out and enjoy the corridor. We do have some emerging issues. There's, without question, increase in homeless and panhandling along the corridor. We engage with the city police and the city as well as campus police to monitor that. Our social service ambassador works with that with the population on an ongoing basis, and we're starting to track to be able to demonstrate the needs and the way we're helping in that regard. There's an uptick in what I call neighborhood relationship issues between the students and local residents. I hear from our local residents pretty much weekly at this point about the relationship behavioral issues in the neighborhood adjacent to the corridor. So that's an increasing work requirement. It's not part of the district, but it is part of our mission as a partnership with the university. Developing and managing a responsible nighttime economy. You've probably heard me say that our nighttime economy has been the Target and the Insomnia cookies. That's unusual for a university space. We do have 2 or 3 Mitches, Redline, have built a nighttime economy. That's great, but it comes with some behavioral issues and some other quality of life things. So while we want to see that improve and diversify, it also requires more work to manage. And then lastly, we are preparing to request that when the city does another transportation bond, that you consider phase 3, basically from Rosemary Roundabout out to the Beltline, would be the third phase of the streetscape improvement, that be included in the transportation bond. It would complete the corridor, but more importantly, it would actually complete the connection from downtown all the way out to the emerging hospitality area at the Centennial Authority. As that area grows and expands, the Great Separation Project will provide the highway and multimodal connection from Blue Ridge and Hillsborough Street intersection up to Meredith, and so this would connect that whole corridor. And so that's in our future request to you. We do have some issues of expansion. We don't have the bandwidth at the moment to address them at the same time as the DRA, but we hope that in the future we'd be able to address that as well. With that, I want to shift for a moment to borrow from our friends from the chamber who did you know, their did you know concept. Did you know that the Chipotle on Hillsborough Street is the #1 grossing Chipotle in the state of North Carolina and the 15th in the nation? That is a lot of Chipotle being consumed. And we see a lot of, and we appreciate this, RPD over there. So that's another benefit. The Target is an exceptional addition. It's one of the many small format urban Targets. It's super successful. We have 3 really incredible legacy establishments, Mitch's, Irregardless, and Players Retreat. That's a combined 169 years of service to our community, and we're really proud of that.
That's pretty cool.
We have the Raleigh Brewing Company was the first woman-owned brewery in the state of North Carolina. Christy Neistat is amazing. She was on our board. A great facility in our district. And Price Company is one of the largest student housing owners and operators in the country. It's the largest female-owned operator of student housing, and we're really proud to have them headquartered on our corridor. With that, I just want to end with a thank you to our incredible team, our ambassadors, all our professional staff, doing an amazing job throughout the year, day in, day out, to make the corridor welcoming and the best it can be. And I want to personally thank each one of them. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions?
Just one question. You mentioned during public safety, you appreciate the assistance from RPD, but also you mentioned campus police. So you're also having campus police presence along this corridor that helps you address any issues?
Oh, sure. Campus, the university is a great partner across the board. And their campus police is a wonderful partner as well. They're on the corridor. We meet with them. We meet jointly with RPD and campus police quarterly to talk about issues and things we need to know and how we can be a help. And so they're a great asset as well.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I'm hoping that those are not for me. But thank you very much.
Thanks, Jeff.
Jeff, thank you so much for all your hard work. Really appreciate it.
You can get up, Jane, and thinking it's over now.
Okay, now we have matters scheduled for public hearing. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Okay. The good news is there's no one has signed up in opposition for any of these except the last case. So let's keep that in mind. All right. First item,
Yeah, good
public
afternoon,
nuisance abatements.
Mayor, Council, Bryce Abernathy, Code Enforcement, Housing and Neighborhoods. The first one I'm bringing to you today is 1424 Basewood Drive. The violation was high grass and a lot of limbs at the property. This is not the first time that we've abated this particular property. It is vacant. 605 Bragg Street, another one that we've abated before. We can't seem to get in touch with anybody in regards to this property, so I think this is the second time in the past few months that we have abated it for high grass. 1422 Carnage Drive, again, high grass growing into the sidewalk in the front yard. And 619 Cumberland Street. This is a vacant lot that is air property, and they're kind of absentee. They don't take care of it at all. 1230 New Bern Avenue, again, another vacant property. An abundance of trash all the way around the house and high grass. And then 5405 Shadowbrook Drive, the pile of limbs and the bush growing into the sidewalk was abated by City of Raleigh abatement team. I believe that's it. That was the last one. If anybody has any questions.
Okay, we have any questions for staff?
I just have one question.
Okay.
You mentioned two properties where the owners, sounds like you haven't been able to reach them or contact them, but are these properties secure?
So 605 Bragg, we have had staff go out and close the windows a few times and lock the door and pull it closed, just to make sure it's staying as secure as possible.
Okay.
The other one, and 1230 New Bern Avenue is boarded up pretty solid, so I don't know of anybody getting in that one.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. I will open the hearing then and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
I actually don't know what I'm supposed to say.
Just move for approval.
I move to adopt the resolution confirming liens against these properties.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. For this vote, Councilor Black and Jones are excused.
Thank you.
All right, next we have the business investment grant.
Where'd they go?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'll be turning the podium over to Kyle Teshtone with Raleigh Economic Development to tell you about this particular project. I just wanted to quickly kind of put a fine point on the action that you will want to take if at the conclusion of the public hearing you want to support the incentive. And that is essentially to adopt the recommended actions that are listed, adopt the determinations and findings that are listed in the recommendations, it's late. The recommended actions that are listed in the agenda. So with that, I will turn the floor over to Kyle to tell you a little bit about the project.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. What we have before you is Endeavor, also known as Project Index. This project is a life science company and new recruitment to Raleigh, purchasing an existing facility at 8900 Capitol Boulevard. Capital investment in real estate and equipment is at $68,815,085. This would create 35 new permanent full-time jobs with an annual average wage of $85,866. Wake County is also supporting this project with an incentive, and it's receiving training support from Capital Area Workforce Development, the North Carolina Department of Commerce Division of Workforce, and also the North Carolina Community College System. The grant would be for $1.39 million, which would be paid out over 7 years. Any questions?
Any questions for Kyle? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah. Hi, Kyle. I don't think that you've been before us to present one of these in my term, which means that the public hasn't heard a presentation on it in at least a year. Can you just give a quick overview of what a business investment grant is and what are the conditions and how do we make sure that these investments are also serving the citizens?
Sure. So the City of Raleigh's Business Investment Grant is to help entice and encourage new business investment and job creation within the City of Raleigh. The priority area for economic development, which is focused on areas that have better transportation, lower wages in some of those areas where we're trying to encourage some growth and some business to take place, but also kind of creating some clusters in areas where there are already industry and manufacturing or office in those locations. So for that, there would be a minimum investment that would be required, which is $20 million and a creation of at least 20 net new full-time positions. That annual average wage has to be at or above the county annual average wage, which this project meets all three of those criteria. The way that the grant then works is it is a percentage of the amount that is paid in taxes over that 7 years in their property taxes. So the amount, the incentive to the company, the business investment grant, would not be paid out until the company meets all of their requirements, and that includes paying all of their property taxes each year. That answer your question?
Okay, any other questions? Okay, no one is here in support or opposition signed up. So I am going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion to approve?
I move to adopt the recommended actions listed in the agenda.
Do we have a second?
Second. Was that what we were supposed to say, Evan? Okay. Other words. So
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay. That was unanimous. Thank you. All right, next we have the petition annexation AX 0923 Watkins Road assemblage.
Bronwyn Reedus, Planning and Development. This, you'll remember from earlier, special item for the rezoning case. Just a reminder, you did schedule the public hearing for that case for January 2nd, so we would likely request that you continue this public hearing to then.
That would make sense. Okay. You want to make the motion?
Yep, sure. I'm sorry, is it already open? Are we continuing? Yes, okay. I
Yes.
move to continue this hearing to January 2nd.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. Next, we have petition annexation AX 2323, 5040 Tryon Road.
Yes, ma'am. Bynum Walter, Planning and Development, standing in for Christopher this evening. This is a request to annex a parcel that is just under 2 acres. The intent here is for the owner to build a single-family home. The current zoning of R1 with the Swift Creek Watershed Protection Overlay District is not proposed to change. Water and sewer is available nearby. What questions could I answer before you open the public hearing?
Anybody have any questions? Okay. Opening the hearing, closing the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next is petition annexation AX 2823, 5201 Needham Road.
Yes, ma'am. This is just outside I-540 on the east side of 540, west side of Needham. They're asking for annexation of just over 47 acres. This is inside the ETJ and adjacent to corporate limits. And the expected use here is 315 townhouse dwelling units. What questions could I answer for you before you open the hearing?
Do we have any questions? Okay. We do have people signed up in support, so I am going to open the hearing.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Worth Mills, on behalf of the annexation applicant. Again, this is an annexation that is contiguous with existing city limits both to the south and to the east, and is within the ETJ. Water and sewer are available. Fire service already responds to calls within this area for both of those two corporate limit areas, again, to our south and to our east. And there are multiple properties that are being annexed into the city on June 30th, 2024, all along the Buffalo Road, Forestville Road intersection, and we would support a delayed annexation date of June 30th, 2024. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay, I will close the hearing then. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I move to approve this annexation with a delayed effective date of June 30th, 2024, with permission for the applicant to hook up to water and sewer.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have petition annexation AX 3023, 3400 Sungate Boulevard.
Yes, ma'am. This is a just under 8-acre donut hole on the east side of Stony Moss, south side of Sungate Boulevard. So this is really close to Wake Med out near Burn Avenue. The proposed use here is a charter school. They have an approved site plan, and they're asking for annexation for access to water and sewer. What questions could I answer for you before you open the public hearing?
Any questions? Okay, I will open the public hearing and close the public hearing.
I move for approval for annexation of AS 3028.
Do we have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay.
It's 3023.
So I said 28. Yeah, 23.
Pushing us up 5 years.
Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z 2023. This is the block bound by Hillsborough Street, West Street, Morgan Street, and the railroad to the west. Thank you.
Good evening, Sarah Shaughnessy, Planning and Development. So this is a request to rezone a little over an acre in downtown. The request is to add additional height and some zoning conditions. You last discussed this item on November 7th when you opened the public hearing. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan, consistent with urban form map, consistent with the future land use map. Just a reminder of where the site is located in sort of the western part of downtown. Since this item was last discussed, there's been a change to the zoning conditions. If you recall, there are 2 zoning conditions. The first, limiting certain uses, has not changed. And then the second change here is a change to how the offer of the funds for the Affordable Housing Fund are allocated. So before it was a total of $40,000 per unit for 1% of all dwelling units on the site for an approved site plan. And now that's calculated around a threshold of 300 units. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I know the applicant is here to answer questions. He does not have a presentation to add anything else.
Okay. Any questions of staff? Okay. Let's see. Toby Coleman is here representing team. Do you have, you don't, okay. You're good then. Okay, I'm going to close the hearing then.
Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to thank the applicant for the contribution of affordable housing. Just to note, the $180,000, that represents 1.5% of the first 300 units in contribution at $40,000 per unit. So I make a motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 21st, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. Councilmember Jones opposed. Okay, next we have Z 2123, 1501 Kirkland Road.
Good evening, Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So this is a request to rezone one parcel. It's a little under half an acre in size from R4 to RX3 CU. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map, and the Planning Commission recommends approval. So this site is on the south side of Kirkland Road, which intersects with like Wheeler Road south of I-40. Area is a mix of residential and commercial and light industrial uses, especially along Kirkland Road. The site currently has a detached house on it. It's right next to another property to the west that is residential, and then much of the surrounding area has commercial and light industrial uses. Here's some views of the site looking east and west on Kirkland Road. And there are two proposed zoning conditions, one prohibiting parking between any building and Kirkland Road, and another requiring a primary street-facing pedestrian entrance on the residential unit that's closest to Kirkland Road. So the change here, it is a residential district to a mixed-use district, but primarily residential entitlement, smaller setbacks, removal of some other dimensional standards that restrict development in R4, so an increase overall in residential units that are allowed. The request is consistent with the future land use map designation of office and residential mixed use. And the proposed zoning conditions, while there is no zoning frontage included in the request, the zoning conditions speak to some of the recommendations of urban frontage in the mixed-use center designation on the urban form map. So the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan overall, including these policies on compact development, sort of increasing housing variety, limiting retail in this area. And again, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval. So with that, I can answer any questions you have.
Anybody have any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing then. We have Randy Herman here, the applicant. No one has signed up in opposition.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. I won't take up very much time. I just wanted to point out the zoning conditions that we have proposed in this rezoning are intended to replicate what you would get from an urban frontage. So under the Dix area plan, urban frontage is recommended for properties in this area. But given the layout of the lot, where it's essentially like a kind of a long and thin a lot, if we actually adopted the urban frontage, it would require a building to be oriented basically this way, facing towards Kirkland Road, which is kind of an inefficient use of the property. So what we proposed instead is zoning conditions with no parking between the building and Kirkland Road, and also pedestrian access to the nearest unit that allows us to put in a building basically in that direction and still replicate what you would get from an urban frontage without strictly following those rules. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing then.
I'm ready to make a motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 21st, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
Oh, all in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. All right, next we have rezoning Z2423, 5100 Forestville Road.
Yeah, so this is a request to rezone 3 parts of a parcel of 5100 Forestville Road. Those fragment pieces of the portions of the parcel add up to about 1.5 acres and are currently zoned OX3CU and are requested to be rezoned to CX3. This request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map, and the Planning Commission recommended approval. So the sort of parent parcel here is at the corner of Buffalo Road and Forestville Road. The sections that are currently have OX zoning are highlighted here in yellow. The surrounding area is a mix of undeveloped and developing residential. The requested district is general use district, so there's no proposed zoning conditions as part of this request. And then I'll note the analysis of kind of development entitlement here looks at the entire parcel. It doesn't make sense really to look at just 3 fragments of a parcel. So the impact is very small, if non-existent. Really, the change here is in kind of the uses that are allowed in the base district, removal of some limitations on commercial uses in OX. that don't exist in CX. The site is designated community mixed use on the future land use map, so the request is consistent with that recommendation and consistent with the comprehensive plan overall, including these policies here. And then again, as a reminder, the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, hi. Do you know how these weird out parcels were created? How did they come to be slivers of land?
I don't have the history of the sort of split zoning of it, but yeah, you can see they don't align with the parcel boundaries.
Okay. And no like new units created or no by doing this, we're just creating uniformity, right?
Yeah, the result would be the entire parcel has a CX-based district. Yeah.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing then. We have one person signed up representing the applicant, Isabel Maddox.
Good evening, members of council. Isabel Maddox, P.O. Box 946, Raleigh 27602. I've got a presentation here. This is a fairly straightforward case where we are just requesting these slivers of property to be zoned consistently with the balance of the tract. And if you want me to proceed, I have lots of slides I can show you.
Let me ask if there's any questions.
Do you know how the weird parcels were created?
No, and I did some research on that to try to find out if there was an error, because that was going to be my first attack, and it didn't look like there was a zoning error. It was really hard to figure out. Sorry, I can't really give you a great answer.
Weird.
Okay, any other questions? I'm going to close the hearing then. Do we have a motion?
Yep. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 21st, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous then, thank you. Next item is AX 2523, 8113 Ligon Mill Road.
Hey, Bronwyn Reedus with Planning and Development. So the next two items on the agenda are going to be annexation AX 25 and rezoning Z29. These are pertaining to the same parcel of land, so I'm going to go ahead and hit the staff presentation for both of those items.
Okay, thank you.
So the request for annexation and rezoning is along Ligon Mill Road. It's approximately 105 acres. The current zoning is Wake County R30. It's currently in the short range urban service area, so it's not in the city's ETJ or planning jurisdiction today. Per the application, the proposed use of the site will be 400 residential units, 100 being single-family homes, 250 multi-unit dwellings, and then 50 townhomes. Water and sewer are nearby. The parcel is located outside of the NFPA standard fire response times. So here's a look at the utilities nearby. As you can see, they are nearby, not necessarily directly at the site. The developer will be responsible for extending those at the time of development. Again, the site is currently zoned Wake County R30. The Thornton Road property over here to the west is zoned R4. That is within the city's jurisdiction today. Here's a look at the site topography. You can see there is existing floodplain on the site, and you've got some blue line streams on the site too. Here are some views of the site from Ligon Mill Road. Today it is heavily wooded. And then here's a closer look at the fire service report. This site is missing the mark on the deployment of a second company and then the full deployment at a fire suppression incident. So moving on to the rezoning piece. Here's just another look at an aerial image of the site. You can see some existing neighborhoods nearby. This neighborhood over here to the east, that is in the city's corporate limits today. The applicant has proposed a number of zoning conditions. The first, that there will not be more than 475 units developed on the site, 5 units per acre. Second being that 20 acres of the site will remain as natural area or open space. The third, if an apartment is developed on the site, it will be used for congregate care, continuing retirement center, or similar type uses. The fourth, providing a setback of at least 20 feet from Leg and Mill Road. The fifth, providing, or the applicant is committing to making a $65,000 contribution to the City of Raleigh Fire Department. And then the sixth is, again, a contribution by the developer of $40,000 towards the city's affordable housing fund per dwelling unit for 1% of all site plan approved dwelling units. And then the final condition here is requiring notice of any blasting and then allowing the opportunity for pre-blasting and post-blasting inspections for any of those residents nearby that might be affected by construction-related blasting. Here's a look at the change in entitlement. So the entitlement is going to be capped at the 475 per the zoning conditions. You can see the RX3 allows for the integration of office and retail uses a little bit. This number of dwelling units that we see here, that would be consistent with what we might see for like between an R4 and an R6. And so because of those zoning conditions that limit that density, the requested zoning districts are consistent with the low-scale residential future land use map designation. So even though it's consistent with that future land use map designation, because of the density, it is coming up as inconsistent overall. Consistent policies highlighted here are zoning for housing, the future land use map, of course, and then the conditions proposed are consistent. The inconsistent policies highlighted here mostly have to do with our growth policies and growth framework. The concern with approving zoning for a large parcel of land outside of the ETJ today that maybe is not necessarily fully ready to be served by Raleigh. Our growth framework map has some guidance for where growth should be focused, and we have 60% of that wanting to be focused in downtown, city growth areas, mixed-use areas, and along transit corridors, and 60% of that being in BRT corridors. And this site is on that map shown as future Raleigh jurisdiction. So just wanted to give some kind of more information about why that is coming up as inconsistent overall. But the Planning Commission did recommend approval unanimously, finding that the request was reasonable and in the public interest, seeing that it would provide increased amount and variety of housing that could be built here, which would increase the supply for the city of Raleigh overall. So I'm happy to answer any questions before you open up the public hearing.
Any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah. Hi. Can you go back to the chart with the NFPA standards on it?
Mm-hmm.
Just so the public understands, because we don't always see this chart during the staff presentation. The goal, the image, if this chart was looking just exactly the way we wanted it to, would be 4, 6, 8, 8, 8, and 8, right? Chief, is that right? Lorraine, I'm getting a nod. Okay, so we've got some that are under, we've got some that are at, and some that are not meeting. So I just wanted to kind of raise that up for the public to have greater understanding. Do we know when the NESA is going to kick off? I know it's budgeted for this year, fiscal year.
Right, so Bronwyn and I are working on the scope, and we hope to advertise in early '24.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Any other questions?
Just,
Tim?
just briefly for staff, I know they're saying they're holding 20 acres. Is that consistent with land of this size? With our, based on our policy for conservation? Well, 20%, I think it's 20 acres.
Policy or? are you
Well, I
asking
know
about
we have a conservation
Development.
Would that, if that was placed on this, would it be equivalent or would it be less, more?
Yeah, it's a good question. So a compact development requires 20% open space area. A conservation development requires 40% open space area.
And this 20 acres is what percentage?
It would be around 19% of the total site area.
Thank you.
Okay. Open the hearing for the annexation.
It's my presentation right here. Bronwyn. Oh, okay.
Do we have any questions for Isabel? Okay, there's no questions, so I'm going to, if it's okay with you, close the hearing.
I have some good slides to show you that speak to some of the issues, but if you don't, we have worked closely with Megan through the whole process and feel like we've been responsive to her requests. So if you...
There's a motion to approve, hold up.
Don't give it away.
Okay, so I'll close the hearing.
Giving the game away. A couple comments on this case. I do want to really uplift the work of the applicant and the applicant's attorney. They contacted me before they even went, or around the time of the pre-app, and said, you know, in this space, like, this is what we envision, but what is most needed in this area in your mind? And I said, well, the public benefits I'm needing, you know, I shared the public benefit concerns that I have out in this area, and specific fire service needs, and then always, all the time, affordability needs across our city. So I have found them to be very responsive. I really have, like, appreciated the let's do as much good as we can with this case. I also, you know, at the neighborhood meeting, the neighbors immediately across the street are on well and septic. They're not on city water. And so their concerns were around how blasting and development activity might impact their wells. And so I appreciate the way you've been responsive to the residents. I would ask our city staff if there's a way we can partner with our compatriots and other transportation departments. The neighbors directly across the street here are saying they're having a lot of trouble getting out of their neighborhood during peak times, and they're not our roads, but maybe we can provide a little nudge or assist. And then on top of that, like, deviating from the comprehensive plan, we want to do that only when there's, like, kind of a significant benefit. And this is age-targeted housing is intended to be built here, and we know that our boomers are aging and that couples don't always, like, age at the same rate. So I'm really intrigued and glad to add to our city, like, senior housing that will also allow families and couples to stay together as they age. So I feel like we check a lot of public benefit boxes in this case. And so with that, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 21st, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates. Excuse me, sorry. Oh.
Annexation has to be first.
Okay,
So
all
you-
right.
Yeah, we're on the annexation.
Okay, we're on the annexation. I approve the annexation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. Next, we have the rezoning.
All again now, okay.
Z 2923, and I will, well, you've already done your presentation, so I will open the hearing on that, and I guess close it. We're good with that?
Yep.
Okay. Counselor?
All right. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 21st, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. And thanks for hanging in with us. All right. Next, we have our last public hearing item. It's rezoning Z5021. This is a continuation of hearing that we started on Fairview Road and Bigot Boulevard. Let me just ask, Carol Meyer and Robert Gilbert had signed up to okay, you're both here. All right. Thank you. Go on.
Yeah, so this is request Z5021 at the corner of Fairview Road and Bigot Boulevard. Hearing is open, and it is back with revised zoning conditions, so I can go through those now. So the first revision is to condition specifying hours of operation for commercial uses. They've shrunk that by an hour. Second revision is there were a few conditions prior that specified separate entrances to the parking by commercial and residential use. They've removed the entrance on Bigot Boulevard, so now all vehicular access will be from a driveway off Fairview Road. And are committing to at least 125 parking spaces as part of a future site plan. So those are the revisions to the conditions. As a reminder, there are a few conditions that speak to transportation improvements that the future developer would install, and I wanted to provide a little illustration of, I think specifically condition 14, which talks about the intersection of Greenwood Road and Bigot Boulevard. So currently there is a dedicated turn lane that's separate from the rest of the roadway that's there. So under this condition, they would be removing that lane and realigning the intersection to be closer to 90 degrees perpendicular, and then extending sidewalks to that new curb, installing a crosswalk across Greenwood Street. So very high level kind of sketch of what that might look like. There's also another condition specifying installation of another crosswalk connecting the site to that new sidewalk. Might not necessarily be there. That would be decided at site plan where exactly, but here's sort of a visual to wrap your head around it. And that is all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just one question. For the sidewalk that's being added before site plan can be approved, wouldn't we have to do a street closure? I know it would be further along if this were approved, but in order to have the sidewalk, would we have to do a street closure? I'm just trying to understand the process.
I don't think this condition necessitates a relief.
No, the condition doesn't do it. So they're looking to realign the road, correct?
I believe within the current right-of-way.
Correct. So that turn lane that's there, does it go away?
Let Monique respond.
Good evening, Monique Guyant with Transportation. So considering that the turn lane is within existing right-of-way, it would still remain an existing right-of-way. There would just be additional green space where that turn lane was. Does that properly answer your question?
I'll follow up later.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any, Councilor Patton?
Yeah, hi. Can we imagine a time before parking minimums were eliminated? And what was the formula for how like a parking requirement would have been determined for a commercial area? And I'm asking because there's 125 spaces in the condition, there's 48 units. That's, if we imagine 2 spaces per unit, that's 96. So we've got 29 remaining, and I'm curious how closely that might have aligned to like a past state of parking math.
Go ahead. Good evening. So the old parking requirements established for different standards for residential and commercial. So for residential, 1 space per unit, and then for additional bedrooms, another half space, I believe, for 2 to 3 bedrooms. And then for commercial space, it was based on 500 square feet units. So if you had, oh boy, let's say you had 2,000, I'm going to keep it really simple. You had 2,000 square feet of commercial, you needed 4 spaces. one for, one each for, I believe it was a 500 increment and not a 1,500 increment. But it's based on square footage. And then there's a different, differentiate, I believe, between retail and office.
Okay.
Does that help?
It does, yes.
I can go look up I can get more detailed if you need.
No minutia needed.
Okay,
That
great.
was just a helpful overview. I appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Charles Walker, 275 North Pea Ridge Road, Pittsburgh, North Carolina. I'm also here with Tommy Craven, if you have any engineering.
Excuse me, we're going to do 4 minutes each. This is a continuation of the hearing. Sorry about that.
No problem. I don't know where the graphics went. There they go. I just had to wait for them. As you see, we have some of the graphics that the neighborhood asked for us to change with the changing conditions that we did. As you can see, there is no longer a driveway on Bickett. All traffic is being brought from Fairview. There is still going to be a split in the parking deck. The upper deck is going to be for the residential and be protected by a key card. The one at the ground level behind the commercial will be for the commercial and overflow parking, we believe. You see in the graphic in the upper right-hand corner that we are, in fact, going to still improve Greenwood, even though we are no longer having a driveway on Bickett. And we're going to provide parallel parking spaces outside the travel lane on the south side of Bickett. One of the residents at the last public hearing was concerned that in the upper left-hand corner, we inadvertently left out the term restaurant. Well, it's added because that's one of the conditions that we want, or uses we want to allow. Other than that, those graphics have not changed. And I'm trying to get it to move forward, and it won't. I'm sorry? I don't need the conditions, the graphic, the elevation. This is what I have.
Could we hold the clock, please?
Okay, I'm sorry. I had asked earlier in the meeting if you had our elevation, and you had said that you did.
Yeah, I only received this.
No, well, I'll try to skip over the elevations. I hope you remember them from last time. The architecture of the buildings that we had there showed that the building would be no more than 3 stories above Bickett. It would be no more than 2 stories along Fairview. The dominant material was going to be brick. We had sound walls on the upper deck to protect the neighborhood, to provide that. We not only reduced the business hours, again, I think that's the 3rd or 4th time we've changed them. We also have a stricter requirement against amplified music. They have to be shut off. It's 2 hours even before the businesses need to shut down. We've added the conditions for the parking. We've taken away the driveway. And there was also some concern that we were no longer going to have any kind of commercial frontage on Bickett. That is not the case. It's going to wrap around Bickett for at least 120 feet around the corner, so there will be activity on Bickett, but there will not be a driveway. To my knowledge, when we discussed it the last time, we have addressed everything that I think that you asked us to. I don't think we enjoy the full support of the neighbors as still, but I did wanted to say that we have done the conditions as we promised we would.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, if you could just speak to which condition goes over the driveways and relegating it just to Fairview. I just was having trouble finding it.
We had to take it out in a couple of places for the city. Commercial uses 12. I hear from our lovely staff. Condition number 12.
So all vehicular access will be behind the commercial portion of the building from a driveway off Fairview. Okay, thank you. I know that was a big concern.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. We'll continue now with Carol Meyer and Robert Gilbert.
Just one other second, if you don't mind, Madam Mayor. I just want to remind the council of a couple of things. We are completely consistent with the comp plan. We are consistent with the future land use plan with the adoption of the BRT. This is a downzoning from industrial to mixed use. And we are consistent with all the vision themes that are required for the rezoning, and I do want to mention current planning, historic resources, fire, parks, water, stormwater, transportation, urban forestry, all in the staff plan says this case provides no potential negative impacts. That is in the entire of the staff review. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Carol Mayer, M-E-Y-R-E, 1516 Hanover Street, Raleigh, 27608. Just a couple of things. As a reminder, this property is being rezoned for the property owner so that he can sell it. There's no developer involved. And for that reason, conditions become really important, that they're all specified. We do both want to say that we really appreciate your directive to remove the driveway from Bickett. That was a huge plus for the safety of the kids in the neighborhood. And I do want to say we still support NX, but we cannot support this particular application the way it is. The driveway on Bickett was the #1 concern, and the #2 concern has always been, from day one, the size of the property, the 20,000 square feet and 48 units, and the lack of enough parking for that. And you just asked about the parking. I'm going to give you some numbers. You're probably brain dead at this point from sitting in here all day, but the commercial space, based on the UDO 7.1.1, shows that 110 to 116 spaces are needed just for the commercial, right? And there's a swing there because if there's restaurant space, that requires double the amount of parking spaces. So that's the variable there. So of 125 spaces that the applicant's offering, 8 of those are on Bickett, as he mentioned. That is simply replacing 8 spaces that are already there. So they're really not 125 spaces. There are 117 spaces being offered. So with up to 116 of those being needed just for the commercial part, that leaves 1, 2, 3, 4 the residential, 48 units, which is probably 96 cars. If you total it all up, and what I did is I used the prior UDO residential parking requirements. I know they don't exist today, but just to get some read on what that is, that would mean a total of 216 to 222 spaces would be needed. And what's being offered is 125. And where do you think the rest of those cars go? They can't park in their own building area. That would spill over into the neighborhood, and the neighborhood does not have the capacity to absorb that kind of volume. These are small neighborhood streets, and a lot of you have been there and seen it. We did ask the planner to confirm the numbers that I'm mentioning. We did not get a response back, so we want to validate that with planning. 2 other quick things, since our time was cut. The application and the staff report both say it is inconsistent with the future land use map. And both of those seek to counter the inconsistency by stating reliance on the future BRT, which we've talked about before. There might be one in planning, but it's subjective and it's not confirmed at this point. So that's a bit of a stretch. Also, the transportation report says, in contrast, there are no existing or planned transit routes serving the site. So it's contradicting itself there. And the case law does say that inconsistency with the future land use map is justification for denial of a rezoning. And since we're tight on time, I'll just mention the height transition that Josh Hansen mentioned last time. We are R10 with the NCOD. We have a strict height restriction of 2 stories. So to jump to 4 stories, whether that's on the back of the building or whether that's for parking, it doesn't matter. It's still jumping from 2 stories to 4, and we feel like that is inappropriate. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Robert Gilbert, 1709 Dare Street, Raleigh, just up the hill from this development by 2 blocks. I'm here first to thank you. As Carol said, the over 200 neighbors involved are incredibly grateful for the progress we've made towards, especially in regards to removing
Mr. Gilbert?
Yeah.
You had 4 minutes and your time's up. Carol, I guess.
We expected that we had
No, we already have the public hearing, that's 8 minutes, and we normally offer half of that when we follow up. I just.
Don't have 4 minutes apiece.
Before we start, no, you have 4 minutes per side.
How about if we give Chuck more time and let me finish?
How much, well, this is a.
Mine's 2 minutes.
This is a legal issue, so, you know.
Okay.
We have
We'd really
to
appreciate it.
allot ti- let me ask Chuck. Here's what I'll do. I will give you each 1 minute, so you have 1 minute to finish up.
Okay. Though we've reiterated, thank you everybody for Bickett Boulevard. Though we've reiterated this concern for 2.5 years, we feel we didn't clearly communicate that the size of the development and the adequate on-site parking is really important. And as Carol has said, this project as NX4 would be fine at 125 if it had the same size as IX3 allows, which is 29 residences, 10,000 square feet of commercial and 3 stories. We're not asking you to do NX3. What we're really asking you to do is to delay so we can discuss this issue and deal with the issue that there is radically inadequate parking here. From any way that we look at it, it's somewhere between 75 and 125 parking spaces, and that's going to end up flowing out to 4 streets. I happened to do a little thing today where I looked at those 4 streets, and there's about 8 spaces available on each one. So that's our request, that you hold this off so we can discuss it and resolve the issue about parking. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 1 minute.
I'll use my 1 minute wisely. The chart that Carol had just mentioned in the UDO, it's for the maximum parking spaces, not minimum. We meet the parking spaces requirements for the industry, but the chart that she mentioned talks about maximum parking spaces per use, not minimum. I just want to make sure that's clear. We're getting bad-mouthed about not providing parking, and we're providing almost 5 times the parking of any project within this place. Trophy has 30, we have 125. So I just want to make sure that we're clear about that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Black.
I don't have a question for you. I have a question for staff. Thank you, though. So I know that parking is a concern here, and with the other properties they have around there, they've seen like parking issues that filter into the neighborhood. And so I'm curious of the process that we did in the neighborhoods around Glenwood Avenue for like parking districts. Like what is the process for that?
Good evening, Council. I'm Monique Guy with Transportation. So the process is that the residences, I believe, can gather up enough signatures to request a parking permit. There are certain requirements for that. One precursor being that there is a current issue where parking is limited for the residents in the area. Additionally, there are additional requirements such as having a minimum amount of block faces. For this area, they're not necessarily meeting that amount. I believe they need 8, and we're about 5. Using some notes provided for me from parking staff. And additionally, based off of parking staff's review, they would most likely need like a modified approach to properly address the issues.
Is there opportunity to work with the community if there's an ongoing issue?
Yes, there is. Parking staff has been in contact with the residences, and they do encourage further work with parking staff to figure out what kind of modified program they can have.
So I looked to residents, and I know I visited the property, and I said, what is the main thing that, could help get us to a yes? Because I hear the community concerns around transportation. Thank you. But I feel like there's other avenues to kind of get to the concerns you're talking about around parking, and we did do a lot of work around making sure that the children would be safe along the Knott Street, along Bickett, where the park is. So I just feel like there's a lot of opportunity to rally and organize the community, and you guys, the same way you got together to get us all to come do site visits to talk about parking restrictions for your neighborhood. And I'm hoping that the staff is like open to a more modified approach if it really is affecting the community there. And I think there is true concern around parking, just from some of the other properties we have along in that area.
I'm sure I got 20 seconds. There is no...
No, you're answering a question.
Oh, I'm
so-
sorry. There is no question that Asia and soon-to-be Trophy have dropped bombs on this neighborhood. You have an 87-seat restaurant with 2 parking spaces. We have 125 guaranteed. The problem is there. We didn't do it. We're not making it worse. Thank you.
Where,
We just want to say there's nothing wrong with 125 parking spaces. It's relative to the size of the development. And when we have 48 units and 20,000 square feet of retail, there's no way that 125 is adequate. So we need to reduce the size, and that's where we want to ask for extension for further discussion. When it's IX3, as it was before, 29 units, 10,000 square feet of retail, 125 units would be fine. If we could even approve that under Annex 4, that would be fine with us. Thank you.
okay, thank you. All right. Councilmember Jones.
I just want to thank everyone involved with this. Neighbors, guys, thank you for reaching out and being involved with Chuck, with council, and really pushing for the needs of the neighborhood. I'm really excited that we got Bickett closed off and that it's gone to Fairview. I do understand your concerns. I hear you with parking. I hear you with the size. I completely understand. And then we're here weighing, you know, what is the compromise? And that's what we're deciding here on council tonight. So I just want to say, and Chuck, thank you for being part of the process. Thank you for listening to council's concerns last time and making those adjustments. I really do appreciate it. And lastly, thank you to council. I know it's kind of weird me sending this to transportation to have that conversation, but you guys did it and it was phenomenal. And I really appreciate giving everyone an opportunity to understand and to speak in that. So with that, I just want to see if there are any other comments or questions before. No.
Okay.
All right. That's all I had, though.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to then close the hearing. Councilmember Melton.
I'd just like to add, I do appreciate all the engagement we had on this particular case. I know it had a lot of attention, you all working on it for a long time. We did bring it to committee. A bunch of us went out there. I agree with you. There is an influx of cars that occur on Bickett, particularly around the dining time when Aja opens, and I imagine that's going to change even more when Trophy opens. But we cannot solve that with this case. We just can't. And I would ask that staff actually proactively look at what you can be bringing to us to address these issues on Bickett. I don't think we should put it on the residents. We've heard from them it's a problem. I've seen it myself. City manager, if you could have that come back to us and see what we can do to address the parking spillover. I was very concerned about the access on Bickett Street. They closed it. There was conversation in the committee about if you're going to offer parking, it needs to be conditioned. They've conditioned it. By my math, I actually think even under the old minimum parking requirements, they're building more than would have been required. And so I am going to make a motion to approve to Carol and Bob. I'm happy to stay engaged on this with the parking issue and see what we can do to get that restricted to the folks that live on the street to the best of our ability. But for now, I am going to move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 21st, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, that was Councilmember Jones opposed. Thank you. I just want to say this was a good compromise, and I want to thank the Chuck for listening, because I think that was really important. But also, staff will be reaching out. There's recognition that there's some issues there, so we'll continue to work with you on that. So thank you. And thank you for bearing with us today. I know it was a long day, so appreciate it. All right, next we have a report and recommendation of the Economic Development Committee. Jonathan?
I can tell you we have no report. We have one item pending. It's the HBCU roundtable, and we will continue that discussion at our meeting in January.
Thank you. Growth and Natural Resources.
No report. We will have a meeting next Tuesday, the 28th, to talk more about green growth toolbox opportunities.
Okay. Safe, Vibrant, Healthy. We will not have a meeting this month. Staff is working on a number of items that we had asked for more input on, and we will have a meeting at a regular time in January. And then we have Transportation and Transit.
So we have two items, the Public Project Community Support Fund around bus rapid transit and the bike plan update. Staff still needs a little more time. We just had the presentation on equity around BRT. So we're not going to be meeting in November, and we will meet in January 25th.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have the report from Mayor and Council. I'm going to ask everybody, please be brief if you can. It's been a long day, and we still have a lot more to do. So I'm going to start with Councilmember Melton.
No report.
Hi, I do have a report. I have community listening center session. Community listening session December 9th from 10 to 12 at Bedford Food and Drink. Also, I will keep it short. I did go to a conference this past week with municipal leaders. It was awesome and refreshing and great, and I appreciate my colleagues here for letting me go. And staff, get ready. I have a long email for y'all with follow-up questions and ideas and brainstorms. And I would like to request a budget note to look at separation pay as we continue to explore benefits parity with our public safety officials. I'd like us to look at the separation allowance that is provided to law enforcement and see how we can apply it to fire and ECC. So for any public still watching, separation allowance is a benefit provided when a public safety worker has completed a full career, 30 years, or 55 and 5, and there are requirements such as length of service and where those years of service were done, like which jurisdiction. But then it replaces some amount of their base salary until age 62 when Social Security kicks in. So that's the budget note. That's all I got.
Councilmember Black.
Peace and greetings. My comment is not brief, but it won't be long either. So yesterday, November 20th, is the internationally recognized Day of Transgender Day of Remembrance. It honors the memory of the transgender people who's lost their lives in act of anti-transgender violence. And I want to take a moment now to offer a moment of silence for the 33 transgender and gender non-conforming people who have been killed in by violence in the United States since last year, as well as the countless people who have lost their lives to this abhorrent form of hatred after decades of persecution. Given that this epidemic of violence against transgender and gender nonconforming people is disproportionately people of color, specifically Black transgender women, as well as the persistent efforts by the North Carolina legislature this year to restrict transgender lives, and that I put the Q in LGBTQ, I am grateful to be a part of one of the most diverse city councils in the history of Raleigh. Additionally, District A will be having its second Town Hall Roundtable on December 14th from 7 to 8:30 at the Green Road Community Center in Room 2. This roundtable discussion will have breakout sessions on topics including affordable housing, neighborhood traffic management, ask a planner, and an open discussion with me where residents will be able to have a general discussion about District A and my goals for 2024. As a reminder, the District A Town Hall is December 14th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. at the Green Road Community Center. Lastly, I'm not sure if the public is aware, but we are not really given the chance to speak during public comment. We only get a couple times a month to speak freely, this time being one of them. And at the risk of sounding like the reactionary, quote unquote, all lives matter claims we hear when Black people and other persecuted groups speak about how their lives matter too, I want to start this statement by saying that I have always condemned all harm and loss of life. Let me repeat that. I have always condemned all harm and loss of life. I condemn the loss of life that took place on October 7th, and I reflect on my conversations with members of the Jewish community who have stated they were never given time to mourn. I see you, I hear you, and I feel your pain. I also condemn the ongoing loss of life of the more than 14,000 children, mothers, and fathers from the indiscriminate bombing happening currently in Gaza. I see you, I hear you, and I feel your pain. I condemn the rise of anti-Semitism, and I was the only council member this summer who sat right here at this table and publicly denounced the neo-Nazis who dropped thousands of anti-Semitic literature in our district, in our city. I condemn that type of hatred now, then, now, and forever. So this goes without saying, I condemn the rise of anti-Muslim and anti-Arab hatred we've also seen rise across this country, across this state, and here in the city of Raleigh. To the people who have asked why I, a city council member, would have publicly supported a ceasefire, I want to remind you that I am a human first before anything else. But most importantly, after that, I am an advocate and a Black woman. That was true before the election when I stood outside the Wells Fargo building with a megaphone to demand that they divest in fossil fuel money that is killing our planet and people. In 2020, when I was tear gassed in the streets of Raleigh as I marched for the justice of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Keith Collins, and the seemingly endless number of historically dispossessed people across the country who have lost their lives during police interactions. It was true during the election when I told you over and over again that I am not a career politician with no political ambition. Rather, I am a community advocate. And it's true today when I speak about the needed humanitarian action and beg for the end of senseless violence, vile and heartbreaking violence towards civilians in Gaza. I have been the same person. I have always been the same person, so do not, in so many words, refer to me as uppity and tell me to stay in my lane. In just the last 2 days, we've received thousands of emails asking us to sign a ceasefire resolution. We've also received hundreds of emails asking us not to. Though the difference on perspective is clear, one thing rings true. The community wants to see deeper investments and consideration given to infrastructure, the loss of affordable housing and displacement of longtime lower income residents and residents of color. The need for community care and safety that centers people, safety, and mental health. Although it is clear where I stand on wanting the city to sign a ceasefire resolution, that may not come. I want to state that I am committed to using my seat to work with organizers to push for humanitarian action and a ceasefire resolution at other levels of government. Additionally, I want to be clear where I stand for investing our resources and attention into the betterment of our community, and that is unequivocally pro. This week is a great reminder, whether you celebrate Thanksgiving or not, to hug your loved ones, kiss your children, hold each other in care and loving community, and remember that a rising tide lifts all boats. That's all.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I want to take this time. We lost a great public servant in Mr. Dr. James West. And there's been a lot of comments and statements about his care and his love for the community. and he loved the community greatly. He was 2 council members before me sitting in this seat representing District C. But for me, it's even greater. See, I grew up next door to Dr. James West. I knew him before he ever held a public office. I knew the man that loved his kids greatly, Kimberly and Jim. And to them, I say, I reach out to you and I remember you. To his family, we remember you, and we will keep you in prayer this Thanksgiving. There are others that have passed this past year that people are going home this week, and there's a chair that's empty here and abroad. So I say, love on people. Love on people. We come up here at this table and we talk a lot about, parking, trees, water. We can talk about all of the material things. We can talk about saving the planet. But if there are no people here that love each other, there is no loving of the planet. So I just ask that as we all take some time over the next week, whatever you do, if it's Thanksgiving, Family Day, whatever you call it, even over the holidays, take the time to love on each other. And remember, as Councilwoman Black said, we are people. We bleed, we feel. So just love on somebody.
Councilmember Jones.
Thank you guys for bearing with us. First, I want to say I have my next community meeting conversation on December 13th. It will be at Stage Door Dance up in Briar Creek. So please join us from 7 to 9 p.m. to discuss city issues. The next thing I want to bring up is a big congratulations to the 2023 graduates of Raleigh Neighborhood College and Citizens Leadership Academy. I was able to attend and be the keynote speaker at their graduation last Thursday, and it was a privilege to see the future of leadership in Raleigh. I did give them an action item to begin to apply for our boards and commissions since we have some vacancies, and I'm proud to report that they did. So we do have a lot of applications of which we were able to put through during this next section of our meeting. So I just want to say thank you. And if you don't know about those classes, please go onto the website to check them out. Lastly, I want to give, again, great respect to Councilor Black and your courage. I think that you are brave and to mention exactly how you feel. And I want to unequivocally state that I am also in support of a ceasefire because I do value human life, and I echo everything that you said because I think it was beautiful and it touched on all the feelings that we're all going through. There's so much hurt in this world, and I appreciate the words you said to acknowledge all of the pain in general. But I just want to say that as we go into this closed session and discuss it, I fully support your motion for a ceasefire. So thank you for leading, and I appreciate it. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes. As we enter into the holiday season, I had opportunity on Friday to join the Salvation Army during their kickoff for the kettlebells. There are a lot of nonprofit organizations trying to do a lot for the holiday season. So if folks could, give financially, give of your time by volunteering, whatever you can do to sort of further the initiatives of a lot of our nonprofit communities. They really need the help. There's a lot of need in our community, so whatever people can do to contribute, that would be great. And to follow up on Councilmember Patton's motion or request for the budget note, I'd like to add that I would like to pick up a discussion that we had previously, Madam City Manager, as relates to evaluating some parity within the fire department as relates to going to 12-hour shifts. So if that could be added as a follow-up to that. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Harrison.
No report.
Okay. I just wanted to note that this Saturday is Small Business Saturday. So please go out and support our small business owners. They do appreciate everything that we do to help them as a city, and right now they do need our support. And then the other thing I wanted to note, when we moved public comment to the second Tuesday of the month. We did not take into account that we have no second meeting in December or July. So I am asking that we hold a public comment session on December 12th, and starting at 4 p.m. because we are not going to have a work session. And after consulting with staff, we said legally we have to do this. So I'm announcing that meeting for December 12th. Thank you. Appointments?
Good evening. First, we have Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, one alternate vacancy, professional category. Mayor Baldwin nominated Marie Principe, so that will be appearing on your next ballot. Next is Historic Cemeteries Advisory Board, two regular vacancies. Council members Patton and Jones nominated Olivia Cleveland, and Councilmember Jones nominated Michael Dunn, so both of those names will be coming back on your next ballot. Human Relations Commission, one alternate vacancy. Mansour Chima received 3 votes. Kunal Choksi received 4. Candace Corbett, 1. So all 3 of those names will appear on your next ballot for consideration. Stormwater Management Advisory Commission, 1 regular vacancy. James House received 8 votes, so would be appointed. I'll continue to nominations. Board of Adjustment, 1 alternate vacancy, county appointee. Reminder to submit suggestions for county consideration.
Can I ask a question about that?
Sure.
I don't know what, like enabling legislation there might be in place, but this seat's been vacant for a year now.
Mhm.
And so I'm wondering if we are ready to at least consider like structural changes to the board so we can, I don't know, move on.
So Board of Adjustment, I'm not sure if planning staff is in here. Board of Adjustment is one of the ones authorized under state law, I believe. So I don't know how much, discretion. There's David York is itching to come talk. Please someone.
Got a lifeline.
Cassie's just trying to phone a friend.
Phone a friend.
David York with the City Attorney's Office. I'm not sure of the specifics. I need to research it, but I can come back. But I think there's a provision that if you've requested of the county to fill a QJ spot, that if they don't fill it in a certain period of time, you have the authority to fill it on your own. But I need to double check that to make sure, 1, applies to Board of Adjustment, and 2, what the time period is. And we can get that back to you.
Arts Commission, 1 regular vacancy. The term of Carl Wilkins is expiring. He would like to be considered for reappointment.
So he reached out to me, he sent an email, and I had it forwarded to everyone earlier today. He said there were some concerns around work that have been rectified and resolved. He lives in District C, and that's why he reached out to me as a District C representative, and he would like to be reconsidered. If there aren't any objection, with that feedback and information, I would move for reappointment.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Councilmember Black opposed. Okay, so he is reappointed.
Community Engagement Board, 1 regular vacancy for your longtime resident slot. Resignation has been received from Matt Golden. This is one of your staff nominated seats, so with that, it would be appropriate to confirm staff's recommendation of LaCharo Owens.
So moved. Second. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Are you opposed, Councilmember Patton?
I wanted to ask a question because I looked up this application in Granicus, and LaCharo Owens had applied for other boards, but I just wanted to ensure that we had actually touched base with this resident and make sure they want this appointment, given that it doesn't match what's in their applications.
Cannot speak to the specifics of the conversation, but I do know that community engagement staff has had a specific conversation with Ms. Owens regarding community engagement board.
Okay.
Can't really speak to the other interests, but I do know they've been consulted about this one.
Okay, great. That's all I needed.
Okay, I'll ask for a vote again. All in favor? All right, that was unanimous then, thank you.
Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 regular vacancy, professional category. Term of professional regular member Catherine Rivera is expiring, and she would like to be considered for reappointment.
So moved. You want a second? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, unanimous.
Last is Raleigh Transit Authority, 2 regular vacancies. The terms of Karen Ringe and Talulupe Amakaye are expiring, and neither are eligible for reappointment due to length of service. Past practice has been to elevate the 2 longest-serving alternates, which are Mark Teague and Christian Daniels, to regular slots and declare alternate vacancies.
Move for approval.
Second, all in favor? Aye. All right.
And the last piece to that, is the council does appoint the chairperson for RTA with Ms. Amakaye outgoing. The authority recommends designating current member Jennifer Truman as the next chairperson, so it would be appropriate for you to confirm.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous, thank you.
I have a quick question. I'm so sorry. On these, we just uplifted 2 from the alternates to the regular. Does that mean there are now 2 alternate positions
Right.
open?
Yeah, so those alternates will show up on your next ballot.
Can I add a name really quick?
Sure.
Cool. Can I put in Nardra Johnson?
Christina, I'm sorry, Councilmember Jones, could we ask them for some feedback on the skill sets that they need? Because we're losing somebody with a marketing background, which I know was important to them before. And I'm just kind of curious what skill sets
I
they
don't
need.
think putting somebody through is going to stop that. So I think for sure we can ask the skill set, but I still would like to put her name on the docket, and you can also do that as well.
Yeah, let's ask for skill sets that are needed, if you wouldn't mind.
Yep, I'll reach out to the staff liaison, and they can work with the board on that request.
Okay, thank you. All right, report and recommendation of the city attorney? No. Okay, clerk?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lou Bonapane with the City Clerk's Office. You have 2 items today. First being a city appointment to the Go Triangle Board of Trustees. You have a current appointment that is expiring, and that is held by Mayor Pro Tem Branch.
Move to reappoint Mayor Pro Tem Branch.
So moved. We need a second.
Oh, I thought I made second. Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that was unanimous, thank you.
And second, you have various minutes that were contained in the agenda materials.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Is anyone opposed? Not everyone was participating, so I'm asking. Okay. I know we're tired. We're almost there. All right, now we have a closed session. I'm going to make a motion. Motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A5 to instruct city staff concerning the position to be taken on behalf of the city council in negotiating the price and other material terms of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property by purchase, option, exchange, or lease. And then GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege and consider and give instructions regarding the handling and a settlement of a potential claim in the following matters. Chabelle Marie Sanier Torres versus City of Raleigh and Marty Lee Hall. City of Raleigh versus NC Department of Environmental Quality. City of Raleigh versus 3M. And George Ventures versus City of Raleigh.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you.
We just adjourned closed session. The council provided direction to staff on the items listed in the closed session memo. The meeting is now adjourned.